Chapter 1. The Unexplained Sky. The night sky above San Diego, California, sparkled with a stunning array of lights, transforming the city into a celestial canvas of vivid colors. The lights formed a clear and unmistakable triangular shape, creating an otherworldly spectacle that left onlookers spellbound and amazed. As word of the bizarre display spread, the people of San Diego looked to the sky in wonder and fear, wondering what could be causing such an otherworldly phenomenon. And little did they know, it was just the beginning of a series of events that would forever change their perception of the world around them. As news of the sighting spread, it caught the attention of local authorities and the media. Soon, reporters and news crews descended upon San Diego, eager to cover the story and interview witnesses. The mayor of San Diego brought experts in to examine the videos and photos, and the experts put forth theories about what the object could be. Some speculated that it was a military craft. In contrast, others believed it could be a secret project by a private company. But for many, the only explanation that made sense was that it was an extraterrestrial craft. As the days passed, people in cities and towns across the United States began spotting similar triangular-shaped craft, adding to the growing sense of intrigue and wonder. The government remained tight-lipped about the sightings, refusing to comment on the matter or provide any explanation. This silence only fueled the rumors and conspiracy theories, with some suggesting that the government was hiding the truth about the existence of extraterrestrial life. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the sightings continued, with people worldwide reporting strange objects in the sky. In February 2016, a series of high-profile sightings over significant cities worldwide prompted people to take to the streets in protest, demanding answers from their governments. Billboards appeared in major cities with messages like "The truth is out there" and "Demand disclosure now." At local diners and coffee shops, people gathered to discuss the billboards and what they hoped to achieve. Some felt that the government had been hiding the truth about UFOs for too long and that it was time for full transparency. Others expressed concern about the potential impact of UFOs on national security and the economy. A few were more skeptical, wondering if the billboards were a marketing ploy or social commentary. Regardless of their opinions, the billboards captured the public's attention and sparked a national conversation about UFOs. People of all ages and backgrounds discussed the future and what it would mean if the government finally confirmed extraterrestrial life. As the days passed and the billboards stood, it became clear that would not silence the demand for answers. With each passing day, more and more people joined the chorus calling for disclosure, determined to uncover the truth about these mysterious sightings and their implications for humanity's future. Seizing the public's insatiable curiosity about UFO sightings, the media eagerly intensified its coverage, flooding the airwaves and news outlets with reports of mysterious objects in the sky. Anchors and journalists delved into the subject enthusiastically, examining eyewitness accounts, analyzing the footage, and interviewing experts in the field. The topic of unidentified flying objects became a hotbed of discussion, captivating audiences worldwide and igniting debates about the existence of extraterrestrial life. The media's relentless coverage only fueled the public's fascination and deepened the mystery surrounding these mysterious sightings. Television networks produced documentaries and specials exploring the possibility of extraterrestrial life. At the same time, newspapers and magazines published articles detailing the most recent sightings and interviews with witnesses. The protests against the government's lack of transparency regarding the extraterrestrial sightings continued to escalate, with people demanding answers and disclosure. This movement inspired a new wave of activism, with groups forming to advocate for studying and exploring extraterrestrial life. At a rally in San Diego, 3 protesters huddled together, discussing their shared passion for the cause.
"I can't believe the government still won't acknowledge what's happening,"
said Rachel, a college student.
"We have the right to know if there's something out there."
I agree,
said Tom, a middle-aged man.
They're keeping important information from us, and it's not right. We need to keep pushing until we get answers.
But what can we do?
Asked Maya, a young mother.
I feel like we're just a small group of people and the government isn't listening.
Tom placed a reassuring hand on Maya's shoulder.
We may be small, but we're not alone. Look around you. There are so many people here who believe in this cause. We need to keep speaking out and raising awareness.
As the rally ended and people dispersed, various groups formed to promote studying and exploring extraterrestrial life. The groups ranged from local grassroots organizations to international movements with thousands of members. Some of the group names included the Extraterrestrial Awareness Network, Project Disclosure, and UFO Research Association. Each group had its unique focus, from lobbying the government for disclosure to conducting research and investigations into UFO sightings and encounters. 5 people sat around a table in one of these group meetings, deep in discussion. They were all members of the Extraterrestrial Awareness Network, a local group focused on promoting awareness and education about the existence of extraterrestrial life.
So, what's our plan for the next event?
Asked Kim, the group's leader.
I think we should focus on raising awareness about the government's lack of transparency.
Longtime group member John suggested.
We could pass out flyers and hold signs with slogans like, "What is the government hiding?"
I like that idea.
Chimed in Samantha, a new member.
But maybe we could also have a speaker talk about their experience with UFO sightings or encounters. That could help people connect with the issue.
Kim nodded in agreement.
That's a great suggestion, Samantha. Let's see if we can find someone willing to speak at the event.
As the meeting continued, the group discussed potential fundraising efforts and outreach strategies to expand their membership and influence. Los Angeles saw a surge in UFO-themed events, one of the most popular being the annual Cosmic Convergence Festival. This highly anticipated event celebrated the city's long-standing fascination with the unexplained. It drew visitors from all over the world. The festival was in a large outdoor venue with multiple stages for live music, guest speakers, and panel discussions. The main stage was adorned with a massive UFO-shaped sculpture that glowed in the night sky, adding to the otherworldly atmosphere of the event. Throughout the festival grounds, vendors sold UFO-themed merchandise, including t-shirts, hats, and jewelry. Food trucks lined the perimeter of the venue, offering a variety of snacks and meals to attendees. The festival drew a diverse crowd, from die-hard UFO enthusiasts to casual visitors who were simply curious about the phenomenon. Families with children, college students, and even a few celebrities were in attendance. The promoter invited some of the biggest names in the UFO community to speak at the festival, including renowned researchers, scientists, and experiences. They gave presentations on various UFO topics, such as government cover-ups, alien abductions, and the possibility of extraterrestrial life. In addition to the guest speakers, the festival featured live music performances from famous bands and musicians who had embraced the UFO theme. Some headliners included the UFOs, a band that dressed in alien costumes and played original songs about UFOs, and Galactic Groove, a DJ duo that mixed electronic beats with recordings of alleged UFO sightings. The festival was a massive success, drawing over 50,000 attendees and generating significant media coverage. It served as a reminder that the subject of UFOs had moved beyond fringe belief and into the mainstream, sparking a renewed interest in the search for answers about our place in the universe. In March 2017, A video surfaced showing a UFO encounter with a U.S. Air Force jet off the coast of New Jersey. This event triggered a frenzy among UFO enthusiasts, who shared the video widely on social media, demanding answers from the government. The incident prompted the first congressional hearing about UFOs in over 50 years. During the hearing, several military personnel testified to their encounters with unexplained aerial phenomena, providing further evidence to support the growing belief in the existence of extraterrestrial life. Fast forward to April 2023, the release of a Pentagon video showing a UFO near Air Force's drone sent shockwaves around the world. The video displayed characteristics that defied explanation and piqued the public's interest. This event prompted the US government to shift from outright denial to cautious acknowledgement of the phenomenon. Congress held congressional hearings to discuss the potential threat posed by unidentified objects. The president instructed the government agencies to share any relevant information with the task force. Governments around the world responded to the release of the video. In Russia, speculation and rumors had long swirled around the Russian government, with whispers of covert operations and secretive dealings related to extraterrestrial activity. However, the Pentagon video released led to the Russian government releasing a series of documents detailing several UFO sightings that had occurred over the years. Some skeptics question the documents' authenticity and the Russian government's motives. They asked whether the released documents were genuine and whether the government had ulterior reasons behind their disclosure. The skeptics remained unconvinced, demanding further evidence and transparency from the Russian authorities. Their skepticism fueled ongoing debates and discussions, adding to the intrigue surrounding the Russian government's actions and intentions. Nevertheless, the world remained abuzz with the topic of UFOs, and the search for answers continued. Chapter 2: DARPA and the Enigma of the Skies. Amid this global intrigue, there was Noah, a curious and talented 23-year-old from a small town in the Midwest. As the world was captivated by the release of the Pentagon video showing a UFO near Air Force's drones, the video ignited Noah's curiosity as he delved into the subject. From a young age, Noah had been captivated by the enigma of UFO sightings and the possibility of decoding extraterrestrial messages. This fascination led him down a path of exploration, immersing himself in online forums and websites dedicated to UFO research. His insatiable curiosity drove him to dive deep into code-breaking and cryptography, devouring books and challenging himself to decipher hidden messages. As the only child of a middle-class family, his parents were both teachers who actively supported his interests in language and cryptography, providing him with books and resources to further his knowledge. Noah's love for puzzles extended beyond cryptography, rising to escape rooms and intricate games that tested his analytical skills. He reveled in the thrill of unraveling complex enigmas, immersing himself in the intricacies of each puzzle, and embracing the exhilaration of triumph when the solution finally fell into place. Whether deciphering cryptic clues, unraveling intricate riddles, or navigating complex mazes, Noah thrived on the mental stimulation and sense of accomplishment these perplexing challenges provided. His love for puzzles became a constant source of inspiration, fueling his curiosity and sharpening his problem-solving abilities with each new mind-bending quest he embarked upon. But his interests were broader than languages and puzzles alone. He had a natural programming talent and had taught himself to code at a young age. By the time he entered high school, he had already earned a reputation as a skilled programmer, making him sought after by classmates seeking help in linguistics and computer science. Despite his academic prowess, he was known for his warm and approachable personality. He was naturally able to connect with others. He was always willing to lend a helping hand or offer a sympathetic ear. His friends and classmates appreciated his quick wit and self-deprecating humor, which often lightened the mood during late-night study sessions or tense moments in the classroom. Upon graduating from high school, Noah attended a prestigious university on the East Coast, where he majored in computational linguistics with a minor in cryptography. While at the university, He threw himself into his studies, earning top marks and accolades from his professors. In addition to his academic pursuits, he was actively involved in various clubs and organizations on campus. He served as the president of the university's coding club, where he helped organize hackathons and coding workshops for fellow students. He was also a member of the school's debate team, honing his argumentation and critical thinking skills. Despite his busy schedule, he always made time for his friends and family. Noah's friends were a diverse and intellectual group that often engaged in lengthy and stimulating conversations covering various topics. Extraterrestrial life was a frequent subject of their discussions. During one of their lively conversations in the campus cafeteria, they contemplated the implications of discovering intelligent life beyond Earth. Tina made an intriguing point about communication barriers, and Sam expressed concerns about the possibility of encountering hostile alien beings with vastly different values and beliefs than humans. Noah added that the societal impact of such a discovery would be significant and worth considering. As his college years ended, he started looking for job opportunities that would allow him to combine his passions for linguistics, cryptography, and computer science. Noah's desire to contribute to national security and push the limits of human understanding led him to a quest for meaningful projects. When news reached him about a vacant position at the renowned Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, he recognized it as the ideal opportunity to fulfill his aspirations. The prospect of joining DARPA excited him, as it represented a chance to engage in cutting-edge research and tackle some of society's most pressing challenges. After a rigorous interview, he applied for the position and was offered the job. As he prepared to begin his new role at DARPA, he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and trepidation. Noah knew this would challenge him, unlike anything he had encountered before. Still, he was more than ready to rise to the occasion and make a meaningful contribution to the world of technology and national security. Little did he know that his work at DARPA would soon lead him on a thrilling and dangerous adventure that would change his life forever. As Noah approached his new apartment building in Arlington, Virginia, excitement and anticipation filled his heart. The brick structure stood tall, its large windows inviting sunlight to illuminate the surroundings. Stepping into the lobby, he was greeted by an atmosphere of warmth and comfort. The friendly concierge welcomed him with a smile, providing helpful information and directions to his new abode. As he entered his apartment, a sense of coziness enveloped him. The living room beckoned with its plush sofa, inviting armchair, and coffee table adorned with a stack of books waiting to be explored. The television offered a source of relaxation and entertainment, promising moments of respite from the challenges that awaited him at work. In the kitchen, the gleaming appliances and ample counter space sparked his culinary imagination. The bedroom welcomed him with open arms, a sanctuary of rest and rejuvenation. As he settled into his new home, Noah found himself embraced by the friendly and welcoming atmosphere of the neighborhood. The quiet residential street, adorned with trees and well-kept homes, created a serene and inviting ambience. As he walked along the wide and well-maintained sidewalks, he couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of his surroundings. Exploring the neighborhood, he discovered many local shops and restaurants, each offering a unique charm. The area catered to various tastes and preferences, from cozy coffee shops that served aromatic brews and delectable pastries to elegant establishments offering exquisite dining experiences. Every visit became an opportunity to connect with fellow residents and immerse themselves in the vibrant community. The area was a tapestry of diversity, with a mix of young professionals, families with children, and retirees. Warm smiles and friendly hellos filled the air as neighbors crossed paths, fostering a sense of camaraderie and unity. From impromptu conversations on the sidewalks to neighborhood gatherings and events, the residents showed a genuine eagerness to forge connections, lend a helping hand, and build lasting friendships. Noah soon realized that his new home was more than a place to rest and recharge. It became a sanctuary, a refuge from the thrilling and dangerous adventure that awaited him at DARPA. Eager to forge connections and immerse himself in the vibrant surroundings, he consciously introduced himself to his new neighbors. On a sunny afternoon, Noah spotted his retired next-door neighbor tending to his lush garden, carefully watering the vibrant flowers. Intrigued by the sight, Noah seized the opportunity to converse. He was drawn to the neighbor's evident green thumb and the blooming beauty under his attentive touch. He was coming with a friendly smile.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Noah, and I just moved in next door. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Noah said. The neighbor, Mr. Thompson, smiled back and replied,
Well, hello there, Noah. Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm happy to have you as my neighbor.
Noah and Mr. Thompson started talking about the area, and Noah asked him for advice on the best local restaurants and attractions. Mr. Thompson enthusiastically shared his favorite spots, telling him about the delicious Mexican food at a nearby restaurant and the beautiful hiking trails in the nearby mountains. As their conversation continued, Mr. Thompson shared stories about his experiences living in the neighborhood for over 40 years and even offered Noah some gardening tips. Their discussion extended beyond the garden's boundaries, touching upon shared interests, neighborhood traditions, and the collective spirit that thrived within their tight-knit community. Noah felt a growing sense of gratitude for the genuine warmth and support he received, knowing that he had found not just a place to live but an authentic home filled with compassionate souls. Noah left the conversation grateful for his neighbor's warm welcome and helpful advice. It was the start of a friendly relationship that would continue to grow. He felt that his new neighborhood perfectly balanced work and play. He could easily walk or bike to work, avoiding rush-hour traffic. When he needed a break from the office, he could explore the local parks and museums or grab a bite to eat at one of the many nearby cafes and restaurants. He was excited to start this new chapter of his life in such a welcoming and vibrant community. On his first day at DARPA, he couldn't help but notice the charged atmosphere in the office. His new co-workers were abuzz with excitement and curiosity, discussing the UFO near Air Force MQ-9 Reaper drones and the implications it could have for their research. As he settled into his new workspace, he was approached by several of his colleagues who were eager to hear his thoughts on the matter.
Hey Noah, have you seen that Pentagon video with the UFO?
Asked Sandra, a senior engineer who had taken Noah under her wing during his orientation.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Noah replied, his eyes lighting up with excitement.
I can't believe the speed and maneuverability of that thing. It's like nothing I've ever seen before.
Right?
Chimed in Tim, another co-worker.
I've been trying to figure out how it could move like that. The physics don't seem to add up.
As the group continued to discuss the video, they began to explore its potential impact on their work at DARPA. Some were optimistic, believing the UFO could represent a technological breakthrough to revolutionize their research.
Imagine if we could harness that propulsion technology.
Sandra mused.
We could develop faster, more efficient, and more maneuverable aircraft than currently exists.
Others, however, were more skeptical, concerned about the potential security risks the UFO could pose.
What if this isn't just a technological marvel but a threat?
Tim questioned.
If this thing is as advanced as it seems, it could pose a serious risk to national security. We need to figure out where it came from and what its intentions are.
As the debate continued, he was fascinated by the various perspectives his co-workers brought. They are passionate about their work and dedicated to pushing the boundaries of technology and innovation. As the weeks passed, he became increasingly involved in UFO video discussions. He spent hours poring over the footage, analyzing the object's movements, and attempting to decipher the technology behind it. His background in computational linguistics and cryptography gave him a unique perspective, allowing him to approach the problem from a different angle than his colleagues. As he delved deeper into the mystery, he developed his theories about the UFO's origins and capabilities. On September 23, 2023, the world was surprised and excited as reports of strange, glowing objects in the sky began to surface. People worldwide were staring up in awe as the mysterious orbs floated high in the air, reaching altitudes of 60,000 feet and beyond. Pilots reported strange readings on their instruments, and air traffic controllers struggled to keep track of the objects as they appeared on the radar. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, and the International Space Station, ISS, were the first to confirm the sightings. Soon, the world was buzzing with excitement and fear. In Brazil, friends were among the first to witness the strange phenomenon. They were sitting on the beach chatting and enjoying the evening when they noticed the glowing orbs in the sky. At first, they were in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they saw.
What is that?
One asked, pointing to the sky.
I have no idea.
Replied another.
But it's not from around here.
As they sat and watched, the orbs rose higher and higher in the sky, reaching altitudes of 60,000 feet and beyond. The friends were in awe, their minds racing with the possibilities of what these strange objects could be.
Do you think they are from another planet?
One of them asked.
I don't know.
Replied another.
But whatever they are not from Earth.
Their conversations were filled with excitement and fear as they speculated about the origins of the mysterious objects. Were they from another planet? Were they advanced technology from a foreign government? Or were they something even more sinister, something that threatened the very existence of humanity? One suggested they try to communicate with the objects using a laser pointer. Still, others cautioned against it, fearing they could attract unwanted attention. In India, a family sat on the roof of their house, staring at the objects in amazement. They speculated on whether the objects could be linked to a prophecy in their ancient scriptures that predicted the arrival of celestial beings. The father, a science enthusiast, argued that the objects could result from a new technology developed by a rival country. At the same time, his son was convinced they were signs of extraterrestrial life. In Russia, scientists gathered in a research facility, examining the data collected from various sightings. They were fascinated by the objects' behavior, which seemed to defy the laws of physics. One of the scientists suggested that the objects could be a form of advanced hologram technology. At the same time, another argued that they could be a warning of an impending alien invasion. Meanwhile, in the United States, a couple sat on their porch in the quiet of the night, gazing up at the mysterious objects hovering in the sky above. They turned on their radio and tuned into a popular station, where a show about the objects was underway. The host interviewed eyewitnesses and experts, hoping to shed some light on the mysterious phenomenon. One caller, a retired Air Force pilot, described his encounter with one of the objects in detail.
It was unlike anything I've ever seen.
He said.
It moved in ways that defied all known laws of physics. It was a surreal experience.
Another caller, a scientist specializing in astrobiology, shared her theories about the objects.
I believe these objects could be probes sent by an advanced alien civilization.
She said.
Perhaps they are here to study us and our planet.
The host also interviewed a government spokesperson, who emphasized that the objects were not a threat but that they were being closely monitored.
We are doing everything we can to understand these objects and their intentions.
The spokesperson said. Throughout the show, the host and his guests discussed the objects' movements and behavior and the potential implications of their existence on humanity and the world. As the show ended, the host urged his listeners to stay tuned for updates on this rapidly evolving story. The couple discussed the possibility of a government cover-up and wondered if the objects were related to the recent increase in natural disasters. Despite being in different parts of the world, these people shared a sense of wonder and curiosity about the mysterious objects in the sky. They debated and speculated, trying to make sense of a phenomenon that seemed beyond their understanding. On that fateful day, September 23, 2023, the scientific community was excited as the SETI Institute made a groundbreaking discovery that sent shockwaves across the globe. A team of highly skilled scientists stationed at a remote facility on the outskirts of town detected a strange pattern of light and sound coming from a massive object in the distance. The signal was unlike anything they had ever seen, and they were immediately captivated by its complexity and beauty. As they scanned the sky, they quickly realized that the object was not alone. Other smaller objects were present, and they, too, were emitting similar signals. The scientists worked tirelessly to decode the signals, hoping to unlock the hidden message.
What do you think it is?
One of the scientists asked, her voice filled with excitement.
I don't know,
replied another.
But it's not anything we've seen before. The complexity of the signal is beyond anything we could have imagined.
Their excitement grew as the signals seemed to communicate with an alien intelligence, and the scientists were on the brink of a discovery that could change the world forever.
This is it.
One of the scientists shouted, his voice filled with excitement. As they sat in the quiet lab, surrounded by the glow of their monitors, the scientists couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder at the majesty of the universe and its infinite possibilities. Their tireless efforts and cutting-edge technology had finally paid off, revealing a revelation of cosmic proportions. The SETI researchers, with bated breath, meticulously analyzed the data, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for understanding. As the significance of their findings became evident, the news spread like wildfire, captivating the world's attention. The SETI Institute had discovered clear and undeniable evidence of intelligent life beyond our planet, a momentous milestone in human history. The military and governments worldwide were equally alarmed, as the object seemed to defy all known laws of physics and technology. The military response was swift. In a conference room at the Pentagon, top officials from the U.S. Joint Staff sat huddled around a long, polished wooden table. The atmosphere was tense as they tried to make sense of the increasing frequency of mysterious objects appearing in the skies. One of the officials, General Collins, spoke up, his voice tight with concern.
Gentlemen, we're dealing with something completely outside our understanding. We have no idea what these objects are or where they're coming from.
Another official, Admiral Black, nodded in agreement.
They're not posing an immediate threat, but the fact that they're here and we can't explain them is dangerous in and of itself.
A third official, a civilian scientist named Dr. Lee, spoke up, his tone measured and calm.
We've analyzed the data from the sightings and have ruled out the possibility that they are man-made or natural phenomena. They seem to be defying all known laws of physics.
The room fell silent as the officials absorbed this information. They were facing a situation that was beyond their understanding and control. General Collins broke the silence.
We need to take this seriously. We need to track these objects and gather as much data as possible. We can't afford to ignore this threat.
The other officials nodded in agreement. The meeting continued into the evening as they discussed strategies for tracking and monitoring the objects in the sky. They alerted U.S. military bases, mobilizing soldiers to guard key installations. The government began to pour resources into tracking the objects, setting up specialized task forces to study their behavior and analyze the data. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't find an explanation for the strange objects in the sky. The general public's panic grew as the objects became more frequent and widespread. People started reporting strange sensations and unease when the objects were present. Some claimed to have seen the objects communicating with one another in a language they couldn't understand. In contrast, others spoke of being abducted by the objects and taken to otherworldly realms. The media frenzy continued to escalate, with news reports and documentaries exploring every possible angle of the sightings. The public's imagination ran wild, with some speculating that the objects were extraterrestrial. In contrast, others believed they were secret military experiments that had gone wrong. The social media platforms were abuzz with theories and rumors, and people across the globe were captivated by the mystery of the objects. In some countries, the objects were embraced as a sign of hope and wonder. In others, they were viewed as a threat, something to be feared and avoided at all costs. But no matter how people felt about them, one thing was clear: the objects were real and were here to stay. As the days turned into weeks, the sightings continued unabated. The objects seemed to increase in number, and their behavior became increasingly erratic. Chapter 3: The Unidentified Signal. On October 7, 2023, the world was shaken by a strange and unexpected occurrence. A buzzing sound could be heard from every computer and mobile phone. The noise was unsettling, and people everywhere rushed to their devices to see what was causing it. From the bustling cities to the most remote corners of the world, people were confused and concerned as they tried to figure out the source of the strange sound. Even on the International Space Station and submarines deep in the ocean, the buzzing sound could be heard, causing confusion and concern among the crew. As people frantically checked their devices, they noticed a strange new app had appeared on their screens. The app had no name or icon, but as soon as it appeared, it downloaded and installed itself on every device simultaneously. The download took about 5 minutes, during which time people could do nothing but wait and wonder. The icon left behind by the mysterious app was enigmatic and captivating. It was a small, circular shape with a deep, dark blue color that glimmered and pulsated with otherworldly energy. At the center of the icon was a series of intricate symbols and patterns, resembling a complex code or language that defied human understanding. The symbols seemed to move and shift as if they were alive and constantly evolving. As people tapped on the icon, it displayed a series of mesmerizing and enigmatic symbols and dots arranged in intricate patterns and designs that seemed to defy any known logic or meaning. Noah was like everyone else when the strange buzzing sound filled the air. He checked his phone and saw the mysterious new app had appeared on his screen, just like it had on every device worldwide. Noah quickly opened the app and was met with the same mesmerizing and enigmatic symbols and dots everyone else saw. Sitting at his desk at the DARPA headquarters, he noticed his co-workers staring at their screens, looking just as bewildered as he was. The air was filled with excitement and fear as everyone tried to understand what was happening.
What do you think this is?
One of Noah's co-workers asked, her panic-filled voice.
I don't know.
Replied Noah.
But I think we need to get to the bottom of this. We're talking about every device on the planet being affected. This could be a huge security threat.
Noah and his co-workers spent the rest of the day trying to decipher the strange patterns and symbols on their screens. They ran simulations and tried to find any weaknesses or vulnerabilities that might have allowed the app to install itself on every device. But no matter how hard they tried, they needed help to make sense of the bizarre and seemingly random designs. As the day wore on, the panic in the office grew. Some of his co-workers were convinced that the app was a virus or malware and worried about the potential consequences. Others thought it was some sophisticated hacking attempt, and they were concerned about the security of their sensitive information. Noah tried to keep a level head, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He knew they were facing a problem unlike anything they had ever encountered before, and he was curious to know how they would solve it. The situation grew increasingly tense as governments grappled with the mysterious app. At the Pentagon, high-ranking officials gathered in a secure conference room, their expressions grave and voices calm as they discussed the unprecedented situation. General Stevens, the head of cybersecurity, leaned forward, studying the data projected onto the screen.
This app's origin and purpose remain elusive.
He stated, his tone laced with concern.
Our top security experts have been unable to trace its source or determine its true nature. It's like nothing we've ever encountered before.
Admiral Roberts, a seasoned intelligence officer, raised an eyebrow.
Could it be some advanced cyber weapon? A covert attempt to infiltrate our networks?
Dr. Patel, a renowned cryptographer, shook his head.
The level of sophistication is beyond anything we've seen. It's as if an entirely different intelligence crafted this app. We must consider all possibilities, even those beyond our current understanding.
As the discussion continued, the room buzzed with apprehension and curiosity. They analyzed the code, deciphered its intricate patterns, and delved into the depths of its functionalities. But the more they uncovered, the more questions arose. General Stevens leaned back in his chair, contemplating the gravity of the situation.
We need to approach this with extreme caution.
He cautioned.
The potential implications for national security are vast. We must assume that this app has capabilities beyond our comprehension.
During their deliberations, news from around the world trickled in. Reports of people's reactions to the app varied from fascination to suspicion. Some were drawn to its sleek design and began exploring its features. In contrast, others felt a sense of unease, wary of its sudden appearance. In Alaska, a family huddled around their computer, debating whether to open the mysterious app that had appeared on their desktop. They were apprehensive, unsure of what the app might do or where it had come from. In Africa, a group of friends gathered around a phone, eagerly exploring the features of the strange new app. They were excited by its possibilities but also curious about its origins and why it had suddenly appeared on their devices. In India, a family sat around their dining table, discussing the strange app that had appeared on their phones. Some were intrigued by its features, while others were suspicious of its sudden appearance and potential risks. Despite the different reactions, people worldwide were united in their curiosity and uncertainty about the mysterious app. Some felt excited by its potential, while others felt wary and suspicious of its sudden appearance. Amidst the uncertainty, one thing was clear: the world faced an unprecedented technological enigma. The implications for national security, privacy, and the very fabric of society loomed large. The Pentagon's top minds understood the urgency of their task to decipher the purpose behind this enigmatic app and protect their nations from any potential threats it may pose. As the dialogue continued, plans were set in motion to assemble a global task force, pooling the expertise of the world's brightest minds and collaborating across borders. The challenge ahead was immense, but a common goal united them: they were determined to unlock the secrets of the mysterious app and safeguard the interests of their nations. Little did they know that the answers they sought would not only reshape the world of technology but also force humanity to confront its existence and the profound questions that lay beyond the confines of its screens. Despite the different reactions, people worldwide were united in their curiosity and uncertainty about the mysterious app. Some felt excited by its potential, while others felt wary and suspicious of its sudden appearance. Governments worldwide were also closely monitoring the situation, trying to understand the origins and intentions of the strange new app. As the days passed, more and more people began to report strange occurrences related to the app. Some claimed to have received messages from unknown sources, while others reported bizarre visual and auditory hallucinations. Despite the growing concerns, the app's purpose remained a mystery, and people worldwide could only wait and wonder what it might mean for the future of humanity. The media quickly jumped on the story, with headlines about the strange new technology that had taken the world by storm. The press coined the term the alien internet, describing it as a gateway to a digital world, unlike anything humans had ever experienced. While some speculated that the alien internet might have similarities to its human counterpart in structure and function, it was believed to be fundamentally different, both intriguing and perplexing. As people opened the app, they were confronted with unfamiliar symbols and languages. Even the most accomplished linguists and cryptographers could not decode its meaning. It was as if a whole new realm of information had been unlocked, just out of humanity's reach, tempting them with its compelling mystery. Users were met with a dizzying array of sensory experiences when interacting with the alien internet. Sounds of an unknown origin emanated from their devices, a haunting melody hinting at deeper truths waiting to be discovered. Their screens themselves appeared to shimmer, danced as if they were a portal to another dimension, just beyond the reach of human understanding. As people became more obsessed with deciphering the alien internet, a worldwide effort emerged to unlock its secrets. Experts in linguistics, computer science, and cryptography joined forces, pooling their collective knowledge and expertise to unravel the mysteries of this digital enigma. Meanwhile, amateur enthusiasts worldwide flocked to various online forums and social media platforms, eager to discuss and collaborate on their findings regarding the mysterious alien internet. The meetings were alive with activity as people shared their theories, observations, and speculations about the nature and function of the unfamiliar internet. In one forum, a group of amateur linguists tried deciphering the strange symbols and languages on the app. They shared images and videos of the characters, debating and hypothesizing what they could mean. Some suggested they were an advanced form of cryptography, while others believed they were entirely new languages. In another forum, tech enthusiasts explored the app's code to understand its structure and function. They shared programming tips and tricks, testing various theories and ideas to try and uncover the app's secrets. Some even went so far as to create their apps, inspired by the strange and mysterious world of the alien internet. As the forums buzzed with activity, people from all walks of life joined in on the discussion. Some were professionals in their respective fields, while others were hobbyists and enthusiasts, all united by a shared fascination with the mysterious world of the alien internet. Together, they hoped to uncover the secrets of this digital realm, unlocking a new era of knowledge and discovery. Governments and militaries scrambled to comprehend and control this new network, issuing dire warnings to their citizens, imploring them not to access the alien internet. They knew that the implications of the alien internet were staggering. It could be a gift from an advanced civilization. This tool could propel humanity into a new age of understanding and prosperity. Or it could be something more sinister, a Trojan horse designed to infiltrate and undermine the very fabric of human society. Despite these warnings, the allure of the alien internet proved too tempting for many. The world was abuzz with the enigma of the celestial network, and everyone wanted a piece of the action. As the months passed, the alien internet began subtly and profoundly infiltrating everyday life. Apps and software programs that claimed to offer partial translations of the alien language emerged, though their accuracy was often debated. Some artists and musicians claimed to be inspired by the alien internet, incorporating haunting sounds and hypnotic visuals into their work. Throughout this time, Noah and his DARPA team worked tirelessly to decipher the alien internet's code. They found themselves collaborating with a diverse group of individuals. This group included top-notch cryptographers, linguists, computer scientists, and curious minds from all walks of life. The team members hailed from different countries and backgrounds. Still, they were all united by their shared fascination with the alien internet and their determination to uncover its secrets. Noah found himself working closely with a brilliant cryptographer named Aria. She was a gorgeous woman with dark hair that cascaded down her shoulders and sharp features that gave her an air of quiet confidence. Despite her beauty, she was unassuming and down-to-earth, always willing to lend a helping hand or offer a kind word to those around her. Aria's approach to cryptography was meticulous and precise. She deeply understood complex algorithms and mathematical models, and her ability to identify patterns and anomalies was unmatched. Originally from Athens, Georgia, Aria had graduated from the University of Georgia with a mathematics and computer science degree. Her impressive academic record earned her a scholarship to pursue a master's in cryptography at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. During her studies, she first became interested in working for DARPA. Noah found himself drawn to her intelligence and unique approach to problem solving. They quickly became close friends and trusted colleagues, working long hours deciphering the alien network's secrets. Dr. Emilio Tolliver was a man who exuded charisma and energy. He had a wiry build and a warm smile that could light up a room. Despite his age, he was always brimming with enthusiasm. He had a way of making even the most mundane topics sound fascinating. Dr. Tolliver's deep love of language and culture was nurtured in a multilingual household. His father was a diplomat who had traveled extensively throughout Europe and South America, exposing his son to various languages and cultures from a young age. Dr. Tolliver pursued his passion for linguistics at an early age, earning degrees in linguistics and anthropology from Stanford University. He had spent several years conducting fieldwork in remote regions of the world, studying endangered languages and cultures. This experience gave him a unique perspective on the power of vocabulary and its ability to connect people across cultural divides. Despite his demanding schedule, Dr. Tolliver always made time for his family. He had been married for over 20 years to his college sweetheart, Lynn, and had 2 children, a son and a daughter. He often spoke fondly of his family, regaling his colleagues with stories of their adventures together. He was an avid outdoorsman and enjoyed hiking, camping, and fishing with his family whenever possible. He was also a passionate cook and loved nothing more than preparing elaborate meals for his friends and family. Dr. Tolliver's work on the alien internet had become a consuming passion for him. He saw it as an opportunity to unlock the secrets of an entirely new language and culture, one that had the potential to transform humanity's understanding of the universe. Despite the challenges of the task at hand, Dr. Tolliver remained upbeat and optimistic. He saw the alien internet as a gift, a chance to connect with an advanced civilization and learn from their knowledge and wisdom. He believed that the answers to some of humanity's most pressing questions lay hidden within the network, waiting to be uncovered. And with his expertise in linguistics and infectious enthusiasm, Dr. Tolliver was excited to be a part of the team that would unlock those secrets. Together, the team worked tirelessly to unlock the secrets of the alien internet. They spent long hours hunched over their computers, analyzing the intricate patterns and symbols that made up the celestial network's code. The environment was intense but exhilarating, as the team members fed off each other's energy and enthusiasm, pushing themselves to greater heights of discovery. As the team delved deeper into the alien internet, they encountered increasingly complex symbols and patterns. These discoveries were vital to understanding extraterrestrial civilizations' advanced technology and knowledge. Still, they were far more challenging to decipher. The atmosphere in the room crackled with excitement as the team members shared their ideas and theories, hoping to unlock the secrets of these mysterious symbols. With her brilliant mind and a keen eye for detail, Aria was the first to notice a subtle peculiarity within the symbols. As she stared at her computer screen, examining the complex web of alien characters and patterns, a sudden realization washed over her. The symbols followed a specific pattern that appeared to be based on a mathematical sequence. She could hardly contain her excitement as the pieces began to fall into place in her mind. Aria quickly approached Noah, who was deeply engrossed in his analysis of the alien internet. She tapped him gently on the shoulder, and as he turned around, she could see the surprise and curiosity in his eyes.
"Noah, I think I've found something,"
she said breathlessly, her voice a mixture of excitement and trepidation.
"I noticed a pattern in the symbols, which looks like a mathematical sequence."
Noah's eyes widened with interest as he listened to Aria's explanation. He immediately recognized the significance of her discovery, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the possibility of a breakthrough. He glanced over at Dr. Tolliver, seated nearby, and motioned for him to join their conversation. Dr. Tolliver approached the duo with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Dr. Tolliver listened intently as Aria shared her observations, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The three of them huddled together in the dimly lit room, the gentle hum of computers and the soft tapping of keyboards providing a quiet backdrop to their animated discussion. The air was thick with anticipation and tension, as they knew the stakes were incredibly high. As Aria elaborated on her discovery, she pulled up a series of images on her computer screen to help illustrate her point. Noah and Dr. Tolliver leaned in closer, their eyes darting between Aria and the screen as they tried to make sense of her findings. Aria explained that she had noticed a recurring pattern in the arrangement of the symbols, which seemed to be based on a specific mathematical sequence. This sequence could provide the key to decoding the alien language and unlocking the secrets of the alien internet. Captivated by Aria's discovery, Noah asked her to walk him and Dr. Tolliver through her thought process. Aria eagerly obliged, explaining how she had painstakingly catalogued and analyzed the symbols, searching for discernible patterns. She had been on the verge of giving up when she stumbled upon the mathematical sequence, which seemed to provide a vital clue to understanding the alien language. Dr. Tolliver, initially skeptical, soon found himself won over by the strength of Aria's argument. He asked probing questions, challenging her assumptions and testing the limits of her theory. But with each question, Aria responded confidently and thoughtfully, demonstrating a deep understanding of the complex interplay between mathematics and language. The conversation between Aria, Noah, and Dr. Tolliver continued late into the night as they eagerly explored the implications of Aria's discovery. They debated various strategies for deciphering the alien code, sharing their insights and building upon one another's ideas. The atmosphere in the room was electric, as the team members could feel the tantalizing promise of a breakthrough within their grasp. They knew that the clock was ticking and that every moment they spent unraveling the mysteries of the alien internet brought them one step closer to understanding the true nature of the threat facing their world. As the hours passed, the team began to pour the data with renewed vigor, searching for any hint of a mathematical pattern to help them crack the code. They analyzed the symbols from every angle, dissecting and reassembling them in countless ways to unlock their secrets. The sequence was a multi-layered code that required a deep understanding of several fields of study, including advanced mathematics, linguistics, and computer science. As the team members immersed themselves in these various fields, they pushed the boundaries of their knowledge and expertise. Noah, for example, began to study quantum computing and artificial intelligence, hoping that these cutting-edge technologies could help them decipher the alien code. Noah sat across from Dr. Chen, a quantum computing expert, eagerly discussing the enigmatic code of the alien internet.
So, you think quantum computing could help us crack this code?
Noah asked, leaning forward in his seat. Dr. Chen nodded.
Traditional computers are limited in processing power, but quantum computers can handle exponentially more information simultaneously. They may be the key to unlocking the secrets of the alien internet.
Noah's eyes widened with excitement.
That's incredible. But how do we even begin to approach such a complex problem?
Dr. Chen smiled.
It won't be easy, but we can start by analyzing the patterns of the code and running simulations on quantum computers. With time and effort, we may be able to develop a decryption method.
Noah nodded thoughtfully.
I'm willing to put in the work.
The two continued to discuss their plans and ideas, fueled by their curiosity and determination to unravel the mysteries of the alien internet. Arya dove into the study of ancient texts. She was fascinated by the cryptographic techniques the Egyptians and the Sumerians used in their written messages and sought to understand their methods and apps. Dr. Tolliver, meanwhile, focused his efforts on linguistics. He analyzed the symbols from a linguistic perspective, drawing upon his knowledge of ancient and obscure languages. He believed the symbols might represent an entirely new language, unlike anything humanity had ever encountered. This hypothesis was exciting but also daunting. It meant that the team would need to learn a new way of communicating to understand the messages contained within the alien internet. Throughout this intense research and discovery, the team members' personal lives also continued to unfold. Arya had been going through a difficult time. She had just ended a long-term relationship with her boyfriend, who had decided to pursue his dream of becoming an actor in Hollywood. Despite her love for him, Arya had struggled to support his goals, especially when she was working long hours on the project. She had felt neglected and lonely, and their relationship had suffered. But now, with the arrival of the alien language, Arya had a new focus. She threw herself into the world of cryptography, studying the ancient texts of the Egyptians and Sumerians and modern techniques for encrypting and decrypting messages. Her work gave her purpose and distraction from the heartbreak of her recent breakup. She spent long hours poring over the symbols and patterns, fixed on unlocking its secrets. The more she studied, the more captivated she became by the complexity and beauty of the language. It was as if the universe were speaking to her, telling her a story only she could hear. As she worked, she found solace in the mystery of the alien language. It was a welcome escape from the pain and confusion of her breakup, and she felt a deep sense of fulfillment in her work. Her co-workers noticed the change in her, and they were amazed by her dedication and passion. Despite the panic and fear surrounding the alien language, she remained calm and focused, driven by a desire to understand its secrets. She was set on finding the answers, no matter how long it took. And in doing so, she discovered a strength and resilience within herself that she never knew existed. Dr. Tolliver struggled with balancing his work and family life. Despite his best efforts, he often worked late into the night, only to return home to an empty house. His wife, who had once waited for him, retired to bed early, exhausted from her daily responsibilities. His children, who once ran to greet him at the door, now slept soundly through the night, oblivious to his arrival. The sacrifices he made for his work took their toll on his personal life. His wife missed having him at home, and he missed being with his family. He knew that work was important, but he felt the pain of being away from loved ones. Despite the challenges, he remained driven by his passion for work and family commitment. He decided to find a way to balance his responsibilities and be there for those who needed him most. As for Noah, he experienced his share of challenges and accomplishments. Despite his natural aptitude for cryptography, he often needed help to keep up with the project's demands and the fast pace of their research. He would often lose himself in his work, staying up late into the night as he tried to make sense of the alien code. Despite these difficulties, he found solace and comfort in his growing friendship with Aria. They grew close as they worked on the alien code, spending long hours together in the lab and frequently going to lunch and dinner to discuss their progress. They formed a strong bond, each highly respecting the other's intellect and work ethic. They laughed and joked, and as they shared their triumphs and struggles, they became friends and confidants. He was grateful to have Aria by his side, and he found comfort in their friendship as they worked to uncover the secrets of the alien language. He was determined to push through his struggles and contribute meaningfully to their research. Aria's unwavering dedication and passion inspired him. Chapter 4. Unveiling the Alien Legacy. As the mysterious alien internet became the talk of the world, numerous individuals stepped forward, each claiming to have uncovered its secrets. But a comedian known for his quick wit and humor gave the alien internet its famous moniker, Echoes of the Cosmos. During one of his performances, he cracked a joke about the strange, cryptic signals from space, quipping that they must be the echoes of the cosmos. The audience laughed, and the name stuck, quickly catching on with the public and being picked up by the media. From then on, the alien internet was called the Echoes of the Cosmos. The name became synonymous with the mystery and excitement surrounding this strange new phenomenon. One individual who claimed to have unlocked its secrets quickly rose to prominence, a charismatic man named John. He claimed that he was a prophet chosen by extraterrestrial beings to convey their message to humanity. He formed a cult-like following of around 50 people captivated by his words and believed he was chosen. He claimed he developed a unique understanding of alien symbols and languages through intense meditation and other esoteric practices. He stated that the extraterrestrial beings had given him a message of hope and enlightenment for humanity and that he was the only one capable of interpreting their message. His followers were enamored by his charismatic personality and his seemingly intimate connection with extraterrestrial beings. His message was simple yet profound. He claimed that the extraterrestrial beings were here to guide humanity to a new era of peace and enlightenment and that they had chosen him to be their messenger. His followers were drawn to his message of hope and change and quickly became devoted to his cause. Despite the skepticism of many in the scientific community, his following multiplied, and people from all walks of life were drawn to his message. However, as his fame grew, so did the scrutiny of his claims. Many scientists and skeptics pointed out that there was no evidence to support his claims and that he was exploiting the public's fascination with extraterrestrial life for his gain. Despite the criticism, his following remained steadfast, and his message spread. His followers organized public events where they would share their message with the world, gathering in large groups to chant the alien symbols that John claimed to have deciphered. As the echoes of the cosmos took the world by storm, it sparked excitement and wonder and sparked debates and controversy. Religious groups, particularly the Catholic Church, had a strong stance on the matter. The Pope, as the Catholic Church leader, expressed his concerns and cautioned against blindly embracing the unknown. He stressed the importance of discernment and carefully examining the potential consequences of unlocking its secrets. The Pope's words echoed the sentiments of those who feared the unknown, causing a rift in society between those who saw the echoes of the cosmos as a source of hope and those who saw it as a source of fear. Some of the more conservative religious groups were quick to brand the echoes of the cosmos as evil, asserting that it was the work of malevolent forces seeking to deceive and corrupt humanity. The religious leaders warned their congregations of the dangers of the echoes of the cosmos, urging them to resist its temptations and stand firm in their faith. They spoke of the end times, a warning from God that humanity must prepare for the coming judgment. Some audience members questioned what they could do, as the echoes of the cosmos were everywhere. In response, the religious leaders called for prayer and resistance, encouraging their followers to warn others of the dangers and to put their trust in God to overcome the challenge. They asserted that only by standing together and remaining faithful could they hope to resist the false promises of the echoes of the cosmos and protect their souls from corruption. These religious groups saw the alien network as threatening traditional values and beliefs. They were deeply concerned about its potential impact on the world. They warned their followers that the echoes of the cosmos would lead humanity down a path of darkness and that protecting the world from its influence was their duty. Other religious groups took a different approach, viewing the alien network as a potential source of enlightenment and wisdom. These groups saw the strange symbols and languages as a way of connecting with a higher power and gaining a greater understanding of the universe. They believed that the extraterrestrial beings behind the echoes of the cosmos were here to guide humanity to a new era of peace and enlightenment. Despite these differing views, all the religious groups agreed on one thing: the alien network was a powerful and mysterious force that needed to be approached with caution. The religious groups' warnings sparked a heated public debate, with many people taking sides and passionately defending their beliefs. Some saw the religious warnings as an infringement on their freedom of thought and expression. In contrast, others saw them as a necessary precaution against the potential dangers of the alien network. Despite the warnings of the religious groups, many people were still drawn to the alien network, eager to unlock its secrets and learn more about the extraterrestrial beings behind it. Noah, meanwhile, continued his work with Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team, unperturbed by the sensationalism and controversy that swirled around them. While they had made some progress in deciphering the alien symbols, they still needed to understand more. The team was driven by the belief that the echoes of the cosmos held knowledge that could benefit all humanity. They were determined to unlock its full potential. Despite using advanced AI technology, the progress could have been faster as the weeks turned into months. While the AI technology helped analyze the vast amounts of data collected from echoes of the cosmos, it needed to be more sophisticated to comprehend the system's complexity fully. Noah realized that they needed to approach the problem from a different angle. He began to focus on deciphering the communication protocols used by the aliens. By analyzing patterns in the data and identifying commonalities across other regions of the echoes of the cosmos, he was able to piece together a rudimentary understanding of the communication protocols. This breakthrough brought them 2 steps closer to understanding the data. Thanks to Arya's initial discovery and Noah's realization of the evolving communication protocols, they were closer to translating some of the data they had collected into something comprehensible. Noah immediately called a meeting with Arya and Dr. Tolliver.
Have you seen this?
Noah asked, pointing to the screen.
It's as if the aliens are constantly changing the rules of their communication system.
Arya and Dr. Tolliver both leaned in to take a closer look.
This is incredible,
Arya said.
It suggests that Echoes of the Cosmos is not just a static tool for communication, but a dynamic and evolving system.
Dr. Tolliver nodded in agreement.
It's like a living organism, adapting and changing to its environment. This could be the key to unlocking its true potential.
The 3 scientists were excited by the possibilities. Still, they knew they had a lot of work to do to understand the system.
This changes everything,
Noah said.
We must keep studying this to see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Arya and Dr. Tolliver nodded in agreement, and the 3 scientists settled in for a long night of work, fueled by the excitement of their discovery. This realization was a game changer for the team, which meant their approach also needed to be flexible and adaptable. The world's fascination with the celestial network grew with every discovery, and people eagerly awaited the next breakthrough. Noah and his team were aware of the high expectations placed upon them, and they labored tirelessly to meet them. The sound of whirring fans and the clicking of keyboards was a constant presence as researchers worked to unravel the secrets of the echoes of the cosmos. As they worked together, the team members grew closer, forming bonds of friendship and support. They shared meals, played games, and engaged in team-building exercises, fostering community and trust. Even during the most challenging times, They found strength in each other, celebrating birthdays and milestones together. Their research drew international attention, with news outlets worldwide reporting on their groundbreaking progress. The team knew that they were dealing with something far beyond their understanding that could potentially reshape the very fabric of human society. One day, as Noah sat in the lab, staring at the alien symbols on his computer screen, he experienced a sudden flash of insight. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and for the first time, he felt as though he genuinely understood a small portion of the celestial network. He could not explain how or why this understanding had come to him. Still, he knew it was a significant step forward in their quest to unlock the secrets of the echoes of the cosmos. He realized that the communication protocol's symbols could be translated into a series of binary strings, which could then be converted into human-readable text. He shared his revelation with Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team, and they eagerly began exploring this new avenue of understanding. They found his insight unlocked a new layer of echoes of the cosmos. This discovery only deepened the team's resolve to continue their exploration of the echoes of the cosmos. Dr. Tolliver gathered Noah, Arya, and the rest of the team in the research lab to discuss a theory he had been pondering about why the aliens may have developed their form of the internet. The team listened intently as Dr. Tolliver began to outline his thoughts.
Think about it.
Dr. Tolliver said,
The internet has revolutionized human civilization. It has allowed us to connect, share information, and collaborate globally, surpassing geographical boundaries and time zones. We've accessed vast amounts of knowledge, developed new technologies, and solved problems that once seemed impossible. Now, imagine a civilization with technology far more advanced than ours. Wouldn't it make sense for them to have developed their form of the internet?
The team nodded in agreement, understanding the logic behind Dr. Tolliver's reasoning.
Furthermore,
Dr. Tolliver continued,
the extraterrestrial beings are likely spread across vast distances in the universe, potentially even different galaxies. An advanced form of the internet, like the echoes of the cosmos, would enable them to maintain contact with one another, share their discoveries, and coordinate their actions.
As the team absorbed this idea, Dr. Tolliver explained that the echoes of the cosmos could also serve as a means for the aliens to preserve their culture and history.
Just as we store our knowledge and achievements on the internet, extraterrestrial beings may use the echoes of the cosmos to archive their civilization's accomplishments, artistic expressions, and historical events. This could be their way of ensuring that their collective knowledge and experiences are never lost.
Noah and the team were fascinated by this concept. The idea that the echoes of the cosmos was more than just a communication tool but also a living archive of an advanced civilization added a new layer of depth and intrigue to their research. Dr. Tolliver went on to suggest that the aliens might have intentionally left traces of the echoes of the cosmos on Earth, in the form of crop circles and other phenomena, to communicate with humanity.
Perhaps they've been trying to establish contact with us for centuries, but we've only just now developed the technology and understanding to interpret their messages.
He posited. The team was captivated by this theory and its implications for their work. As the meeting concluded, the team was invigorated by Dr. Tolliver's insights and more focused than ever to unlock the secrets of the echoes of the cosmos. They knew that their work held the potential to not only deepen humanity's understanding of extraterrestrial beings but also to bring about a new era of cooperation and growth for both civilizations. With renewed energy and a sense of purpose, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team continue researching, eager to uncover the mysteries hidden within the celestial network. Dr. Tolliver's words struck Noah. He began to feel a deep sense of curiosity about the history of UFOs. He knew stories of strange objects in the sky throughout history and was eager to explore these tales in more detail. He spent the next few hours delving into books and articles about the history of UFO sightings, returning to ancient times when humans first started documenting their experiences. He was surprised to discover that reports of strange aerial phenomena dated back thousands of years. He found references to flying objects and strange lights in the sky in ancient texts from civilizations across the globe. From the Sanskrit epics of India to the writings of ancient Greek philosophers, it seemed humans had been fascinated by the idea of otherworldly visitors since the dawn of civilization. He read about famous historical sightings, such as the 1541 Nuremberg sighting in Germany, where hundreds of objects were reported flying through the sky and battling one another. As he continued his research, he read about a 15th century painting from the Netherlands that depicted a disc-shaped object in the sky and about an ancient Egyptian papyrus that described a fiery disc that flew across the sky. He also found references to flying objects in the Bible and ancient Chinese and Egyptian texts. In ancient texts, there were a series of strange flying objects as gods or used as symbols of power. For example, in the ancient land of Bharat, a legend existed of a flying object known as a vimana. According to the legend, the vimana was a marvel of technology that could fly at incredible speeds and even travel into other dimensions. It was said to have been built by the gods themselves and was used to transport the heroes of ancient Bharat across the vast expanse of the cosmos. He also learned that numerous reports of strange objects in the sky during the Middle Ages were often associated with religious or supernatural events. Many of these sightings were interpreted as signs from God or the work of demons. Moving forward in time, he discovered that in the early 20th century, sightings of strange objects in the sky became more frequent, coinciding with the rise of aviation and technological advancements. Many of these sightings were attributed to experimental aircraft, weather balloons, or other natural phenomena, but some remained unexplained. He also read about the 1947 Roswell incident, where a UFO was reported to have crashed in New Mexico, leading to rumors of a government cover-up by a group called MJ-12. The sheer volume of reports of strange aerial phenomena throughout history struck him. Humans had been seeing and documenting these strange occurrences for as long as they could record their experiences. But as he read on, he noticed something even more fascinating. He found accounts of encounters with extraterrestrial beings, with descriptions of humanoid figures from the sky interacting with humans. He read about the Hopi Indians of North America, who spoke of ant people who had come from the sky to help them in their time of need. He also found stories of ancient Sumerians who spoke of beings who had come from the sky to teach them about agriculture and mathematics. He realized that humans had seen strange objects in the sky throughout history and reported encounters with beings they believed were not of this world. He began to wonder if these encounters were more than just stories and myths but instead were evidence of actual extraterrestrial visitations throughout human history. As he continued his research, he found even more fascinating accounts of encounters with extraterrestrial beings. He read about the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case in 1961, where a couple claimed to have been taken aboard a UFO and subjected to medical examinations. As he researched more about UFO sightings and encounters, he came across the Phoenix Lights incident in 1997, where a massive triangular craft was seen hovering over the city of Phoenix, Arizona. He was fascinated by the story and was eager to learn more about it. One day, he spoke with a witness who claimed to have seen the triangular craft. The witness described the experience in detail, explaining how the ship had flown silently overhead, blocking out the stars as it passed. He listened intently, amazed by the witness's account. He asked questions about the craft's shape, size, and movement, trying to get as much information as possible. The witness also shared other sightings they had experienced, leading him to realize that these were not just isolated incidents but were part of a larger pattern of human experience. As he closed his computer and prepared to return to the research lab, he felt a sense of excitement and wonder. He knew there was so much more to uncover about the mysteries of the universe, and he was happy to be a part of the team that would unlock them. Chapter 5. A Call to Action from the Oval Office. As Noah, Arya, and Dr. Tolliver continued their work on Echoes of the Cosmos, they were approached by a renowned philologist named Maxwell from the University of Valencia. He traveled to America from Spain to present his findings to DARPA. Max brought to their attention the peculiarities he had observed in the messages received from the celestial network. After thoroughly examining the messages, the team discovered that the language and syntax used were consistent with ancient human communication. The revelation was a turning point in their investigation, and the team was eager to continue their work, now with a better understanding of what they were dealing with. Max was a valuable addition to the team, bringing his vast knowledge and expertise to the table as they worked together to unlock the secrets of echoes of the cosmos. As the team delved deeper into the echoes of the cosmos, they further confirmed the undeniable patterns and striking similarities between the alien symbols and human language. It became evident that the text was written in a language resembling an archaic form of English, albeit with subtle variations and unique linguistic nuances. Armed with their newfound knowledge and guided by Max's insights into ancient languages, they meticulously cross-referenced various texts. Their breakthrough came when they identified a recurring symbol representing a crucial phonetic sound. It served as the key to unlocking the linguistic structure of the unknown language. Using this newfound insight, they began deciphering individual words and phrases, slowly piecing together the meaning behind the text. It was an intricate puzzle, requiring both logic and intuition to navigate the nuances of an ancient tongue. Each translation lifted the veil of mystery, revealing a narrative that spoke of an imminent catastrophe. The text foretold a looming disaster that posed an existential threat to humanity, a cataclysm that had the potential to rewrite the course of history. Noah and Dr. Tolliver pored over every word, carefully analyzing the implications and extracting crucial information that would guide them in their mission to avert this impending doom. This news shocked the team, who had been working tirelessly to unlock the secrets of echoes of the cosmos. Aria's face was worried as she read the message, her brow furrowed in deep concentration. Dr. Tolliver, ordinarily stoic and reserved, rubbed the back of his neck in disbelief, trying to make sense of the information they were reading. The enormity of the situation was settling over the team like a heavy fog. Each member was grappling with the implications of the message and the responsibility that now rested on their shoulders. The room was filled with shallow breathing and the tapping of fingers on keyboards as the team members exchanged glances, each lost in their thoughts. The realization that they had knowledge that could potentially save or destroy humanity weighed heavily on them. They faced a daunting task, and the pressure to use this information wisely was immense. They worked tirelessly, poring over the message and analyzing every detail. They consulted with experts in various fields at DARPA to better understand the message. Noah, Aria, and Dr. Tolliver believed that humans had found a way to send messages back through time using advanced technology that was not yet available. This theory was supported by the content of the messages, which spoke of events that had not yet occurred but were predicted to happen in the near future. The team hypothesized that these future humans were trying to warn them of an impending disaster and were providing guidance on how to prevent it. The messages were cryptic and difficult to interpret, but the team believed they were a call to action, urging humanity to prevent the disaster and secure a better future. The team was both excited and terrified by this possibility. They were excited to be potentially communicating with future humans and learning about what lay ahead, but the implications of this discovery were staggering. If future humans could communicate with the past, it could mean that the future was not predetermined and that actions taken in the present could shape the course of history. The team knew they had a great responsibility to interpret the messages correctly and take the necessary steps to prevent the disaster. After 5 days of digesting the message and formulating a plan of action, Noah, Aria, Dr. Tolliver, and their team were invited to present their findings to the President of the United States. They knew that this was the first step in a long journey toward averting the impending disaster, and the weight of the world seemed to rest on their shoulders as they prepared to make their case. The White House, a symbol of American history and power, stood proudly in the heart of Washington, D.C. Its Montgomery-washed walls and pillars contrasted sharply with the lush green lawns surrounding it, exuding an air of elegance and authority. As the team approached the iconic building, they couldn't help but be awed by its grandeur and the magnitude of the moment. Upon entering the White House, they were guided through a series of hallways adorned with priceless artwork and historical artifacts, each telling a story of the nation's past. The air was thick with history, and the team couldn't help but feel humbled as they walked in the footsteps of the many great leaders who had come before them. Finally, they arrived at the Oval Office, the epicenter of American power. The spacious room was filled with natural light streaming through the tall windows. An impressive wooden desk adorned with various photographs and documents dominated the space, while the walls were lined with bookshelves containing an extensive collection of books and souvenirs. The American flag stood tall and proud, casting a patriotic aura over the Oval Office. Seated behind the resolute desk was President Elizabeth Montgomery, a woman in her early 50s with short, graying hair and a piercing gaze that conveyed intelligence and determination. She had shattered the glass ceiling in politics and made history as the first female president of the United States. Born and raised in a small town in the Midwest, Elizabeth had always been a tenacious and ambitious individual. She was a straight-A student throughout her academic career, earning her political science and law degrees from prestigious universities. Her impressive credentials and hard work paid off when she was elected to Congress at age 35, quickly rising through the ranks to become one of the most influential and respected members of the House of Representatives. Elizabeth's core values were based on the belief that everyone deserves equal opportunities to succeed regardless of their background. Education, healthcare, and a living wage were vital to her vision of a just society, and she worked tirelessly to pass legislation that would improve the lives of ordinary Americans. Her tenacity and dedication won her respect and admiration from both sides of the political spectrum, and many saw her as a rising star. When Elizabeth declared her candidacy for the presidency, it was clear that her campaign would center around hope, unity, and progress. Her message resonated with voters from all walks of life, and a wide margin elected her. As president, Elizabeth remained true to her values, striving to create a better country for all its citizens. She implemented sweeping healthcare reform, expanded access to affordable education, and introduced policies to boost the economy and create jobs. Elizabeth also prioritized critical issues such as climate change, national security, and civil rights, seeking to progress on some of the most significant challenges of our time. Despite facing opposition and obstruction, Elizabeth remained unwavering in her principles, leading by example and never compromising her beliefs. She was a president who prioritized the American people, always striving to do what was right and just for everyone. As the team entered the room, she stood and offered them a warm yet firm handshake.
"Welcome,"
she said, her voice steady and authoritative.
"I've been briefed on your discovery, and I can't overstate the importance of the information you've brought to light. Please, have a seat and tell me everything."
The team members took their places around the room, each feeling the gravity of the situation, as they prepared to share their findings. Noah took the lead, recounting the story of their discovery of the echoes of the cosmos, and the subsequent realization that the messages were from future humans. As Noah spoke, the president listened intently, her eyes never leaving his face. She occasionally jotted down notes or asked questions, probing for more details, and ensuring that she understood the full implications of their findings. Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the others chimed in when necessary, adding their insights and expertise to the conversation. By the end of their presentation, President Montgomery was silent for a few moments, processing what she had just heard. Finally, she spoke.
"So, what you're saying is that these messages are not from aliens, but from our future humans?"
The team members nodded in unison, and Noah added,
"Yes, Madam President. The echoes of the cosmos appear to be a form of communication from a future version of humanity."
When the presentation was complete, President Montgomery leaned back in her chair, her face a mixture of awe and concern.
"This is undoubtedly one of the most significant discoveries in human history,"
she said.
"We must act quickly to address the impending disaster and safeguard the future of our planet, and we need to keep this information classified for now. The world is not yet ready to learn the truth about the origin of these messages."
The team members were filled with renewed purpose and determination as they left the White House. They knew they had the support of the most powerful person in the world, and would now be part of a global effort to save humanity from an uncertain future. Former President Montgomery's words resonated with the team, and they knew that their mission had taken on a new urgency. The global coalition she proposed would bring together the brightest minds worldwide, all working tirelessly to decipher the messages from the future and avert the impending catastrophe. After Noah and his team left the Oval Office, President Montgomery called an urgent meeting with her top advisors, including the Secretary of Defense, the Director of National Intelligence, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman. The gravity of the situation was not lost on anyone in the room, and they all knew they had to act quickly to address the crisis. The President outlined the situation to her cabinet.
Gentlemen, we are facing an existential threat to our planet.
She began.
The messages from the future that Noah and his team discovered indicate that our world is on the brink of an impending disaster that threatens humanity's very existence. We need to act decisively and quickly if we are to prevent this catastrophe from occurring.
The Secretary of Defense spoke up next, outlining the steps that the military could take to prepare for the impending disaster.
Madam President, we can mobilize our troops to build new infrastructure and fortifications that can withstand the coming storms and earthquakes.
He suggested.
We could also work with our allies to pool resources and share intelligence on this threat.
The Director of National Intelligence added his perspective, emphasizing the need for secrecy and discretion in handling the situation.
We need to keep this information classified for now, Madam President.
He cautioned.
If the public were to learn the truth about these messages, it could cause widespread panic and disrupt our efforts to address the crisis.
President Montgomery nodded, considering their advice as she formulated her plan.
I agree,
she said.
We cannot risk creating a public panic at this point. We must work quietly and behind the scenes to build the coalition I proposed to Noah and his team.
She next turned to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, ordering him to coordinate with the other military branches to begin preparations.
General, I want you to work with the Secretary of Defense to prepare our troops for this eventuality,
she said.
We need to be ready for anything that comes our way.
As the meeting ended, the President reiterated the gravity of the situation and the urgency with which they needed to act.
Gentlemen, we are facing the greatest challenge of our time,
she said.
But I know that if we work together and pool our resources, we can overcome this crisis and safeguard the future of our planet.
Over the next few weeks, President Montgomery worked tirelessly to build the global coalition she had proposed to Noah and his team. She contacted leaders worldwide, sharing Noah's information and urging them to join the fight against the impending disaster. Slowly but surely, the coalition began to take shape, with countries from around the globe offering their support and expertise. As the alliance worked to prepare for the disaster, the President's advisors continued to provide her with regular updates on their progress. The military had begun constructing new fortifications and infrastructure designed to withstand the storms and earthquakes the messages predicted, while scientists and researchers were working around the clock to decipher the remaining messages and unlock their secrets. Despite the enormity of their challenge, President Montgomery remained steadfast in her determination to save the world. She knew the road ahead would be long and complicated, but she also knew she had the best minds working alongside her to achieve their goal. Together, they would face the most significant challenge in human history and emerge victorious, securing the future of humanity for generations to come. Chapter 6: The Antarctic Expedition. As news of the aliens' technology spread across the globe, the world was gripped by a frenzy of curiosity and speculation. The media was abuzz with sensational stories of extraterrestrial contact and the potential for advanced alien technologies. Governments worldwide, including the United States, chose to maintain the narrative of alien involvement to manage public expectations and maintain secrecy around the true nature of the messages. The general public remained largely unaware of the trustworthy source of the echoes of the cosmos, oblivious to the impending disaster that loomed over humanity's future. As scientists and experts convened secretly, they were keenly aware of the stakes and the delicate balance they needed to maintain to avoid widespread panic. Meanwhile, Noah sat at his desk, staring intently at the computer screen. He had been deep in thought, trying to unravel the mysteries of the alien network and the messages from future humans. The room was quiet, except for the sound of his breathing and the occasional clicking of his keyboard. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. The team had been working non-stop, deciphering the ancient text and finding a way to prevent the impending disaster. Just as he was about to take a break, his computer beeped, signaling the arrival of another message from the future. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly minimized the other windows on his screen and opened the new message. The cryptic text contained a few lines: "The key to averting the disaster lies hidden in the Antarctic. Seek the truth in the depths of the ice." He read the message repeatedly, trying to make sense of it. He felt a sense of urgency and excitement, but also fear and uncertainty. What did the message mean? Was the key to saving humanity hidden in the Antarctic? His mind raced as he tried to piece together the clues. He knew the Antarctic was one of the world's harshest and most remote environments, and accessing it would take much work. But he was determined to find the truth and do everything possible to prevent the disaster. He stood up from his desk and paced back and forth, his mind working overtime. He thought about the team, the equipment they would need, the logistics of getting to the Antarctic, and the potential dangers they would face. He knew it would be a risky and challenging mission, but he was willing to do whatever it took to save humanity. Noah gathered Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team in the research lab to share the latest message from the future. He projected the text onto a large screen, and everyone's eyes widened as they read the cryptic words. The message suggested that a vital clue to averting the disaster lay hidden somewhere in the Antarctic. He took a deep breath before continuing.
Have any of you heard of Admiral Richard E. Byrd?
He asked, looking around the room. The team exchanged puzzled glances, and it was clear that the name was unfamiliar to most of them. Noah told the story of the legendary explorer and his groundbreaking expeditions to the Antarctic.
Admiral Byrd was a renowned American naval officer who led multiple expeditions to the Antarctic, starting in the 1920s.
He began.
His discovery significantly advanced our understanding of this remote and inhospitable region. Byrd's work laid the foundation for future scientific endeavors in Antarctica, and his journey there captured the public's imagination.
Noah described Byrd's third expedition, Operation Icebound, between 1940 and 1941. The mission aimed to establish a research base, map the region, and investigate the potential for new life forms. The operation was a bold and daring undertaking involving a team of highly trained scientists and state-of-the-art technology. The operation was ambitious, involving over 3,500 personnel and multiple ships and aircraft.
During Operation Icebound, Byrd and his team made several mind-blowing discoveries.
Noah continued.
They mapped vast stretches of previously uncharted territory and collected valuable geological and meteorological data. But perhaps the most intriguing discovery came when they found a mysterious subglacial lake beneath the ice, now known as Lake Byrd.
He could see the growing interest and curiosity in his teammates' faces as he told them about Lake Byrd and its significance to the scientific community. The lake's existence raised questions about the unique ecosystems that might thrive in such extreme conditions and the possibility of other undiscovered secrets lying beneath the Antarctic ice.
The message from the future suggests that somewhere in the Antarctic, possibly even near Lake Byrd, a crucial piece of the puzzle awaits us.
He concluded.
I believe that the key to humanity's survival lies within Admiral Byrd's discoveries and the mysteries of the Antarctic. We must follow in his footsteps, push the boundaries of human knowledge, and embark on our expedition to unlock the secrets of this frozen frontier.
Inspired by Noah recounting Admiral Byrd's story, the team was filled with determination and a renewed sense of purpose. They knew they must unravel the Antarctic mysteries to protect humanity's future. And so, with a sense of urgency, they began preparing for their journey to the Antarctic. The president, recognizing the significance of the mission, provided Noah with the necessary resources, including 2,000 military personnel and a state-of-the-art Coast Guard cutter ship. Noah, Arya, and Dr. Tolliver were joined by a team of the world's top experts from various fields, including geologists, engineers, and climatologists. These professionals brought a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the mission, each eager to play a role in uncovering the secrets of the Antarctic and potentially saving humanity from a catastrophic future. As the team made final preparations, they were all acutely aware of the dangers and uncertainties ahead. The Antarctic was a harsh and unforgiving environment, and they would face temperatures well below freezing, rugged terrain, and unpredictable weather conditions. However, they were motivated to succeed, driven by the urgency of their mission and the hope that they could make a difference. The Coast Guard cutter was an impressive sight as it sat anchored in the harbor, ready to set sail toward the frigid waters of the Antarctic. The ship was sleek and modern, with a sturdy steel hull that gleamed in the sunlight. Its powerful engines roared to life as it pulled away from the dock, the ship's bow easing through the waves. Noah and the researchers were excited to begin their journey, eager to uncover the mysteries of the icy continent. As Noah and his team stepped onto the ship's deck, they were greeted by the captain, a seasoned sailor with a rugged appearance that spoke to his many years of experience. His weathered face was split into a broad smile, and he extended a hand in welcome.
"Welcome aboard, folks,"
he said, his deep voice carrying easily over the sound of the waves.
"I'm Captain Stroud, and I'll be your guide on this journey. Let me show you to your quarters so you can drop off your gear and get settled in."
The captain led the way, his boots thudding heavily on the deck as he went below deck to the sleeping quarters. The cabins were small but cozy, with just enough space for a bunk bed and a narrow set of shelves. Noah and his team unpacked their gear and made themselves at home, grateful for a place to rest after the long journey to the ship. Once they were settled, the captain invited them to join him on the bridge, where he was eager to share his knowledge of the ship and the sea. As they climbed the steep steps to the bridge, Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the captain's vast experience.
"So, what brings you folks out to these parts?"
The captain asked, his eyes fixed on the horizon.
"We're on a mission to find something the aliens left behind."
Noah replied,
"We believe it's hidden within the Antarctic ice, hoping to uncover and learn more about it."
The captain nodded, a knowing look in his eye.
"Well, you've come to the right place. This ship has been through some of the harshest conditions on the planet, and I've seen some amazing things during my time at sea."
Arya stepped forward, a look of excitement on her face.
"Captain, can you tell us more about the ship? How does it handle such harsh conditions?"
The captain chuckled, a twinkle in his eye.
"Well, miss, this sturdy vessel is built to withstand the toughest storms and conditions. We've got all the latest technology on board, from radar and sonar to weather forecasting equipment. And, of course, we've got a well-trained crew to help us navigate even the roughest seas."
"What happens in the case of an emergency?"
Arya asked, her eyes wide with concern. The captain's expression grew serious.
"In an emergency, we've got life rafts and survival suits for everyone on board. We also have a well-stocked infirmary and a trained medical team, just in case. And, of course, we have a powerful radio to call for help if needed."
Noah and his team listened intently as the captain spoke, grateful for the reassurance that they were in good hands. As the week passed, Noah, Arya, and Dr. Tolliver worked long hours, poring over data and conducting experiments in the ship's onboard laboratory. The sleeping quarters were cramped but comfortable, with bunk beds lining the walls and small windows that looked out onto the icy waters. The ship's mess hall was a bustling hub of activity, with the crew and Noah's team sharing meals and exchanging stories about their experiences on the ice. Despite the challenging conditions, Noah and the team were in good spirits, buoyed by their progress and the crew's camaraderie. The ship's crew proved an asset, providing support and guidance throughout the mission. One evening on board the ship, Arya had decided to treat her fellow team members, Noah and Dr. Tolliver, to a special dinner. She had been experimenting with cooking for a while and was eager to show off her skills. With the help of the ship's chief, she set to work in the galley, whipping up a feast that would warm their hearts and fill their bellies. She started by preparing a hearty soup made with a rich, savory broth and a medley of vegetables. She simmered the soup for hours, allowing the flavors to meld and intensify until perfect. Next, she prepared a main course of roasted chicken seasoned with a blend of herbs and spices that she had carefully chosen. The chicken was juicy and tender, with a crispy, golden skin that crackled with every bite. She made a delicious side dish of roasted vegetables to accompany the main course. She tossed a mixture of carrots, potatoes, and other root vegetables and then roasted them in the oven until they were tender and caramelized. The vegetables were bursting with flavor, and they complemented the chicken perfectly. Finally, she made a simple but elegant fruit salad for dessert, tossing together a mixture of seasonal berries and fruits. The salad was light and refreshing, the perfect way to end the meal. As they sat down to eat, Noah and Dr. Tolliver couldn't help but marvel at the feast that Arya had prepared. The food was delicious, and they were grateful for the effort she had put into making the meal. The conversation flowed easily as they ate, and they laughed and joked, enjoying the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. As they finished their meal, Noah and Dr. Tolliver thanked Arya for the delicious food and praised her kitchen skills. They told her that the meal was one of the best they had ever had, and they were eager to try more of her cooking in the future. Arya was thrilled by their compliments, and she beamed with pride as she cleared away the dishes. The region's sheer beauty amazed the team as they approached the Antarctic. Despite the harsh conditions, the landscape was breathtaking, with towering glaciers and pristine snow-covered plains stretching as far as the eye could see. The team's journey to the heart of the Antarctic was challenging. They faced various challenges, from the treacherous terrain to the harsh elements. The freezing temperatures, strong winds, and dangerous ice posed significant risks, but the team was driven to reach their destination. They were equipped with a rugged snow truck, a vehicle specifically designed to withstand the punishing conditions of the Antarctic. It rumbled across the icy landscape, leaving snow and ice clouds as the team clung for dear life. The scent of oil and diesel fuel filled the air as they worked to keep their vehicle running, knowing that a breakdown could be fatal in this inhospitable environment. The military team arrived at the designated location and quickly set up the team's shelter. The tents were crucial to the team's survival, providing warmth and protection from the harsh Antarctic conditions. The team worked together efficiently, each person taking on a specific task as they worked to get the camp set up as quickly as possible. As they worked, the team members started conversations, exchanging stories and getting to know one another better. They talked about their families, home lives, and military experiences. The team members shared their thoughts on the mission and what they hoped to accomplish and discussed their concerns about the challenges ahead. Despite the harsh conditions, the team remained focused. They knew that their mission was critical and that they had to stay focused and work together to achieve their goals. The team was grateful for the shelter, which allowed them to take a break from the elements and focus on their work. As they settled into their sleeping bags for the night, they felt a sense of solidarity and a shared goal that kept them all motivated. In the stillness of the night, the only sounds were the soft breathing of the team and the occasional hoot of a penguin, curiously observing them from a distance. The team couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the beauty and vastness of the Antarctic wilderness, even as they remained focused on their mission. The team encountered a setback when their equipment malfunctioned, preventing them from scanning the ice for anomalies. The setback was particularly frustrating as they had been progressing and was close to uncovering something significant. However, the team's determination remained strong, and they quickly devised a solution. They worked tirelessly, repairing the equipment and improvising with what they had on hand. They used their expertise and resourcefulness to overcome the obstacle, and soon they were back on track, continuing their quest for answers. Despite the setback, the team's spirit remained strong, and they were more focused than ever on uncovering the truth. As days passed, they pushed themselves to their physical and mental limits, refusing to give up in their quest for answers. One day, as they were making their way through the frozen wasteland, the team decided to take a break and go ice fishing, a welcome change of pace from their usual routine. They set up their gear and began drilling holes in the ice, eagerly awaiting their catch. Arya, who had never been ice fishing before, was fascinated by the process and asked the others to show her how it was done. Noah and Dr. Tolliver were happy to oblige, explaining the finer points of ice fishing and demonstrating their techniques. Arya quickly picked up on their methods, and soon she was baiting her hooks and casting her line into the water. As they fished, they continued to share stories and jokes, enjoying each other's company and the peace of their surroundings. The only sounds were the occasional plop of a fishing line hitting the water and the occasional cry of triumph as one of them reeled in a fish. The fishing was slow, but the team was patient, and eventually, they began to reel in their catches. Arya was the first to catch a fish, and she let out a triumphant whoop as she reeled it in. The others cheered her on, and soon they were all reeling in fish, each bigger and more impressive than the last. As they packed their gear and returned to their camp, they couldn't help but feel grateful for the experience. The food from the fish would be a welcome addition to their rations, but more than that, the time spent ice fishing had brought them closer together. They returned to their tents with full bellies and satisfied spirits, thankful for each other and the moments of joy they shared in this desolate place. The team also appreciated Arya's culinary skills as she prepared the fish for dinner that evening. After weeks of arduous searching, the team finally stumbled upon a glimmer of hope. They had found a strange anomaly buried deep within the ice and were convinced that it was the key to unlocking the secrets of the aliens' technology. Excited and filled with newfound energy, they quickly began excavating the site. The team worked tirelessly, using their state-of-the-art equipment to carefully chisel away at the ice and reveal what lay beneath. It was slow, meticulous work to uncover the truth. The harsh Antarctic environment faded as the team worked, replaced by a sense of wonder and excitement. The air was thick with anticipation as the team carefully removed layer after layer of ice, each bringing them closer to their goal. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the ice as the team labored on into the night. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the group broke through the final layer of ice and into the hidden chamber. The interior was surprisingly warm and well lit, and as they entered, the lights flickered to life, revealing an array of advanced technology, unlike anything they had ever seen. The walls were lined with blinking screens and flashing lights, and the center of the room was dominated by a massive, glowing device that pulsed with energy. The team marveled at the advanced systems surrounding them, each begging to be explored and understood. This was the key that the message from the future had hinted at, the solution to the impending disaster that threatened humanity. With the clock ticking and the world still in the dark about the true nature of the threat, the team set to work deciphering the secrets of the technology. Form in the evenings, after long days spent analyzing the technology and conducting experiments, the team members would gather in their makeshift camp, huddled around a portable heater to combat the freezing Antarctic temperatures. In those moments, their conversations turned philosophical, exploring the implications of their findings and the moral dilemmas they faced. Dr. Tolliver believed that the advanced technology they had discovered was not of extraterrestrial origin, but was the work of future humans who had traveled through time. He thought that these future humans had built the chamber, carefully concealed it within the Antarctic ice, and left their technology behind to prevent the impending disaster they had warned of in the message. Noah provided a counter-argument to Dr. Tolliver's theory. He believed the technology they had discovered was of extraterrestrial origin and provided evidence to support his claim. Noah pointed out that the chamber's design and technology were unlike anything humans had ever seen, and the materials used were not found on Earth. Noah believed that the future humans had not created the chamber and its technology but discovered and learned how to operate it. The rest of the team was divided on the issue, with some siding with Dr. Tolliver and others with Noah. However, after further analysis of the ice and terrain surrounding the chamber, most experts and researchers agreed with Noah's theory that the technology was of extraterrestrial origin. The team now faced a moral dilemma. They had uncovered advanced alien technology that could potentially save Earth. They questioned whether keeping the truth hidden from the world on the impending disaster was right. Dr. Tolliver argued that secrecy was necessary to prevent panic and chaos. He reasoned that revealing the true nature of the messages and the impending disaster could lead to widespread fear, which would only hinder their efforts to save humanity. Arya, on the other hand, felt conflicted. As a linguist, she believed in the power of communication and the importance of truth. She couldn't help but think that the world had a right to know about the danger it faced and the real source of the messages from the future. Noah, caught between these two perspectives, wrestled with his conscience. He understood the necessity of their secrecy but also empathized with Arya's belief in transparency. Ultimately, he knew that their priority had to be deciphering the technology and finding a solution to the impending disaster. During their time in the Antarctic, The team faced the challenges of working in an isolated and inhospitable environment. Despite the bleakness of their surroundings, a sense of camaraderie and community permeated their little encampment. They shared stories of their personal lives and experiences, forging bonds that would last a lifetime. Laughter echoed across the snow-covered landscape as they worked and joked together, taking solace in each other's company in this desolate place. But even amidst the warmth of their companionship, danger lurked around every corner. The team had to be constantly vigilant, looking for crevasses and hidden obstacles that could send their snow truck tumbling into the abyss. As the weeks passed, the team steadily progressed in understanding the advanced technology hidden within the chamber. The team was astounded by the complexity and elegance of the device. It was about the size of a small car, with a sleek, aerodynamic design. The outer shell was a lightweight yet durable material that shimmered in the light. The device was divided into several chambers, each containing an intricate array of wires, coils, and other components. The team could see that the device was powered by a central core, which pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. As the team delved deeper into their analysis of the alien device, they were astonished by its complexity and sophistication. This was no ordinary piece of technology. They began to suspect that it was designed to tap into an energy source far beyond anything currently understood by modern science. Their suspicions were soon confirmed when they realized that the device was designed to harness the power of zero-point energy, a mysterious form of energy that existed in the vacuum of space. It was an energy harnessing system. The concept of zero-point energy had been theorized by scientists for decades, but it had never been observed or harnessed in any meaningful way. It was believed to be the lowest possible energy that could exist in a physical system, and it was thought to permeate all of space, even in the emptiest of voids. Noah and Arya huddled over the device, examining its intricate mechanisms.
This is incredible.
Noah exclaimed, pointing to a complex array of gears and levers.
They found a way to extract and amplify zero-point energy. It's a game changer.
Arya nodded in agreement, her eyes glued to the device.
Just think of the implications,
she said.
With this kind of technology, we could revolutionize how we power our world. It could be the answer to all of our energy needs.
The device was essentially a generator, but instead of using conventional fuels or power sources, it used the energy of the vacuum of space. It was an incredibly efficient and clean form of energy with the potential to revolutionize the way humanity powered its machines and devices. If the technology could be replicated and scaled up, it could revolutionize the world's energy production and distribution, providing an almost limitless clean, renewable energy source. It was a game-changing development that would alter the course of human history forever. Everyone was thrilled by this discovery, knowing it could profoundly impact the world. However, the device was incredibly complex and required a deep understanding of quantum physics, materials science, and electrical engineering to construct and operate. Despite these challenges, the team was driven to unlock the full potential of this groundbreaking technology. Noah and his team knew that they had to share this knowledge with the global coalition of scientists and leaders so that they could work together to implement the technology and avert the catastrophe. However, they also understood that their work was far from over. Despite the risks and uncertainties, they had to convince the world's governments to embrace this new technology. As they prepared to leave the Antarctic and share their findings with the global coalition, the team members knew they were embarking on the next phase of their mission. The trip back to the United States was long and arduous, but the team was energized by the knowledge they were bringing back. They boarded the Coast Guard ship, eager to begin the next phase of their mission. The journey was rough, with the ship battling the harsh elements of the Southern Ocean. But despite the challenges, the team remained focused, knowing that the world was counting on them. During the journey, the group spent much of their time discussing the potential implications of their discovery and the best way to share their findings with the world. They knew the world's leaders and scientists would have many questions and concerns and wanted to be prepared to address them. Noah and Arya spent hours poring over their notes, trying to find the best way to explain the complex concepts and theories behind the device. As they approached the coast of North America, They could see the lights of the cities in the distance, a reminder of the world they were returning to. The team was excited and nervous as they prepared to present their findings. Chapter 7: Unraveling Tesla's Legacy. As Noah and the team sat in the conference room, they discussed their findings and the next steps. There was a sense of urgency in the air, as they knew that time was running out and they needed to establish communication with the future as soon as possible.
We need to determine the optimal frequency for our transmission,
Arya said, reviewing her notes.
If we send our message at the wrong frequency, it may never reach its intended recipient.
Agreed.
Dr. Tolliver chimed in.
And we need to make sure that the message is encoded correctly. We don't want to risk sending the wrong information or having it garbled in transit.
Potential interference from other sources, and the likelihood of their message being received. Noah was particularly concerned about the impact of their message on the future.
What if our message changes the course of history?
He asked.
What if it has unintended consequences that we can't predict?
That's a risk we have to take,
Arya replied.
We must believe that the future humans can understand and interpret our message correctly.
The team continued to discuss and brainstorm, exchanging ideas and considering all the possible scenarios. Finally, after many hours of discussion, they reached a consensus. They would send their message, encoded with all the knowledge and information they had gathered, hoping that it would get its intended recipient in the future and help them to avoid the looming catastrophe. Their message contained their most pressing question: what was the key to understanding and utilizing the advanced technology they had uncovered? They knew the transmission could have been better, and there was always the risk that their message would go unheard or misunderstood. Nevertheless, they pressed on, knowing that the fate of humanity rested on their success. The team's hands shook as they began the transmission process. They had worked tirelessly for weeks on this message, pouring their hearts and souls into every word. They knew that what they were about to do could change the course of history, and the weight of the responsibility was almost too much to bear. With a deep breath, Dr. Tolliver initiated the transmission. The room fell silent as the message traveled through the echoes of the cosmos, each team member holding their breath in anticipation. Days turned into weeks, and the team grew restless, with doubts creeping in about whether their message had been received. Noah was pacing back and forth in the lab, muttering about the possibility of failure. Arya was sitting at her desk, staring blankly at the computer screen, lost in thought. Dr. Tolliver was hunched over his keyboard, scrolling through data with a furrowed brow. Then, out of nowhere, a faint signal appeared on their screens. They scrambled to analyze the data, their excitement building with each passing moment. As they deciphered the message, they realized with shock that it contained a name: Nikola Tesla. Noah's eyes widened in amazement. Nikola Tesla? The legendary inventor? Arya nodded, her heart racing with excitement. Dr. Tolliver was speechless, his mind racing with possibilities. The team began to discuss what this message could mean, speculating about the significance of Tesla's name. They knew that he was a brilliant mind and a pioneer in the field of electricity, but what did he have to do with their message? As they delved deeper into their research, they uncovered a startling discovery. Tesla had written extensively about zero-point energy and had even claimed to have harnessed it in some of his inventions. The team was amazed by this revelation, their minds buzzing with possibilities. Could Tesla have somehow transmitted his knowledge through time, inspiring them to pursue their research and sending them a message from the future? The implications of this discovery were mind-boggling, and the team knew they had stumbled onto something truly extraordinary. Dr. Tolliver knew of Tesla's work and reputation as a pioneer in electricity and electromagnetism. Still, he had never imagined that he could have been involved in something so monumental. Born in 1853 in a small town in Bohemia, Nikola Tesla was a brilliant inventor and engineer who made numerous contributions to electrical engineering. He held over 250 patents and was the mastermind behind several groundbreaking inventions and innovations, including wireless transmission of electricity and early experiments in X-ray technology. Tesla's genius and unconventional ideas often put him at odds with his contemporaries, including Thomas Paine, who famously feuded about overusing AC versus direct current, DC, electrical systems. Despite his many achievements, Tesla struggled financially throughout his life and was often misunderstood by the scientific community. Upon his death in 1944, the United States government confiscated all of Tesla's notes and studies, concerned that they might contain valuable information and breakthroughs with potential military apps. The documents were classified, and many of Tesla's theories and inventions remained shrouded in secrecy for decades. Noah, Aria, Dr. Tolliver, and the others were filled with a renewed sense of purpose as they realized the connection between Tesla's work and the advanced technology they had discovered. They needed to access Tesla's confiscated documents, which were now under the control of the US government, to unlock the secrets of the energy harnessing system and avert the impending disaster. The team approached President Montgomery with their findings, urging her to grant them access to Tesla's notes. The president, understanding the gravity of the situation and the potential impact on humanity's future, granted their request. As they delved into Tesla's notes, the team members were struck by the brilliance and foresight of the man who had lived nearly a century before them. Tesla's writings described experiments and theories that were years, if not decades, ahead of their time, touching on concepts such as wireless power transmission, renewable energy sources, and even early ideas about time travel. The team meticulously combed through Tesla's notes, blueprints, and sketches. They felt a deep sense of wonder and awe. Tesla's genius was evident on every page, and his work had the potential to revolutionize the world. The atmosphere in the research facility was charged with excitement, anticipation, and anxiety as the team members pored over the documents, trying to decipher Tesla's handwriting and comprehend the complex concepts he had laid out. The room in which they worked was a sprawling, high-ceilinged space filled with natural light from the large windows. Along the walls, shelves overflowed with books, articles, and stacks of Tesla's notes. The air was thick with the scent of musty paper, mingled with freshly brewed coffee as the researchers labored around the clock. Noah, who had been leading the effort to analyze Tesla's work, leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes.
I can't believe how far ahead of his time Tesla was.
He mused.
It's incredible to think that these ideas were conceived over a century ago, yet they could still profoundly impact our world today.
Aria, who had been studying Tesla's diagrams on wireless energy transmission, chimed in.
It's amazing how much of his work was suppressed or overlooked during his lifetime. If only he had been given the support and recognition he deserved, we might not be facing today's crisis.
Dr. Tolliver couldn't help but deeply respect Tesla's ingenuity.
His work is a testament to the power of human creativity and determination,
he said.
It's up to us to ensure that his legacy is not forgotten and that his vision for a better future becomes a reality.
As the team continued their work, they began to find connections between Tesla's research and the aliens' technology. This realization brought a sense of urgency to their task, as they knew that the key to saving humanity lay in deciphering Tesla's work and understanding the technology. The team members shared their thoughts and insights, fostering a collaborative atmosphere where everyone's expertise was valued and respected. They debated the intricacies of Tesla's inventions, theorizing how they might be adapted and combined with the technology from the future to replicate and scale up the energy harnessing system that could avert the impending disaster. As they delved deeper into Tesla's work, the team members were occasionally overcome by the gravity of their task. They knew that their success or failure would determine the fate of future generations, and the pressure was immense. But they also found strength in their shared purpose, supporting and encouraging one another as they worked tirelessly to unlock the secrets of Tesla's genius and the aliens' technology. During their intense research, the team made a groundbreaking discovery. Tesla had been working on a unique element that could amplify and harness the power of the energy harnessing system. This element, dubbed Element X, was the key to unlocking the full potential of the technology and could hold the answer to saving humanity from the impending disaster. Noah stumbled upon an old news clipping documenting the famous presentation that Tesla had given on Element X. As he read through the article, he was filled with awe and inspiration. He couldn't believe he was holding a piece of history in his hands, documenting the moment Tesla had unveiled his groundbreaking discovery to the world. The article described how Tesla had taken the stage, his eyes alight with excitement as he spoke about Element X and its potential to save humanity. The article told how Tesla's passion for his work was contagious, captivating the audience and leaving them in awe of his brilliant mind. The article concluded with a description of the standing ovation that Tesla had received at the end of his presentation, a testament to his work's impact on the scientific community. With renewed determination, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team redoubled their efforts, knowing they were on the verge of a discovery that could change the course of history. As they continued to unravel the mysteries of Tesla's work and the aliens' technology, they were more determined than ever to prevent the impending disaster and ensure the survival of both their present and future generations. As the team delved into the properties of Element X, they found that it was a scarce and unstable element capable of generating immense amounts of energy when adequately harnessed. They were amazed by the depth and breadth of Tesla's understanding of the element, considering that he had worked with such limited resources and technology during his time. The research facility became a hive of activity as the team members raced to synthesize and stabilize Element X. They worked in shifts, every waking hour dedicated to this vital task. The air was filled with the hum of machinery and the sharp, tangy smell of chemicals as they experimented with various stabilization methods. Dr. Robinson, who had extensive experience in chemistry, led the efforts to synthesize Element X. He guided his colleagues through the complex process, sharing his knowledge and expertise. As they worked together, they became more than just a team of scientists, they became a family united by their shared mission to save humanity. As the weeks wore on, the team made significant progress in stabilizing Element X. One day, Noah carefully examined a sample of the element under a powerful microscope and noticed a faint pattern in its structure. He called Arya and Dr. Tolliver over to look, and they quickly realized that the pattern was a hidden message. The message was a series of instructions from Tesla detailing the precise method for stabilizing Element X and incorporating it into the energy harnessing system. As the team implemented Tesla's instructions, excitement filled the air. They knew they were on the brink of a groundbreaking discovery that could change the world forever. Every new step they took brought them closer to their goal, and they worked with a feverish intensity, driven by the hope that they might finally harness unlimited energy. Noah's hands trembled as he worked on integrating Element X into the energy harnessing system. Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inputted Tesla's designs for wireless energy transmission. Dr. Tolliver's ordinarily stoic expression was replaced with a look of wonder as he watched the system take shape before his eyes. As they combined the knowledge from Tesla's work, the team members felt a sense of awe and gratitude towards the legendary inventor. They knew they were standing on the shoulders of giants and building on the work of one of the greatest minds in history. Finally, after weeks of intense work and research, the energy harnessing system was complete. As they activated the system, a low hum filled the room, building in intensity until it reached a deafening roar. The team members looked on in wonder as the system generated a seemingly endless supply of energy powered by Element X and Tesla's groundbreaking designs. The excitement was palpable as the team members looked at each other, knowing they had achieved something extraordinary. The construction of the energy harnessing system was a complex and challenging endeavor, requiring the expertise of a team of top scientists and engineers. The lab where the energy harnessing system was kept was in a top-secret DARPA facility. The lab was heavily guarded and accessible only to those with the highest security clearance. Noah and Dr. Tolliver were part of the team assigned to incorporate Element X into the energy harnessing system and replicate it. Still, they were not subject matter experts, SMEs, when it came to the construction of the system. The SMEs were a group of engineers. The team began by studying the energy harnessing system and carefully analyzing its design and functionality. They used advanced computer simulations and modeling techniques to recreate the system in the lab, using materials available on Earth. The construction of the system was a meticulous process, with each component carefully crafted to match the original design as closely as possible. The team used advanced manufacturing techniques, including 3D printing and precision machining, to create the various components of the system. As the construction progressed, the group encountered several challenges and setbacks. Sometimes, they had to return to the drawing board and rethink their approach, but they always kept sight of their goal. Months passed as the team worked tirelessly to complete the energy harnessing system. The day finally came when the replicated energy harnessing system was completed. The team gathered around the device, a complex and elegant machine that seemed to hum with the promise of a brighter future. As they marveled at their creation, they felt an overwhelming sense of pride and accomplishment. They had succeeded in creating a device that could potentially save the planet and change the course of human history. Now they have the know-how to replicate the system. However, their joy was short-lived. Unbeknownst to them, their project had attracted the attention of a powerful and dangerous organization. As soon as news of the energy harnessing system leaked to the public, there was a flurry of activity among the world's largest and most powerful energy companies. They knew that if this technology were allowed to become widely available, it would completely upend the global energy market and potentially render their current business models obsolete. In response, these corporations began to take increasingly aggressive measures to obtain the technology, including hacking into the research facilities' computer systems and bribing research team members for insider information. As a result of these security violations and leaks, the team's discovery of the energy harnessing system became public knowledge much sooner than they had anticipated, setting off a global race to obtain the technology at any cost. As Noah and his team dedicated themselves to replicating the energy harnessing system, they remained ignorant of the lurking danger that awaited them outside their laboratory doors. Powerful and grotesquely greedy energy companies with vast resources were fixated on obtaining revolutionary technology. Their insatiable thirst for power and profits blinded them to moral or ethical considerations, leading them to employ illegal and even heinous methods to achieve their goals. The energy companies used their influence and connections to deploy a network of spies and saboteurs, seeking to steal the secrets of the energy harnessing system. In the dead of night, highly skilled operatives were dispatched to infiltrate the research facility. They had been trained in the latest espionage techniques and were armed with state-of-the-art technology to bypass the facility's sophisticated security measures with chilling ease. The team moved with precision and purpose, making their way through the darkened corridors of the laboratory with the stealth of trained assassins. As they approached the door to the lab where the energy harnessing system was being replicated, the operatives paused, taking a moment to don their black balaclavas and draw their weapons. With a swift, practiced motion, they breached the door and poured into the room, their guns ready. Noah and the other researchers were caught off guard, startled by the sudden intrusion. Before they could react, the operatives had overpowered them, seizing control of the lab and the energy harnessing system. The team was powerless to stop them as they loaded the system onto a waiting truck and disappeared into the night, leaving behind a wake of destruction and despair. For Noah and his team, it was a devastating blow. They had worked tirelessly to replicate the energy harnessing system, only to see it snatched away by shadowy figures. As the theft news spread, the authorities searched for the culprits. Noah and his team worked closely with law enforcement, providing them with vital information about the device and its technology. They knew the stakes were higher than ever, as the energy harnessing system held the key to a future free from impending disaster. Meanwhile, the organization that had stolen the device revealed its success. However, their understanding of the energy harnessing system could have been improved, as they believed it to be merely a source of free, unlimited energy. They were unaware of its true purpose, saving the planet from an impending catastrophe. Driven by their insatiable greed and ambition, the global energy conglomerate Helix Corp set about reverse engineering the device. They aimed to create a monopoly on clean energy and amass unimaginable wealth and power. Unbeknownst to them, their reckless actions placed the entire planet at risk, as the true potential of the energy harnessing system remained dormant and untapped. Back at the research facility, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team refused to give up hope. They knew that every moment that passed brought them closer to the impending disaster, and they were determined to recover the stolen device and fulfill their mission to save humanity. Working around the clock, they began the painstaking process of reconstructing their research, attempting to recreate the energy harnessing system from memory and the few remaining scraps of data. Despite their immense challenges, they pushed forward, driven by their unwavering commitment to their cause. In the hunt for those responsible for the theft of the energy harnessing system, the president initiated a top-secret operation to recover the device. Recognizing Delta Force as the elite special operations unit of the U.S. Army, the president assigned the task to them. The team comprised individuals with unparalleled skills and extensive experience in covert operations, deemed capable of handling the mission with precision and efficiency. The team leader, Captain Eric Michaels, was a seasoned veteran with over 20 years of service. He was known for his sharp instincts, decisive leadership, and exceptional marksmanship. The team's second-in-command was Sergeant Wayne Johnson, a highly skilled combat medic with years of experience in battlefield trauma care. Other team members included Sergeant First Class August Smith, a weapons specialist with expertise in explosives and hand-to-hand combat, Staff Sergeant Dan Carter, a communications expert with experience in electronic warfare, and Staff Sergeant Ron Patel, a skilled sniper with expertise in urban and rural environments. The sixth team member was Private First Class Tim Kim, a newcomer to Delta Force who had recently graduated from the Army's Elite Ranger School. The team was briefed on their mission in a secure room at the Pentagon. The briefing was conducted by a high-ranking official from the Department of Defense, who outlined the details of the operation. The official explained that the organization they were targeting was a shadowy group of extremists who had stolen a highly advanced energy harnessing system from a government research facility. The energy harnessing system could extract energy from the quantum vacuum of space, providing a virtually unlimited source of clean energy for the world. Yet, the true potential of this revolutionary technology was likely lost on those who stole it. The system's real purpose was to save the planet from an impending catastrophe, a fact that may have been overlooked by those driven by greed and ambition. The group had holed up in a heavily guarded compound in a remote part of the Middle East. The official emphasized the importance of the mission. Captain Michaels led the team in discussing the mission, reviewing the intelligence reports, and devising a plan of action. The team would infiltrate the compound using stealth tactics, removing the guards and disabling the security systems. They would then move to secure the energy harnessing system and extract it from the compound. Over the next few days, the team prepared meticulously for the mission. They studied maps of the compound, familiarizing themselves with the layout and identifying potential obstacles. They practiced stealth techniques and hand-to-hand combat and rehearsed the mission repeatedly until it was second nature. Finally, the day of the mission arrived. The team donned their tactical gear and loaded into a transport aircraft, flying towards the target location under the cover of darkness. They could see the lights and hear activity within as they approached the target. The team readied their weapons and prepared for the operation. After landing, they moved swiftly and silently through the darkness, avoiding the watchful eyes of the guards and making their way toward the target. As they approached the building, they detected movement in the shadows and knew they had been spotted. Without hesitation, the team sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire and engaging the enemy in close-quarters combat. The sound of gunfire echoed through the night as the two sides clashed in a fierce and bloody battle. The Delta Force team pressed forward relentlessly, their training and expertise allowing them to outmaneuver and outgun their opponents at every turn. As they fought through the building, the Delta Force team encountered a series of locked doors and reinforced barriers, each seemingly designed to impede their progress. But they were not deterred, and they pressed on, utilizing explosives and cutting-edge breaching techniques to blast through each obstacle in their path. Finally, they reached the heart of the building, where the stolen energy harnessing system was under heavy guard. The team took up positions around the device, securing the area and ensuring that no further resistance would be able to reach them. With practiced precision, they disassembled the device and carefully packed it for transport, preparing to escape. As they emerged from the building, they were met with a hail of gunfire from the enemy, who wanted to prevent them from leaving with the device. But the Delta Force team was not easily deterred, and they fought back fiercely, their training and experience allowing them to stay calm under fire and maintain their focus on the mission. Finally, after an eternity, the team managed to break through the enemy's lines and escape with the device intact. They made their way back to base, where they were greeted with a hero's welcome. Their fellow soldiers cheered and applauded, recognizing the incredible bravery and skill that had gone into the mission. The president personally thanked the team via a secure video conference. She praised their courage and lauded their success in retrieving the device. The president's message was a powerful reminder of the importance of their mission and the crucial role that they had played in securing the future of their country. The members of Delta Force were filled with a sense of pride and patriotism, knowing that their actions had helped to protect their families, friends, and fellow citizens from harm. With the energy harnessing system back in their possession, Noah and the team felt a renewed sense of urgency. They knew that they had to act quickly to prevent the impending disaster. However, the full extent of the catastrophe they were facing was still unknown. Noah, Arya, and Dr. Tolliver sat around the conference table, and their expressions were severe and tense. They knew they needed more information about the energy harnessing device, and sending another message into the future was the only way to get it. Noah broke the silence.
We need to be careful this time. We can't risk giving away too much information about our work or our progress.
Arya nodded in agreement.
Agreed. We need to keep it focused and precise.
Dr. Tolliver chimed in.
And we need to be prepared for any possible outcomes. We don't know what kind of response we'll get or what it could mean.
The team worked together, carefully crafting their message, making sure it was concise and to the point. They debated the wording to avoid any potential misunderstandings or misinterpretations. Finally, after hours of work, they had their message. It contained a single question: what is the true purpose of the energy harnessing device? The team gathered around the computer, glued to the screen as they initiated the transmission process. The room was filled with whirring computers and beeping machines, the tension building with each passing second. The team members held their breath as the message left the lab, anxiously awaiting a response that might never come. They knew this message was even more crucial than the last, and the potential consequences were staggering. To their surprise, they received a response from the future humans almost immediately. The message was both shocking and enlightening. It revealed that the energy harnessing device was a source of clean, unlimited energy and a force shield designed to protect the planet from an impending alien invasion on December 22, 2026. The message described the invading force as a highly advanced species intending to use Earth's resources for their purpose and to repopulate the planet. Still, it was clear that their arrival would spell disaster for the world. The message urged humanity to use the energy harnessing device to power a planetary defense system, providing a force field capable of repelling the alien invaders. The message from the future was chillingly clear: Earth foreseed an imminent invasion by an advanced alien species with the potential to wipe out humanity. The invaders' technology was far beyond anything seen, and their intent was nothing short of total domination. The future humans revealed that the invaders would attack with overwhelming force and that Earth's conventional defenses would be utterly useless against them. Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team were shocked and terrified by the grim revelations. They could hardly believe that they were now burdened with the responsibility of saving not just their world but the future of humans. They knew they had no time to waste and that every second that passed brought the planet closer to the looming catastrophe. The team immediately sprang into action as they absorbed the message's contents. Noah and his team were acutely aware of the gravity of their discovery. They knew that they had to share their findings with the world's leaders as quickly as possible. After extensive deliberation, they decided that the first person they needed to tell was the President of the United States. Noah made an appointment to meet with President Montgomery at the White House. Accompanied by Dr. Tolliver, Arya, and a team of security personnel, Noah made his way through the labyrinthine halls of the White House to the Oval Office. Noah felt his heart racing with anticipation as they waited outside the door. Finally, the door opened, and a stern-faced Secret Service agent gestured for them to enter. They stepped inside the Oval Office, where President Montgomery was seated at her desk, engrossed in a stack of papers.
Noah, Dr. Tolliver, it's good to see you again,
she said, rising from her chair and extending a hand in greeting.
Thank you for seeing us, Madam President.
Noah replied, shaking her hand firmly. The president asked them to sit, and they settled into chairs across from her desk.
What brings you to the White House today?
She asked, her gaze fixed on Noah. Noah took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before speaking.
Madam President, we've made a discovery that we believe is of the utmost importance.
He began.
We receive a message from future humans that the energy harnessing device is not just a source of clean, unlimited energy, it's also a force shield designed to protect the planet from an impending alien invasion set to occur on December 22, 2026.
This is incredibly troubling,
she said, her voice tense.
We need to take immediate action to address this threat. I'll need to convene an emergency meeting with my top advisors to formulate a plan of action.
Noah and his team breathed a sigh of relief, knowing they had successfully conveyed the gravity of the situation to the president. As they left the Oval Office, Noah and his team were filled with renewed purpose and determination. They knew their work had just begun, and the world's fate rested on their shoulders. It was then that Noah realized the significance of December 22 in the history of Earth. This date marks the winter solstice, a natural phenomenon that occurs annually when the Northern Hemisphere experiences the shortest daylight and the longest night of the year. Throughout history, this event has been observed and celebrated by many cultures, including the ancient Maya civilization, renowned for their sophisticated mathematical and astronomical systems based on the movements of the sun, moon, and stars. For the Maya, the winter solstice was a time of great importance, symbolizing renewal and rebirth. President Montgomery and her team shared the chilling details of the future message with their global counterparts in highly classified briefings. The leaders were initially skeptical, but the overwhelming evidence Noah and his team provided soon convinced them of the veracity of the threat. Despite their efforts to keep this information secret, rumors and speculations about the alien invasion began to spread, causing panic and unrest among the general public. With the world now aware of the impending invasion, governments around the globe started to pour trillions of dollars into their militaries, ramping up their defense capabilities in preparation for the coming battle. They knew they had only 2 years to prepare and much to learn to stand any chance against the invaders. Meanwhile, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and their team worked tirelessly to decipher the detailed instructions provided by future humans. The message contained crucial information about the invaders' weaknesses and the technology needed to activate the force shield to protect Earth from their devastating attacks. The team knew they had to master this technology and share it with the world's governments as quickly as possible. As the clock ticked down, the atmosphere within the research facility became increasingly tense. Noah, Arya, and Dr. Tolliver were acutely aware of the immense pressure on their shoulders, and they struggled to cope with the stress and fear that gripped them. However, they also knew they couldn't afford to let their emotions distract them from their critical mission. They had to remain focused and dedicated to the task, no matter how daunting it seemed. Across the globe, a sense of urgency permeated the air as nations raced against time to develop cutting-edge weapons and defense systems. All resources were poured into this monumental effort to protect humanity from the impending alien invasion, from the most powerful countries to the smallest. Scientists, engineers, and military experts worked tirelessly, collaborating across borders and pushing the boundaries of human ingenuity to create weapons that had never been seen before. As the world prepared for a possible alien invasion, a covert group known as MJ-12 had been working behind the scenes for years, utilizing the technology recovered from the 1947 Roswell incident. Comprised of top scientists, engineers, and military personnel, MJ-12's mission was to harness the power of alien technology for the betterment of humanity. For decades, their existence was unknown to a select few, and their work was shrouded in secrecy. However, when the President of the United States was made aware of their activities, she immediately called a meeting with the leaders of MJ-12 and DARPA. The president was greeted by a group of determined individuals, including the head of MJ-12, Dr. Emma Green, and her right-hand man, General Thomas Parker. They were joined by the chief engineer, Dr. Greg Adams, and the chief scientist, Dr. Marcus Chow. The president listened intently as Dr. Green and her team explained their work and how they were preparing for the possibility of an alien attack. They showed her their latest developments, including advanced weapons, flying crafts, and other cutting-edge technology created using the recovered alien technology. The president was impressed by the dedication and expertise of the MJ-12 team, and she was grateful for their hard work. She thanked them for their efforts and encouraged them to continue their work, knowing that their contribution to humanity's defense could one day mean the difference between life and death for the people of Earth. As the meeting came to a close, the members of MJ-12 and the president agreed to work together to ensure that humanity was prepared for any possible threat from beyond our world. As the world's military forces prepared for the invasion, MJ-12 continued working tirelessly, developing new technologies and sharing their discoveries. One of the most significant breakthroughs came with the development of a high-energy particle beam weapon. Capable of focusing a devastating torrent of subatomic particles at the speed of light, this weapon had the potential to penetrate the alien invaders' advanced shielding systems and cause massive damage to their vessels. The particle beam weapon was mounted on mobile platforms and orbital defense satellites, ensuring a multi-layered defense strategy that could target the enemy from both the ground and space. Another crucial advancement was the creation of advanced combat exoskeletons for infantry troops. These exoskeletons, made of lightweight yet incredibly strong materials, significantly enhanced the soldiers' strength, speed, and endurance. The exoskeletons equipped with state-of-the-art sensors, communication systems, and weaponry allowed the troops to operate in the harshest environments and engage the enemy with unprecedented firepower and agility. In the skies, cutting-edge aircraft were developed to counter the aliens' air superiority capabilities. These aircraft incorporated alien and advanced stealth technology, allowing them to evade detection by the enemy's sensors. They were also equipped with highly sophisticated targeting systems, enabling them to lock onto enemy vessels and deliver precision strikes with devastating effects. Naval forces were included in this technological arms race. A new generation of warships was designed, boasting mighty railgun systems that could launch projectiles at hypersonic speeds. In addition to the formidable array of missile defense systems, the naval forces had the Zumwalt DDG-1000 destroyers in their arsenal. These ships were equipped with some of the world's most advanced weapon systems, including kinetic and laser weapon systems. These cutting-edge technologies were explicitly designed to counter the extraterrestrial threat, capable of delivering devastating blows to the invaders' ships and weaponry. The kinetic weapons utilized a revolutionary new form of ammunition, capable of delivering unprecedented levels of destruction. These high-velocity rounds could penetrate even the most advanced alien armor, wreaking havoc on the ship's vital systems and infrastructure. Meanwhile, the laser weapon systems provided a more precise and controlled method of attack. Using concentrated beams of light, the lasers could target and disable specific components of the invaders' ships, effectively neutralizing their offensive capabilities. Combined with the rest of the naval forces, including the aircraft carriers and their complement of fighter jets, the Zumwalt DDG-1000 destroyers formed an impenetrable wall of defense against the alien threat. As the countdown to the invasion continued, the world could only hope that their combined efforts would be enough to repel the extraterrestrial invaders and protect the future of humanity. Military training exercises were held unprecedentedly as these new weapons and defense systems were being developed and produced. Joint operations involving multiple nations were conducted, simulating potential alien attack scenarios and testing the effectiveness of the newly developed weaponry. Soldiers, pilots, and sailors were pushed to their limits, honing their skills and forging a sense of camaraderie that would be vital in future battles. One such training exercise took place in the vast deserts of Nevada. Under the scorching sun, troops from several countries came together to simulate a large-scale ground assault by the alien invaders. The soldiers, wearing their advanced combat exoskeletons, moved with surprising speed and agility, coordinating their attacks and communicating seamlessly through the built-in communication systems in their helmets. In another exercise, a multinational fleet of warships assembled in the Pacific Ocean, testing their railgun systems and missile defense capabilities against simulated alien vessels. The ships maneuvered with impressive precision, demonstrating the effectiveness of their cutting-edge technology and their crew's exceptional skill. In the skies, advanced aircraft engaged in dogfights with drone-operated mock alien fighters, pushing the pilots to the edge of their abilities as they sought to outmaneuver and outgun their simulated foes. These military exercises not only served to prepare the world's armed forces for the coming invasion but also sent a powerful message of unity and determination to the aliens. The people of Earth would not bow down to the alien invaders, they would stand together and fight to protect their homes. As the countdown to the fateful year of 2026 continued, the world's governments and military forces worked together with a single, unshakable resolve to safeguard the future of humanity, no matter the cost. In the face of the most daunting threat ever faced by society, the nations of Earth united, their combined strength and ingenuity. The impending alien invasion cast a dark cloud over the global economy. People were becoming increasingly concerned about the future, and this sense of uncertainty was reflected in the financial markets. The value of stocks and bonds plummeted, and currencies worldwide lost value. Governments responded to the crisis by printing money and increasing spending on social programs. They hoped these measures would provide a safety net for citizens during the tumultuous times ahead. The United Nations played a critical role in coordinating global efforts to mitigate the economic fallout from the impending invasion. The organization created a special task force dedicated to managing the crisis. Governments worldwide worked closely with this task force to ensure the necessary resources were available to those who needed them. One of the biggest challenges facing the world was the issue of inflation. As governments printed more and more money, the value of their currencies continued to fall, driving up prices for essential goods and services. This created a vicious cycle in which people had to spend more money to maintain their standard of living, which in turn drove up prices even further. To combat this problem, governments implemented various policies to control inflation. Some governments raised interest rates to reduce money supply, while others introduced price controls on essential goods and services. These measures had mixed success, but they helped to prevent the worst-case scenario of hyperinflation. Despite these efforts, the global economy remained in a state of turmoil, businesses struggled to stay afloat, and many were forced to close their doors permanently. Unemployment rates soared, and people worldwide struggled to make ends meet. In response to these challenges, governments redoubled their efforts to support those in need financially. Social programs were expanded, and citizens were paid directly to help them weather the storm. In the United States, the government implemented programs to provide free meals on wheels and other essential supplies households needed. People stood in long lines, sometimes for hours, waiting for their turn to receive the much-needed assistance. Many expressed gratitude for the government's efforts to care for the people despite their difficulties. Conversations could be heard among those waiting in line, with people sharing stories of their struggles and hope for the future. The sense of community and shared responsibility was palpable as people from all walks of life came together to support each other in a time of need. The situation was similar in other parts of the world, with governments implementing measures to alleviate the worst effects of the economic crisis. While these measures could not completely erase the hardship many people were facing, they provided a lifeline that helped keep them afloat. Chapter 8. The Wisdom of the Dogon Tribe. In December 2025, with just 1 year left before the anticipated alien invasion, a pervasive sense of unease settled over the world. Governments, military forces, and civilians alike knew of the impending threat and the need to prepare for the worst. Despite the incredible technological advances and the tireless efforts of those working to develop Earth's defenses, the uncertainty of what lay ahead was palpable. Noah was analyzing the energy harnessing device in his lab when he received the message. He froze as he read the words on the screen, his heart racing with fear and anxiety. He knew the situation was already dire, but the message from the future humans added a new level of danger to the already precarious situation. The message came in suddenly, interrupting his work. The screen flickered momentarily before displaying the message in bold, ominous letters. He read the message several times, trying to absorb its whole meaning. The future humans were warned about a biological weapon the aliens would use against humanity. His mind raced as he imagined the possibilities. He knew a biological weapon could be far more devastating than any physical attack. It could spread quickly and silently, infecting entire populations before anyone realized what was happening. He shuddered at the thought of what could happen if the aliens unleashed such a weapon on Earth. Despite his terror, Noah knew he had to keep a level head. The future humans explained that a preventive measure could be taken to counter this insidious threat, but the signal was lost before they could provide further details. Noah knew he needed to share this information with the rest of the team and devise a plan to counter the biological threat. He gathered the group in the research lab, his expression serious. He knew he had to share the information he had received, even though it would be difficult to hear. Arya and Dr. Tolliver looked at him expectantly, aware that something important had happened.
I received a message from the future.
He began, his voice low and urgent.
The alien will deploy a biological weapon.
Arya gasped, and Dr. Tolliver's brow furrowed in concern.
What kind of biological weapon?
Dr. Tolliver asked, his voice tight with worry.
We don't know yet.
Noah replied.
But we do know that this is not something we can take lightly. We have to act quickly if we're going to prevent this from happening.
Dr. Tolliver nodded in agreement, his expression grim.
I'll call a meeting with the higher-ups and see what resources we can mobilize.
He said.
We must be proactive and do everything possible to prevent this attack.
Noah immediately informed President Montgomery of this alarming development. The president, already burdened by the immense responsibility of leading the world through this unprecedented crisis, felt her heart sink as she absorbed the news. Despite their best efforts, there might need to be more than Earth's defenses to protect humanity from ruthless invaders. Determined not to let this latest setback undermine their resolve, President Montgomery called an urgent meeting with her top advisors and military leaders. They discussed the potential ramifications of this new threat and formulated a strategy for dealing with the aliens' biological weapons. It was clear that they needed to gather as much information as possible about the nature of the weapon and the preventive measures mentioned in the message from future humans. While the world's best and brightest scientists were already working around the clock to develop weapons and defense systems for the invasion, a new task force focused exclusively on the biological threat. This group, comprising experts in virology, immunology, and biochemistry, would work tirelessly to unravel the secrets of the alien weapon and find a way to protect humanity from its deadly effects. As the task force got to work, President Montgomery ordered a thorough review of Earth's existing biological defense capabilities. Stockpiles of vaccines, antibiotics, and antiviral medications were assessed and replenished, and new research was initiated to develop treatments for previously unknown pathogens. Additionally, efforts were made to improve early warning systems for detecting and tracking outbreaks of infectious diseases. Across the globe, military forces ramped up their training exercises, incorporating the potential use of biological weapons into their scenarios. Protective gear and decontamination equipment were distributed to troops, and training was provided on responding to a biological attack effectively. The world's governments, already united in their efforts to prepare for the alien invasion, redoubled their commitment to ensuring the safety of their populations from this insidious new threat. As the months passed, the task force dedicated to countering the aliens' biological weapons steadily progressed. They pieced together fragments of information from the message sent by the future humans, gradually forming a clearer picture of the weapon's characteristics and potential effects. However, the key to the preventive measures mentioned in the message still eluded them, leaving a crucial gap in Earth's defenses. In the meantime, Noah continued his efforts to re-establish contact with future humans, desperate to retrieve the missing information that could save countless lives. He knew that the stakes had never been higher and that every moment that passed brought the world closer to the brink of disaster. As the year 2025 was halfway through, the people of Earth faced the coming invasion with a mixture of fear, determination, and hope. They knew they had come a long way in their preparations and that the future was uncertain. The clock was ticking, and the fate of humanity hung in the balance. After countless attempts to re-establish contact with future humans, Noah's persistence finally paid off. One day, as he was working at his computer, a new message flickered onto the screen. He could hardly believe his eyes. It was the continuation of the interrupted message he had been searching for. The text provided valuable insights into the aliens' biological weapons, including the key to the preventive measures the future humans had mentioned. Noah quickly gathered the team, his excitement barely contained as he explained the importance of the new information. The message revealed that the cure for the biological attack was to be found in Africa, specifically among a tribe called the Dogon. This tribe, renowned for their knowledge of astronomy and ancient traditions, held the key to humanity's survival in the face of the alien threat. The Dogon people, who lived in the rugged terrain of Mali, West Africa, had long been the subject of fascination and intrigue for anthropologists and historians alike. Their elaborate cosmology, which included knowledge of the stars and celestial bodies that appeared to predate modern scientific discoveries, had puzzled scholars for generations. The message from the future suggested that the Dogon possessed more than just astronomical knowledge. They held the secret to neutralizing the aliens' devastating biological weapon. Before departing for Africa, Noah and the team reported their latest findings to the President of the United States. The President was stunned by the situation's urgency and immediately funded their mission to meet with the Dogon people in Africa. During a meeting with the President and her advisors, the team discussed their plan and all the necessary preparations they needed to make for the trip. They would fly to Africa on a military cargo plane, accompanied by a team of soldiers and all the necessary vehicles and equipment. The President emphasized the importance of their mission and wished them good luck. As they boarded the plane, Noah, Arya, and Dr. Tolliver felt the weight of the world on their shoulders. They knew that the fate of humanity lay in their hands and that they couldn't afford to fail. The journey to reach the heart of the Dogon territory was challenging and arduous, but they were determined to get there as quickly as possible. They were filled with purpose and determination as they began their mission. Their first stop was in the bustling city of Bamako, the capital of Mali. Here, they navigated the crowded streets, teeming with vendors selling colorful textiles, fragrant spices, and an array of local crafts. The air was thick with the aroma of street food, honking horns, lively music, and the chatter of people going about their daily lives. Despite the urgency of their mission, the team took a moment to appreciate the vibrant culture and energy surrounding them. After gathering the necessary supplies and information, the team continued their journey, leaving the urban landscape of Bamako behind. They traveled through a vast savanna, where the seemingly endless grasslands were dotted with acacia trees and the occasional herd of elephants, giraffes, and other wildlife. The immense scale of the landscape was humbling, a reminder of the Earth's beauty and the responsibility they bore to protect it. The savanna became more rugged as the team traversed steep mountains and deep valleys. The journey became increasingly complex, with the team often navigating narrow paths with sheer drops on either side. They relied on their physical strength and mental fortitude to persevere through the challenges, constantly reminded of the importance of their mission. During their journey, the team also encountered remote villages, where they were met with curiosity and warmth by the local people. Despite language barriers and cultural differences, they were able to communicate their purpose and receive valuable guidance and assistance from the villagers. These encounters were a testament to the universal human connection and the shared desire to protect their home. The team also battled the elements, facing torrential downpours, sweltering heat, and even sandstorms as they ventured through the diverse landscapes of West Africa. They were forced to adapt to the harsh conditions, drawing upon their resourcefulness and resilience to overcome obstacles. At night, they would set up camp, huddling together around a campfire for warmth and comfort, sharing stories, and building bonds that would last a lifetime. As they neared the heart of Dogon territory, the team began to encounter the distinctive architecture and cultural markers of the tribe. They marveled at the unique cliff dwellings carved into the mountainside, the granaries adorned with intricate carvings, and the sacred sites where the Dogon people performed their rituals and ceremonies. Each discovery filled them with awe and respect for the ancient culture they were about to encounter. After 2 weeks of arduous travel, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team finally reached their destination, the heart of the Dogon territory. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the tribe's elders, who were intrigued by the team's story and the message from the future. The elders listened intently as Noah explained their mission and humanity's impending threat. After much deliberation, the elders invited Noah and his team to gather around the fire pit in the center of their village. Here, they navigated the crowded streets, teeming with vendors selling colorful textiles, fragrant spices, and an array of local crafts. The air was thick with the aroma of street food, honking horns, lively music, and the chatter of people going about their daily lives. Despite the urgency of their mission, the team took a moment to appreciate the vibrant culture and energy surrounding them. After gathering the necessary supplies and information, the team continued their journey, leaving the urban landscape of Bamako behind. They traveled through a vast savanna, where the seemingly endless grasslands were dotted with acacia trees and the occasional herd of elephants, giraffes, and other wildlife. The immense scale of the landscape was humbling, a reminder of the Earth's beauty and the responsibility they bore to protect it. The savanna became more rugged as the team traversed steep mountains and deep valleys. The journey became increasingly complex, with the team often navigating narrow paths with sheer drops on either side. They relied on their physical strength and mental fortitude to persevere through the challenges, constantly reminded of the importance of their mission. During their journey, the team also encountered remote villages, where they were met with curiosity and warmth by the local people. Despite language barriers and cultural differences, they were able to communicate their purpose and receive valuable guidance and assistance from the villagers. These encounters were a testament to the universal human connection and the shared desire to protect their home. The team also battled the elements, facing torrential downpours, sweltering heat, and even sandstorms as they ventured through the diverse landscapes of West Africa. They were forced to adapt to the harsh conditions, drawing upon their resourcefulness and resilience to overcome obstacles. At night, they would set up camp, huddling together around a campfire for warmth and comfort, sharing stories, and building bonds that would last a lifetime. As they neared the heart of Dogon territory, the team began to encounter the distinctive architecture and cultural markers of the tribe. They marveled at the unique cliff dwellings carved into the mountainside, the granaries adorned with intricate carvings, and the sacred sites where the Dogon people performed their rituals and ceremonies. Each discovery filled them with awe and respect for the ancient culture they were about to encounter. After 2 weeks of arduous travel, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team finally reached their destination, the heart of the Dogon territory. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the tribe's elders, who were intrigued by the team's story and the message from the future. The elders listened intently as Noah explained their mission and humanity's impending threat. After much deliberation, the elders invited Noah and his team to gather around the fire pit in the center of their village. Amid the panic, a group of men had gathered at an army surplus store on the outskirts of town. They were looking to buy CBR or chemical, biological, and radiation suits to protect themselves in case of an alien attack. The store was filled with equipment, from gas masks and boots to military-grade backpacks and camping gear. The men, ranging in age from early 20s to 50s, discussed the latest developments in the alien invasion crisis. One of the older men, who had served in the military, talked about his experiences during the Gulf War.
"I've been through chemical attacks before, and let me tell you, it's not pretty,"
he said, his voice heavy with emotion.
"But with one of these CBR suits, we'll be able to protect ourselves from anything those aliens throw at us."
Another man, a younger one, was skeptical.
"Do you think this will help? We don't even know what kind of weapons the aliens have."
The older man glared at him.
"Better safe than sorry, son. Besides, we can't just sit around and do nothing while the world falls apart."
As they browsed through the selection of CBR suits, they discussed the possibility of forming a survival group, with each member bringing their skills and resources to the table. They discussed gathering food, water, other supplies, weapons, and ammunition to defend themselves against any potential threat. The shopkeeper, a seasoned elderly gentleman who had seen his fair share of military conflicts, looked on with sympathy and amusement. He had seen many people come through his store over the years, looking for ways to prepare for an uncertain future. But he also knew that in times of crisis, it was human nature to seek ways to protect oneself and one's loved ones. As the men made their purchases and left the store, the owner couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. He knew that the world was changing and not for the better. But he also knew there were still people willing to fight for their survival, no matter the odds. As the days and weeks went by, the situation grew more and more tense. News of inexplicable occurrences began circulating the globe, sparking speculation and unease. Enigmatic crop formations and even inexplicable livestock mutilations were reported from disparate locations, each more bewildering than the last. Adding an even more uncanny layer to these stories were claims of sightings of a legendary creature, Bigfoot. These reports, however, were not confined to the hushed whispers of conspiracy theorists. They began to find their way into mainstream media, making headlines and fueling numerous debates. In the heartland of America, a farmer awoke to an uncanny sight. His cornfield, which had been perfectly ordinary the night before, was now etched with intricate circles and lines. This was no random act of vandalism. The precision with which the design was executed spoke of sophistication beyond human capabilities, at least according to the baffled local authorities. The farmer, a pragmatic man who had always scoffed at the notion of extraterrestrial life, was at a loss for words. A drone video of the elaborate design soon went viral, sparking a wave of fascination and fear. Halfway across the world, in a small village in the English countryside, a series of livestock mutilations shook the close-knit community. The village's primary source of livelihood was cattle rearing, and the gruesome incidents terrified and bewildered the villagers. The animals were found with surgical precision cuts, and the lack of blood at the scene was chilling. No tracks, fingerprints, or plausible explanations were to be found. The local veterinarian was stumped, stating that he had never encountered anything of this sort in his 30 years of practice. The stories of these gruesome occurrences began to spread, adding to the growing unease. In the dense woods of the Pacific Northwest, a hiker reported an encounter with what he firmly believed to be Bigfoot. His account was met with skepticism until he produced a piece of footage that sent shockwaves through the cryptozoological community. The blurry video showed a large, bipedal creature, covered in hair, disappearing into the dense forest. The man's terror was palpable as he narrated his experience, and despite the poor video quality, it was clear that the creature he encountered was far from ordinary. This report and a recent increase in sightings in the area prompted a frenzy of Bigfoot hunters and curious tourists to descend upon the region. Some people claim to have been abducted by aliens, fueling the already raging fire of speculation and fear. Despite the uncertainty and fear, there were also glimmers of hope. As news of the team's progress in Africa began circulating, people started to believe there might be a way to fight back against the alien threat. The team's discovery of the energy harnessing system and the possibility of replicating it offered hope in an otherwise bleak situation. The world watched with bated breath as the team continued their work, hoping and praying for a breakthrough that could save them all. Chapter 9. Exploiting the Alien Weakness. As the final days of 2025 ended, Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the team found themselves at the center of a global effort to produce and distribute the Dogon remedy. The cure, once a closely guarded secret of the Dogon tribe, had become the world's best hope for countering the aliens' biological weapon. Governments worldwide united to support this monumental endeavor, recognizing that their survival was at stake. In the United States, a massive campaign was launched to manufacture and distribute the cure. Pharmaceutical companies, research institutions, and government agencies joined forces in an unprecedented collaboration, putting aside their differences and commercial interests for the greater good. Factories were repurposed and expanded to accommodate the production of the remedy. At the same time, a nationwide network of distribution centers was established to ensure every citizen could access the cure. People from all walks of life worked tirelessly to support the effort, whether by assisting with manufacturing, managing logistics, or volunteering at distribution centers. In many ways, the struggle against the alien threat had united the country, bringing people together for a common cause and fostering a sense of unity and purpose that needed to be improved in recent years. The cure reached millions of Americans as the months passed, with long lines forming at distribution centers nationwide. The atmosphere at these centers was a mix of anxiety, hope, and determination. In addition to the distribution centers, medical buses roamed the streets, bringing the cure directly to the neighborhoods and communities that needed it most. These buses were staffed by dedicated healthcare workers who braved the elements and worked long hours to ensure that every person who needed the cure received it. Elderly residents, particularly vulnerable to the alien threat, were prioritized in the distribution process. Many of them could not stand in long lines at distribution centers and were, therefore, grateful for the convenience of the medical buses. The relief was palpable as elderly residents received the cure, often shedding tears of gratitude and hope. Neighborhoods and communities across the country came together in unity and solidarity, with volunteers stepping up to help their neighbors and ensure no one was left behind. Churches and community centers were transformed into makeshift distribution centers, with volunteers working around the clock to ensure the cure was available to everyone who needed it. As people received the cure, there was growing hope and optimism that the alien threat could be defeated. The long lines and crowded distribution centers were a testament to the determination of the American people to overcome any obstacle in the face of danger. The country had been through dark times before, but this crisis had brought out the best in everyone, uniting them in a common cause and reminding them of the strength and resilience of the human spirit. Meanwhile, the US government worked closely with its counterparts worldwide to share information, resources, and expertise. Meetings and conferences were held in person and via secure video conferencing to discuss progress and address challenges. The international community had come to recognize that the alien invasion posed an existential threat to humanity and that they could only hope to overcome it by working together. As the countdown to the invasion continued, the world's governments ramped up their efforts to ensure the safety and security of their citizens. The United States government recognized the immense value of military veterans and former law enforcement officers in defending against potential alien threats. Understanding their unique skill sets, experience, and dedication, the government launched an inspiring and powerful recruitment campaign to mobilize these individuals for the collective defense of the nation. Commercials flooded the airwaves, capturing the attention and stirring the hearts of millions nationwide. The recruitment campaign unfolded with impactful advertisements showcasing the unwavering commitment and unparalleled expertise of military veterans and former law enforcement officers. Each commercial depicted powerful scenes of heroism, resilience, and steadfast dedication, aiming to resonate deeply with those who had previously served their country and community. In one commercial, the screen opened with a montage of military veterans, clad in their uniforms, engaging in intense training exercises, demonstrating their physical prowess and mental fortitude. The voiceover echoed with pride and respect, honoring their sacrifices and emphasizing the extraordinary skills they possessed. The footage transitioned to scenes of former law enforcement officers, showcasing their expertise in tactical maneuvers, quick decision-making, and effective communication under pressure. The message was clear: their skills were again needed to protect the nation from a new and formidable enemy. The recruitment campaign didn't just focus on the skills and experience of these individuals, it delved into their personal stories, highlighting their courage, loyalty, and selflessness. Commercials featured interviews with military veterans and former law enforcement officers, sharing their journeys, the challenges they had overcome, and their unwavering dedication to the service of others. Their stories resonated with viewers, inspiring a sense of pride and a call to action. The government strategically placed these advertisements during popular television programs, sports events, and online platforms. Social media platforms were abuzz with powerful images and stories, igniting conversations and rallying support for the recruitment campaign. The commercials garnered widespread attention, capturing the hearts of military veterans, former law enforcement officers, and the general public, inspired by these remarkable individuals' sense of duty and sacrifice. The campaign's success was evident in the overwhelming response it received. Recruitment centers saw a surge of applications from military veterans and former law enforcement officers eager to serve their country again and protect their fellow citizens. The government swiftly responded, streamlining the application process. As the recruitment campaign unfolded, it fostered a sense of unity and purpose, bridging the gap between different branches of service and creating a shared commitment to the nation's defense. Military veterans and former law enforcement officers found a renewed sense of purpose and belonging as they united under a common cause, ready to face the challenges ahead. The success of the recruitment campaign served as a powerful testament to the unwavering dedication and loyalty of military veterans and former law enforcement officers. It showcased the government's recognition of their invaluable contributions and reaffirmed the trust placed in their hands to protect the nation. Together, these extraordinary individuals stood poised to defend their country again, forging a powerful and united front against the potential alien invasion. The logistics of this massive operation were incredibly complex, requiring careful coordination between multiple agencies, including the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, and various state and local law enforcement organizations. The objective was clear: to ensure that every qualified individual had access to the advanced weaponry necessary to defend their communities and the nation. In the weeks leading up to the invasion, factories became the beating heart of a country bracing for conflict. They were the bustling epicenters of activity, reverberating with the unceasing hum of machinery and the steady rhythm of human endeavor. Workers, men and women alike, put in hours that stretched into the night, their faces illuminated by the harsh glow of assembly line lights. It was an effort fueled by a sense of duty, a collective will to protect their homeland. The weapons they produced were not merely warfare tools, they represented the pinnacle of human ingenuity. Energy-based projectiles that harnessed the raw power of plasma, advanced targeting systems equipped with AI-assisted precision, and armor crafted from lightweight yet incredibly durable materials. Every component was a testament to their nation's technological prowess, a manifestation of the relentless push for advancement even in the face of impending war. The factory floor buzzed with activity, and the human element was ever present amidst the mechanical symphony. Workers shared stories, encouragements, and fears. Their dialogue was a testament to their unwavering spirit.
Do you think these new energy rifles will make a difference, Lou?
Asked a grizzled veteran worker, tightening a bolt on a half-assembled weapon. His hands were rough, stained with oil and years of hard work. Lou, a younger woman known for her quick mind and quicker fingers, looked up from the advanced targeting system she was calibrating. Her face, smeared with grease, was set in a determined expression.
They have to, Fred.
She replied confidently, her voice resonating over the din of the factory.
We're putting everything we've got into these. Science is sound, and tech is top tier. It's not just about giving our soldiers a fighting chance. It's about showing the aliens that we're not backing down.
Fred grunted in approval, a tight smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. They returned to their tasks, their movements fluid and practiced. They were two among thousands, each worker a vital cog in a vast machine, each weapon a beacon of hope in an uncertain future. The long hours and physical toll were undoubtedly grueling, but the factory workers found strength in their purpose. The ceaseless rhythm of production became a heartbeat, a lifeline. The weapons they crafted were more than just the sum of their parts, they symbolized resilience, a tangible product of their steadfast spirit. As they worked through the night, the factories became beacons of light, bright against the encroaching darkness, a testament to the undying will of a nation on the precipice of war. Once the weapons were produced, the next challenge was distributing them to the millions of veterans and former law enforcement officers nationwide. This task was accomplished through a network of distribution centers strategically located to ensure that every eligible individual could easily access the necessary equipment. These centers were staffed by military personnel responsible for verifying the recipient's credentials and ensuring the weapons were distributed efficiently and securely. In tandem with the distribution of weapons, the government organized a series of training programs designed to familiarize these brave men and women with their new tools. The training was held at military bases and law enforcement facilities across the country, with instructors drawn from the elite ranks of the armed forces and specialized law enforcement units. 2 veterans who signed up for the training were Jerry, a former Marine in his late 30s, and Stacy, a retired police officer in her mid-40s. Jerry was eager to use his skills and training to defend his country again, while Stacy felt a duty to protect her community and ensure her family's safety. They arrived at the training facility eager to get started and use their skills and training to make a difference. As the training sessions began, the veterans were immediately thrown into a world of intense physical and mental challenges. Instructors pushed them to their limits, teaching them everything they needed about advanced weaponry, from essential operation and maintenance to progressive tactical apps. The instructors were a mix of battle-hardened veterans and highly skilled professionals, and they brought a wealth of knowledge and experience to the training sessions. The veterans quickly realized that the new weapons were about firepower, teamwork, and coordination. The instructors emphasized the importance of unity in the face of the alien threat, and the veterans trained together as a team, learning to work together to bring down the enemy. Despite the grueling nature of the training, the participants approached it with determination and resolve, driven by their commitment to protecting their loved ones and their nation. Many formed close bonds with fellow trainees, forging friendships and camaraderie to serve them well in future battles. As the training programs ended, the participants emerged as a formidable force, armed with the knowledge and skills to wield advanced weaponry effectively. With the invasion drawing ever closer, these newly equipped and trained defenders stood ready to join the ranks of those fighting to protect the Earth from the alien menace. Across the United States, these veterans and former law enforcement officers took up their positions within their communities, forming a vital component of the nation's defense strategy. They served as a powerful reminder of humanity's resilience and determination to stand together in the face of an unprecedented threat. A new wave of volunteers joined the retired veterans and former law enforcement officers, retired nurses and doctors. These experienced medical professionals, who had dedicated their careers to saving lives and healing the sick, now found themselves once again answering the call to serve their communities in a time of need. The new threat facing the country was the potential for an alien attack, and these teams were determined to be ready for any eventuality. They established medical teams, providing first aid training to civilians and preparing for mass casualties. These teams of dedicated medical professionals were stationed in key locations, ready to respond to any emergency from the alien attack. In addition to their medical expertise, these teams were equipped with the latest medical technology and supplies, including portable defibrillators, oxygen tanks, and emergency medical kits. They trained tirelessly, honing their skills and preparing for any eventuality. They held regular drills, practicing their response to various scenarios that could arise from an alien attack. As word of their work spread, more and more people joined their ranks, eager to make a difference and help protect their communities. The government's support of the community defense teams was a welcome addition to their efforts. With the free first aid kits and other medical supplies, the teams were better equipped to handle any emergency that might arise from the alien attack. The helmets and safety glasses were essential, protecting team members during potentially dangerous situations. These supplies not only helped to keep the teams safe, but they also instilled a sense of confidence in their abilities and reinforced the importance of their work in protecting the people from the alien threat. In addition to the government and local community support, the retired veterans, former law enforcement officers, and retired nurses and doctors received crucial support from the state National Guard units. The National Guard, with their extensive training and experience, provided valuable assistance to these defense teams. They helped train and equip these volunteers, ensuring they were ready to respond to any threat. The National Guard also provided regular support and backup, allowing these teams to focus on protecting their communities from alien attacks. With the National Guard's help, the defense teams were better prepared to face any challenge that might come their way. The combination of the National Guard's training and experience, the government's resources and supplies, and the dedication and expertise of the retired veterans, former law enforcement officers, retired nurses, and doctors made these community defense teams a powerful force for good. Arya's brother and cousin, both serving in the Georgia National Guard, were proud to be a part of this effort to protect their country and their loved ones. They felt a sense of duty and obligation to serve, and they were eager to put their training and skills to the test. Arya was proud of her family members and knew they were in good hands with the National Guard. Noah's best friend from childhood, who was now in the Marines, was similarly eager to serve. He had always been drawn to the military and felt a sense of pride and purpose in serving his country. Noah and his friend had stayed in touch over the years, and Noah was proud of his friend for choosing to do. Arya and Noah couldn't help but worry about their loved ones on the front lines as they waited for the alien invasion to begin. They knew the upcoming battle would test humanity's strength and resilience and hoped their friends and family would escape it unharmed. But they also knew they were in good hands and comforted in the knowledge that they were doing everything they could to protect their country and people. As the final months before the invasion ticked away, the world watched and waited, its collective breath held in anticipation. Noah, Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and their team had done everything possible to prepare for the coming battle, but they knew the future was uncertain. In the face of the most significant challenge humanity had ever faced, they could only hope that their efforts would be enough. The clock continued to tick, each passing moment bringing the world closer to its ultimate test. As 2026 dawned, the people of Earth stood together, united in their determination to face the alien threat and protect their planet, their home. The stage was set for the final battle, and the fate of humanity hung in the balance. Noah, working tirelessly to re-establish contact with future humans, suddenly received a new message. His heart raced as he quickly decoded the transmission. This message, unlike the others, contained vital information about the alien invaders' weaknesses. As Noah scanned the message, he knew this was the crucial intelligence the world had been waiting for. With this knowledge, humanity might stand a fighting chance. Noah immediately contacted Arya and Dr. Tolliver, who had been coordinating the distribution of the Dogon remedy. The urgency in his voice was palpable as he told them that he had received new information from the future. The three quickly convened a secure video conference with President Montgomery and her top advisors. Noah shared the contents of the message. Her advisors, a diverse group of seasoned experts in various fields, leaned closer to their screens, grasping the gravity of the information being relayed. The message revealed that the aliens' primary power source came from specific energy they harnessed and stored in their ships and weapons. This energy was both their greatest strength and their Achilles heel. If humanity could find a way to disrupt or neutralize this energy source, the aliens' formidable power would be significantly diminished, tipping the scales in Earth's favor. As Noah shared this information, President Montgomery and her advisors exchanged hopeful and determined glances. They knew that this was the breakthrough they had been hoping for. President Montgomery thanked Noah and his team, assuring them that this intelligence would be shared worldwide with the appropriate experts and military leaders. The atmosphere in the Situation Room, where President Montgomery and her advisors had gathered, was electric with anticipation. Gone was the sense of doom that had hung over them for so long. Now they felt the thrill of possibility, of hope. They knew that much work was needed and time was running out, but they thought they had a fighting chance for the first time in months. Word of the aliens' weakness spread quickly through the military and scientific community ranks, igniting a renewed sense of purpose and determination. With no previous energy readings or encounters with the aliens, the researchers and engineers had to approach the challenge with a fresh perspective. Over the next 3 months, they worked tirelessly, exploring various options and conducting extensive experiments to determine the most effective means of disrupting the alien energy source. One day, while discussing the latest test results, a young engineer named Chris had an epiphany. He realized that the energy source was vulnerable to salt water, and he proposed a strategy that involved using high-pressure water streams to disrupt the alien energy source. The team was initially skeptical, but after running a series of simulations, they were convinced that this could be the solution they sought.
This could be it, guys.
Chris said excitedly.
If we can deliver a high-pressure stream of salt water to the alien ships, we should be able to disrupt their energy source and render them powerless.
The team spent the next few weeks refining the concept, developing prototypes of saltwater-based missiles, and conducting extensive field tests. The results were promising, and the team was confident this could be the key to defeating the aliens.
This is a breakthrough,
said Dr. Tolliver.
If we can make this work, we'll have a real chance of stopping the aliens in their tracks.
The team presented their findings to military leaders and government officials, and soon, plans were underway to develop and implement the saltwater-based missile system on a large scale. The world held its breath as the scientists and engineers worked tirelessly to perfect the technology, hoping it would be the key to victory in the face of the alien threat. One day, as the team gathered in the laboratory for a meeting, the conversation turned to their challenges while developing the weapons.
It's been a long and difficult journey, but we're finally starting to see the fruits of our labor,
said Dr. Tolliver, looking around the room at his colleagues.
I couldn't agree more,
said Arya.
But I still have concerns about the scalability of the technology. How will we produce enough weapons to defend the planet?
That's a good point,
said Noah, nodding.
We need to ensure that we can mass-produce these weapons, and quickly.
I think we're on the right track,
said a senior engineer.
We've been working closely with manufacturers to streamline the production process, and I'm confident we'll be able to produce the weapons in large quantities.
Special military units were trained to operate specialized water-based weapons that could deliver high-pressure streams of salt water to the aliens' ships. These teams were deployed to key locations, ready to act. Chapter 10. Fleeting Moments of Light. The world seemed to hold its breath as the months passed, and with only 6 months until the predicted alien invasion, the world continued its feverish preparations. Massive underground bunkers were constructed strategically, providing shelter and protection for millions of people. Some bunkers were more advanced than others, boasting state-of-the-art technology, while others were more basic, relying on more straightforward means to provide shelter and security. In the United States, the bunkers were stocked with food, water, medical supplies, and other necessities to support their occupants for an extended period. The construction of these bunkers was a monumental effort, with nations pooling their resources and working around the clock to complete them in time. The project brought out the best in humanity, as people from all walks of life volunteered their time, skills, and labor to help build these vital sanctuaries. In the United States, the looming threat triggered an unprecedented surge in gun sales. It appears every American now owns at least 2 firearms. Surprisingly, this massive increase in gun ownership did not increase crime rates. On the contrary, crime was down across the country. There were no mass shootings or other gun-related incidents, perhaps because everyone was now armed or possibly because the focus had shifted toward a common enemy, uniting people in a way that transcended their differences. The atmosphere in the United States had changed dramatically. Gone were the heated political debates and bitter divisions that had once plagued the country. Instead, there was a newfound sense of unity and purpose as people from all walks of life came together to prepare for the invasion. Neighbors helped one another build makeshift shelters and stockpile supplies, while communities held town hall meetings to coordinate their efforts and share information. In the inner cities of Chicago, Los Angeles, and other metropolitan areas, gang members from rival factions set aside their differences and came together for a common cause. The Crips, Bloods, Vice Lords, Gangster Disciples, Latin Kings, Vagush Motorcycle Club, Florencia, Aryan Brotherhood, Hells Angels, Costa Nostra, MS-13, 18th Street, Mara Salvatrucha, and other smaller gangs all called a peace treaty and united forces in preparation for the potential alien invasion. The gang leaders sat around a table, their expressions severe and focused. They knew that the threat of the alien invasion was real and that they needed to work together if they were going to survive.
We all know what's at stake here,
said the leader of the Crips.
We've got to put aside our differences and stand together if we're going to make it through this.
The leader of the Bloods nodded in agreement.
We've been fighting each other for too long. It's time to come together for the greater good.
The leader of the Vice Lords spoke up next.
We need to start stockpiling supplies and weapons. We don't know what we'll be against, but we must be prepared.
The other gang's leaders nodded in agreement and began discussing strategies for preparing for the invasion. They talked about building fortified positions, setting up early warning systems, and pooling their resources to acquire the weapons and equipment they would need to defend themselves. As the meeting ended, the leaders of the gangs shook hands, united in their common cause. They knew that they were up against a formidable foe, but they also knew they stood a chance together. In the face of the impending alien invasion, even the most bitter of enemies had come together, united in their determination to survive. As the world faced the impending invasion, fear gave way to determination, and the petty conflicts of the past were put aside in favor of a common goal. The sense of camaraderie that had emerged transcended national borders as people from all corners of the earth worked together to face the alien threat. Across the Atlantic, the European Union had been leading in coordinating the global response to the invasion. Scientists and engineers from dozens of countries collaborated on cutting-edge research projects, sharing their findings and pooling their resources to develop new technologies and strategies. Meanwhile, the member states of NATO had formed a united front, pooling their military resources and intelligence to prepare for the coming conflict. In Asia, regional powers such as China, Japan, and South Korea had set aside their long-standing rivalries, working together to fortify their defenses and develop advanced weaponry. In Africa, nations had banded together to distribute the Dogon remedy, ensuring their populations were protected from the aliens' biological attack. In South America, countries like Brazil, Argentina, and Chile had ramped up their military and scientific research efforts, collaborating with their neighbors to ensure the continent's security in the face of the invasion. Even countries that had traditionally been at odds found common ground, recognizing that their survival depended on their ability to work together. As the countdown to the invasion continued, the world became a hive of activity. Factories worked around the clock to produce the advanced technology needed to fight the invaders. At the same time, scientists and engineers toiled day and night to uncover the secrets of the alien attackers. Military training exercises continued on an unprecedented scale as soldiers, pilots, and sailors prepared for the fight of their lives. The looming invasion had also transformed the global media landscape. News outlets focused on the latest developments in the world's preparations, providing updates on scientific breakthroughs, military exercises, and other relevant information. Social media platforms were abuzz with discussions and debates about the alien threat, as people worldwide shared their fears, hopes, and theories about the coming invasion. The environment in the United States and worldwide changed dramatically in the months leading up to the invasion. People everywhere were consumed with the need to prepare and protect their families, communities, and nations. The world had come together as never before, united by a common threat and a shared determination to face the challenge head-on. Despite the overwhelming sense of urgency, there were light moments amidst the darkness. People found solace in life's simple pleasures, such as spending time with loved ones, enjoying a meal together, or appreciating the beauty of nature. These moments served as reminders of what was at stake, fueling their determination to protect the world they cherished. As the final months before the invasion passed, humanity had become a united force, driven by their shared desire to defend Earth and ensure the survival of future generations. Acts of kindness and cooperation became the norm as people recognized that their strength lay in their unity. During this intense preparation period, Noah and Arya found solace in each other's company. Their shared experiences and the deep bond they had formed through their work on the Dogon remedy and deciphering the messages from the future humans had drawn them closer together. Eventually, their friendship blossomed into something more, and they began dating. Despite the uncertainty of the times, Noah and Arya managed to find joy and comfort in their blossoming relationship. Their evenings out were a welcome reprieve from the stresses of their work, allowing them to forget the looming threat of the invasion, if only for a few hours. They would go out to dinners at cozy, candle-lit restaurants, sharing stories and laughter over plates of delicious food. On the weekends, they would take strolls through parks, hand in hand, enjoying the beauty of nature and the simple pleasure of each other's company. The vibrant colors of the flowers and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze reminded them of the world they were fighting to protect. As their love for one another deepened, Noah and Arya also enjoyed romantic evenings. They would watch the sunset over the city skyline from a secluded rooftop, the sky a canvas of brilliant oranges and reds, and the twinkling city's twinkling lights doing a magical backdrop to their intimate conversations. They would talk about their hopes and dreams, not just for the world's future, but also about their own lives together once the threat of the invasion had passed. Noah and Arya sat together, looking up at the stars above. They had been through so much together, and as they held hands, they couldn't help but feel grateful to have each other.
It's amazing to think about everything we've accomplished together,
Noah said, breaking the silence. Arya nodded in agreement, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth.
I would never have thought that deciphering alien messages and building an energy harnessing system could bring us here,
she replied. Noah squeezed her hand.
I know. It's been wild, but we've made it this far. And if we can survive an alien invasion, I think we can survive anything.
Arya laughed softly.
I hope you're right.
They sat silently for a moment, watching the stars twinkle above them. Then, Noah spoke again.
Arya, there's something I've been wanting to ask you.
Arya looked at him expectantly.
If we make it through this, if the world survives, will you marry me?
He asked, his eyes locking hers. Arya's eyes widened in surprise, and then a smile broke out.
Yes,
she said without hesitation.
I will marry you.
They held each other close, looking up at the stars and dreaming of a future together. Their relationship did not interfere with their work, it strengthened their resolve and determination to succeed. They knew that the future they envisioned together hinged on the outcome of the coming battle, and this knowledge only served to intensify their commitment to the cause. Dr. Tolliver, who had been a mentor and friend to both Noah and Arya, fully supported their relationship. He could see its positive effect on their well-being and how it bolstered their spirits during the most challenging moments. In his eyes, they were a perfect match. Their complementary strengths and shared passion for their work made them an even more formidable team. As Noah and Arya navigated their relationship amid the high stakes of their work, they realized that their love for each other had grown into something far more profound than they had anticipated. The intensity of the challenges they faced together forged an unbreakable bond. In the final months before the invasion, as the world's defenses were solidified and last-minute preparations were made, Noah received another message from the future humans. This time, the message contained a critical piece of information that could dramatically alter the course of the upcoming battle. The future humans revealed that the alien invaders had a secret weapon called the quantum resonator, one they had not expected humanity to discover. The quantum resonator, if activated, could potentially devastate Earth's defenses and plunge the planet into chaos. However, the message also contained a glimmer of hope, the weapon's location and a possible way to neutralize it. Noah sat at his desk, staring at the computer screen in disbelief. The message caught him off guard, and it was shocking. His heart raced as he processed the implications of the message. He quickly gathered his thoughts and called a meeting with the rest of the team. Arya, Dr. Tolliver, and the rest of the scientists listened in stunned silence as Noah explained the content of the message. All knew about the situation and that they had to act quickly. Noah then informed President Montgomery of the new development. He held his breath as he waited for her reaction. President Montgomery was shocked and concerned by the news, but she was also determined to do everything she could to protect the world. She immediately convened a meeting with her advisors, military leaders, and top scientists, including Noah and his team. President Montgomery looked around the room, and her expression was serious and determined. She knew that the world's fate hung in the balance, and they needed a plan of action. The room fell silent as she began to address her team. President Montgomery.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received crucial information regarding the alien invaders' secret weapon. This quantum resonator poses a significant threat to our defenses and existence. We must act swiftly and decisively. Our mission is to neutralize this weapon before it can be unleashed upon us.
Admiral Thompson.
Madam President, I recommend we deploy SEAL Team 6. They are our best trained operatives and have a proven track record in high-stakes missions. Their skills and expertise will be crucial in infiltrating the facility and disabling the quantum resonator's control systems.
General Rodriguez.
I concur, Madam President. SEAL Team 6 is unparalleled in its ability to execute covert operations. Their exceptional training and experience make them the ideal choice for this mission.
President Montgomery nodded, considering their recommendation. She understood the gravity of the situation and the need for a specialized team to handle this delicate operation. President Montgomery.
Admiral Thompson, General Rodriguez, coordinate with SEAL Team 6 immediately. Equip them with the necessary resources and provide them with any additional intelligence we have on the under-the-ocean facility housing the quantum resonator. Time is of the essence.
Admiral Thompson.
Yes, Madam President. We will mobilize SEAL Team 6 immediately and ensure they have everything they need to complete the mission.
President Montgomery turned her attention to the scientists and researchers in the room, knowing their expertise would be vital in developing a countermeasure against the quantum resonator. President Montgomery.
To our esteemed scientists, I urge you to work tirelessly to analyze the information provided by future humans. We must understand their instructions on how to neutralize this weapon. This is a pivotal moment, and we cannot afford missteps.
Dr. Martinez.
Madam President, we will assemble a team of top scientists and researchers to analyze the information received meticulously. We will leave no stone unturned in our pursuit of understanding the alien weapon and finding a viable countermeasure.
President Montgomery.
Excellent, Dr. Martinez. I have full confidence in your capabilities. Keep me updated on your progress, and let us know if you require additional support.
As the meeting progressed, ideas were exchanged, strategies were debated, and plans began to take shape. Each team member understood the gravity of the situation and their responsibility. The room buzzed with a shared determination to protect their world from the devastating power of the quantum resonator. President Montgomery.
We are racing against time, my friends. But we are united, resilient, and determined. Our nation, and indeed the world, is counting on us.
The team members nodded, their expressions a mix of determination and unwavering resolve. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they were prepared to face them head-on. Their expertise, dedication, and unity would be the driving force behind their success. President Montgomery.
Let's get to work. Our mission begins now. May our actions today shape the destiny of humanity and secure a brighter future for all.
With renewed purpose, the team dispersed, each member tasked with their specific role in the mission. The room transformed into a hive of activity as they set their plans. Chapter 11. Into the Abyss. President Montgomery, recognizing the severity of the situation, agreed with her military advisors that deploying SEAL Team 6 was the best course of action. Their mission, to infiltrate the alien underwater base, locate the quantum resonator, and neutralize it before the invasion began. SEAL Team 6, known for their unparalleled tactical prowess and experience in high-risk operations, was the ideal choice for such a critical mission. The team would be led by Commander James Raptor Mitchell, a seasoned veteran. His experience in high-risk operations and brilliant tactical mind made him the perfect candidate to lead this crucial mission. Under his command were 6 other skilled and daring individuals, each bringing their unique expertise to the team. First, Lieutenant Samuel Ghost Davis was a master of stealth and infiltration. His ability to move unseen and unheard through enemy territory was legendary among his peers. With a keen eye for detail and an uncanny intuition, Ghost was a critical asset when it came to navigating the alien stronghold. Next was Chief Petty Officer Rob Bullet Robinson, an expert in close-quarters combat and hand-to-hand fighting. His agility and speed made him a formidable adversary, and his extensive knowledge of martial arts allowed him to adapt quickly to any situation. Petty Officer Second Class Michael Bullseye Thompson was the team's sharpshooter. With an unwavering focus and steady hand, Bullseye could hit a target from an incredible distance, making him an invaluable asset when it came to neutralizing threats from afar. Petty Officer First Class Henry Doc Wilson was the team's medic. His extensive medical training and experience on the battlefield allowed him to treat injuries and stabilize his teammates when needed. Doc's calm demeanor and quick thinking made him an essential team member, ensuring their survival in dire circumstances. Explosives expert Petty Officer Second Class Ethan Boom Turner had a knack for creating and disarming bombs and other explosive devices. His knowledge of various materials and techniques allowed him to safely sabotage the alien weapon, minimizing collateral damage and ensuring the mission's success. Lastly, there was Chief Petty Officer Lucas Whisper Adams, the team's communications and technology specialist. His hacking and electronic warfare expertise enabled him to access and manipulate the alien systems, providing the team with critical information and disabling security measures. Before the mission, the team underwent rigorous training in various environments, including underwater warfare, and they were briefed on the vital information obtained from future humans. They studied the schematics and layout of the alien underwater base and the details about the secret weapon and its potential capabilities. In the weeks leading up to the operation, the SEALs trained relentlessly, simulating various scenarios and adapting their tactics to account for the unique challenges posed by the alien environment. The team members honed their skills in underwater combat, stealth infiltration, and sabotage, ensuring they were ready for anything they might encounter in the alien stronghold. The USS Narwhal was the latest addition to the Navy's specialized submarines, designed to handle the most challenging and dangerous missions. The vessel was equipped with the latest technology and weapons systems, making it a formidable force beneath the waves. Captain Thomas and Raptor caught up in the ship's bridge as the USS Narwhal set sail for the coordinates indicated in the message. The two men had mutual respect, having worked together on several training exercises in the past.
Good to see you again, Raptor,
Captain Thomas said, extending a hand.
Likewise, Captain.
Raptor replied, shaking his hand.
I hear we have a mission to save the world.
That we do.
Captain Thomas replied.
I've got a top-notch crew and a state-of-the-art vessel. But I'll need your team to carry out the mission in the water. I've read the briefing, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the plan.
Raptor leaned against the bridge's console and began to outline the details of the mission. He explained the objective to locate and neutralize the alien weapon and how the SEALs would be inserted into the target area by stealth. He described the dangers they would face and the tactics they would employ to overcome them. Captain Thomas listened intently, nodding as Raptor spoke. When he was finished, the captain turned to the ship's navigator.
Set course for the target area,
he said,
and make all preparations for a hostile environment insertion.
As the USS Narwhal sailed towards its destination, the SEALs, Captain Thomas, and the crew prepared for the mission ahead. As the team settled into their quarters, they finished their final preparations, checking and rechecking their equipment and weapons. The mood was tense, the weight of the mission bearing down on each of them. But there was also a sense of excitement about being part of something truly groundbreaking. They had been given the chance to make a real difference, to change the course of history, and they were ready to do whatever it took to succeed. The journey on the USS Narwhal was long and arduous as they navigated through uncharted waters and battled against the forces of the ocean. The submarine crew comprised some of the most experienced sailors in the Navy, men who had spent their entire careers at sea. They were a tight-knit group, working together seamlessly to keep the vessel running smoothly. The SEALs spent their days in training and drills, honing their skills and preparing for the challenges ahead. They spent their nights playing cards, sharing stories, and bonding with their comrades. Despite the danger that lay, here was a sense of camaraderie and brotherhood aboard the USS Narwhal, a feeling that they were all in there. The team prepared their equipment as the submarine neared the alien stronghold and went through their final checks. The underwater environment presented unique challenges, and they would have to rely on specialized gear to move and fight effectively. They were equipped with advanced diving suits, rebreathers, and modified weaponry, ready for the battle ahead. Raptor gave the order, and the team silently disembarked from the USS Narwhal, approaching the alien base. The ocean's abyssal darkness was pierced only by the faint glow of their specialized underwater lights, creating an eerie atmosphere as they approached the enemy stronghold. The alien underwater base was a marvel of extraterrestrial engineering, its imposing structure illuminated by an otherworldly glow. The team navigated the treacherous terrain surrounding the base, avoiding alien security measures and traps with Ghost's expert guidance. Utilizing their specialized equipment, the team breached the outer defenses of the stronghold and made their way inside. The base's interior was a maze of twisting corridors and chambers, filled with strange devices and machinery unlike anything the team had ever seen. Despite the unfamiliar surroundings, the SEALs pressed on, guided by their unwavering determination to protect Earth from the alien threat. As they delved deeper into the heart of the alien base, the team encountered pockets of resistance from the extraterrestrial occupants. Bullet's mastery of close-quarters combat and Bullseye's precision sharpshooting were tested as they donned their advanced combat exoskeleton suits and charged into action. The team's specialized suits augmented their strength and agility, allowing them to neutralize the alien defenders quickly and accurately. The other team members, each selected for their unique skills and expertise, worked in concert with Bullet and Bullseye, executing their mission with lightning-fast precision. Whisper provided the team with real-time updates on the aliens' movements and locations throughout their mission. Aliens themselves, aliens behold. They stood around 7 feet tall, with slender, elongated limbs that seemed to defy gravity. Their skin was a pale, luminescent blue, appearing almost translucent under the dim lighting of the base. Their heads were elongated, with large, dark eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. The aliens moved with fluid grace, their movements eerily silent and efficient. It was clear that these extraterrestrial beings were not to be underestimated. They were armed with advanced weaponry that emitted powerful energy blasts capable of causing significant damage. Their armor was lightweight yet incredibly resilient, protecting conventional human weapons. However, the SEALs had been meticulously trained and prepared for this encounter. Armed with the knowledge provided by future humans, they knew the aliens' weak points and how to exploit them. The team had modified their weapons with specialized ammunition that would penetrate the alien armor, effectively causing maximum damage and neutralizing the threat. As the team delved deeper into the alien stronghold, they encountered the extraterrestrial defenders. The aliens, caught off guard by the sudden and unexpected intrusion, were momentarily disoriented, giving the SEALs the needed advantage. Bullseye, perched in a concealed position, surveyed the battlefield keenly. He took aim and fired, hitting an alien soldier with deadly precision. The specialized ammunition tore through the alien's armor, incapacitating it instantly. Bullet and the rest of the team moved in, engaging the remaining alien defenders in fierce close-quarters combat. The aliens, though formidable adversaries, were caught off guard by the humans' speed, agility, and ferocity. Bullet struck with lightning-fast precision, his extensive martial arts training allowing him to brutally disarm and neutralize the alien soldiers. The team fought in unison, their movements a well-choreographed dance of violence and determination. As the battle raged, Doc provided support from the rear, tending to any injuries and ensuring the team remained in fighting condition. Boo and Whisper, working together, sabotaged the alien security systems and communication networks, further disorienting the extraterrestrial defenders and preventing them from calling for reinforcements. The aliens, initially confident in their superior technology and prowess, soon found themselves outmatched by the tenacity and skill of the SEALs. The team fought relentlessly, taking advantage of the aliens' surprise and confusion to press their attack. One by one, the alien soldiers fell until the once imposing extraterrestrial force was reduced to a scattered handful of defeated adversaries. As the SEALs closed in on their target, strange sounds could be heard among the remaining alien soldiers. They were shocked and bewildered by the humans' combat skills and tactics. It was assumed they had underestimated humans, thinking of them as and unsophisticated.
How is this possible?
One of the aliens seemed to say, according to the team's translators.
These humans are more advanced than we thought. We must contact the mothership.
Another alien appeared to say, desperately trying to reach for their communication device. But it was too late. The SEALs were upon them with their combat exoskeleton suits, amplifying their movements and abilities. The aliens were quickly neutralized, their technology no match for the highly trained and well-equipped SEALs. As the SEALs moved deeper into the alien base, they finally reached the chamber housing the quantum resonator. The chamber was an ample, cavernous space, with the weapon sitting at its center, bathed in an eerie, pulsating light. The walls were adorned with complex alien symbols, their purpose unknown but likely related to the weapon's operation. The quantum resonator was unlike anything the team had ever seen before. It stood several stories tall, a monolithic structure of metal and intricate circuitry, with many pipes and conduits snaking around its base. A massive, translucent sphere emitted a soft, otherworldly glow at its core, pulsating with energy. The sphere appeared to contain a swirling, chaotic mass of energy, constantly shifting and changing in color and intensity. This weapon's power and the potential devastation it could unleash were unimaginable. With time running out, the team could have done better in getting to work. Relying on the information provided by future humans, they began the delicate process of neutralizing the weapon. Whisper and Boom, the team's technical experts, led the effort, analyzing the complex alien's technology and identifying the critical components that needed to be disabled. The task was far from easy, as the quantum resonator's inner workings vastly differed from anything the team had encountered before. The alien's technology was highly advanced, with components that seemed to defy the known laws of physics. However, the team began progressing with invaluable guidance from future humans. Working together, Whisper and Boom carefully detached and disabled critical components of the weapon, severing the connections that allowed it to draw power from the massive energy core. Meanwhile, Doc, Bullet, and the rest of the team provided security, ensuring that any remaining alien defenders were kept at bay. As they worked, the team could feel the immense power contained within the weapon, a palpable force that seemed to hum and vibrate around them. The air in the chamber felt charged, crackling with energy, as if the weapon was aware of their presence and intent. Piece by piece, the team dismantled the quantum resonator's intricate network of components, disabling its control systems and rendering it inoperable. It was a painstaking process, requiring precision and patience, as the slightest mistake could have catastrophic consequences. As they neared the end of their task, the team felt the energy in the chamber begins to wane, the once threatening hum of the weapon fading to a dull, lifeless drone. The swirling mass of power within the core started slowly dissipating, the once chaotic storm calming into a serene, tranquil glow. The quantum resonator was now harmless, its destructive potential neutralized. With the quantum resonator disabled, the SEALs breathed a sigh of relief. They had accomplished the seemingly impossible, infiltrating the alien stronghold and neutralizing their secret weapon. It had been a harrowing mission, fraught with danger and uncertainty, but their skill, determination, and the invaluable intelligence provided by the future humans had ensured their success. As they returned to the submarine, the team knew their work was far from over. The alien invasion was still imminent, and the fate of Earth still hung in the balance. However, they had struck a significant blow against the invaders and were given a fighting chance to stand together and defend their home. With the alien secret weapon neutralized, news of SEAL Team 6's successful mission spread across the globe, bolstering the morale and resolve of humanity as they prepared for the impending invasion. Governments and military forces worldwide continued to work together, sharing resources and expertise, determined to present a united front against the extraterrestrial threat. The gangs were also discussing the recent victory of SEAL Team 6 as they huddled around a makeshift table in an abandoned warehouse. The leaders of the various gangs had come together to discuss their strategies for the upcoming invasion, and the news of the successful mission by the elite special forces had given them a glimmer of hope.
Did you guys hear about what the SEALs did?
asked the leader of the Vice Lords.
Yeah, they took out that alien weapon,
replied the leader of the Crips.
That shows that these aliens aren't invincible,
chimed in the leader of the Latin Kings. The other leaders nodded in agreement, newfound confidence spreading among them. They knew they were facing a formidable foe, but the Seal's victory had shown that the aliens could be stopped.
We can't just sit around and wait for the government to save us,
said the leader of the Aryan Brotherhood.
We need to be ready to fight, to defend our neighborhoods and families.
The other leaders nodded, and a sense of determination settled over the group. They knew that they would need to continue to work together if they were to have any hope of surviving the invasion.
We may be rivals, but we're all in this together,
said the leader of the Bloods.
Let's show these aliens what we're made of.
Chapter 12. Turning the Tide. As the weeks leading up to the alien invasion dwindled, a palpable tension hung in the air. Despite the mounting anxiety, people worldwide began to prepare for Thanksgiving, a holiday that carried even greater significance this year, as it could very well be the last. The Thanksgiving celebrations took on an exceptional and poignant quality in the United States. They came together in a way that had never been seen before, as people set aside their differences and banded together in the spirit of unity, generosity, and gratitude. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, with people embracing the opportunity to express their love and appreciation for one another in these uncertain times. Across the country, massive communal feasts were organized, bringing neighbors, friends, and even strangers together to share in the season's bounty. In big cities and small towns alike, people opened their hearts and homes to one another, inviting those who might be alone or in need to join the celebration. The streets were filled with the mouth-watering aroma of traditional Thanksgiving dishes as families and friends gathered to enjoy turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, and pumpkin pie. These extraordinary displays of generosity and compassion extended well beyond the borders of the United States. Thanksgiving was celebrated in many countries worldwide as people sought to emulate the spirit of unity and gratitude. In Europe, Asia, Africa, and beyond, people came together uniquely to observe the occasion, sharing their Nile dishes and customs. Ring. This time, Noah and Arya decided to spend Thanksgiving together, taking a brief respite from their work to enjoy the warmth and comfort of each other's company. They prepared a sumptuous feast filled with both traditional Thanksgiving dishes and some of their personal favorites. The atmosphere was cozy and intimate as they reminisced about their journey together and expressed their gratitude for the love and support they had found in each other. As they sat down to enjoy their meal, Noah's communicator suddenly beeped, signaling the arrival of a new message from future humans. He hesitated momentarily, reluctant to interrupt their peaceful Thanksgiving dinner, but Arya urged him to read the message, knowing it could contain vital information. Noah opened the message and began to read, his eyes widening as he absorbed its contents. The message contained detailed information about the alien fleet's movements and plans, giving Earth's defenders a crucial advantage in the impending battle. It also revealed that the aliens had been monitoring human progress, growing increasingly concerned about the unexpected resistance they were likely to face. As Noah shared the message with Arya, they understood the significance of the information they now held. It was a ray of hope in the face of overwhelming odds, providing humanity a chance to repel the alien invasion and protect their home. Buoyed by this newfound hope, Noah knew that the information in the latest message from future humans was of utmost importance. He wasted no time contacting President Montgomery, who enjoyed a quiet Thanksgiving dinner with her family. The president excused herself from the table, understanding that his call was urgent. As Noah relayed the contents of the message to President Montgomery, she listened intently, her expression a mixture of concern and hope. The revelation that the aliens had been monitoring human progress was troubling, but the detailed information about their movements and plans offered a strategic advantage that could not be ignored. Determined to act on this crucial intelligence, President Montgomery immediately convened an emergency meeting with her top military advisors and representatives from other world governments. They gathered in the Situation Room of the White House, a secure and technologically advanced facility designed for prey type of high-stakes situation. The atmosphere in the Situation Room was tense as the president briefed the assembled leaders and military personnel on the latest message from the future humans. Screens lining the walls displayed maps and images of the alien fleet, as well as real-time data on Earth's defenses and the progress of global preparations. The detailed information about the alien fleet's movements allowed Earth's military strategists to refine their defensive plans, adjusting troop deployments and coordinating the placement of advanced weaponry to counter the expected points of attack. They also began developing contingency plans to address the possibility that the aliens might alter their strategy in response to humanity's unexpected resistance. This new intelligence, coupled with the knowledge of the aliens' weakness and the neutralization of their secret weapon, bolstered the confidence of the military leaders and government officials gathered in the Situation Room. They understood that the battle ahead would be unlike any they had ever faced, but the unity and determination of the people of Earth filled them with hope. As the hours stretched into days, the President and her advisors worked tirelessly with their international counterparts to develop a coordinated global defense strategy. They established secure communication channels, enabling them to share information and resources as they prepared for the invasion. These collaborative efforts fostered a sense of unity and camaraderie among the world's nations as they stood together against a common enemy. Meanwhile, the news of the latest message from the future humans spread throughout the world, igniting a renewed sense of hope and determination among the people of Earth. Communities redoubled their efforts to prepare for the coming battle as they realized their collective strength and unity would be the key to survival. In the United States, military veterans and former law enforcement officers continued to train with their advanced weaponry, honing their skills and passing their knowledge on to their fellow citizens. Across the globe, people from all walks of life banded together, pooling their skills, knowledge, and resources to support one another in their shared struggle. As the final days before the invasion ticked away, the people of Earth faced the looming threat with a sense of unity, determination, and hope that transcended borders and cultural differences. They knew that the battle ahead would be monumental, but they also recognized that their greatest strength lay in their ability to come together in the face of adversity. With the fate of humanity hanging in the balance, the world held its breath, waiting for the moment when the alien invaders would arrive and the ultimate test of Earth's resolve would begin. As the alien armada approached Earth, the invading forces were filled with excitement and anticipation. The aliens had long been seeking new worlds to conquer, and to add this primitive planet to their list of conquests. The alien leaders gathered in the control room of their flagship, discussing their plans for the invasion and the future planet's future, were filled with excitement and anticipation, eager to claim Earth as their own.
This will be the beginning of a new era for our people.
One of the leaders declared,
"We will bring the humans to their knees and show them the power of our technology and our might."
The other leaders nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of victory. They discussed their plans for the subjugation of the planet, outlining the various strategies and tactics they would employ.
"We will divide and conquer."
Another leader suggested,
"We will strike at their weakest points and crush their resistance."
As they spoke, the alien soldiers aboard the ships readied themselves for battle, checking their weapons and reviewing their training. They talked excitedly among themselves, eager to prove themselves in competition.
"We will show these humans who are superior."
One soldier boasted,
"They will bow down to us or face our wrath."
The atmosphere on the alien ships was charged with excitement and anticipation as the soldiers and leaders prepared for the coming invasion. Aliens conversed excitedly, using their past conquests and the many other planets they had already added to their empire. They believed that Earth would be a valuable addition to their ever-expanding domain, and they eagerly anticipated the day when they could list conquered worlds. They spoke of their plans for the planet after the invasion, envisioning a new world order with themselves at the top, ruling over the primitive humans with an iron fist. They believed that their superior technology and military might allow them to subjugate humans quickly and that they would be powerless to resist their rule. They laughed at the idea of human resistance, confident they had already won the war before it began. Chapter 13. Unlikely Heroes. Finally, the day of the invasion arrived. Reports of alien ships entering Earth's atmosphere began to flood worldwide. The alien invasion had been planned meticulously for years. The advanced extraterrestrial species had studied Earth for decades, analyzing its strengths and weaknesses and preparing for a swift and decisive victory. The alien spacecraft, massive and imposing, descended upon Earth's atmosphere, cloaked in a shroud of dark clouds. As the alien ships descended through Earth's atmosphere, the energy harnessing system was activated, creating a powerful force field around Earth that protected the planet from the most devastating aspects of the initial assault. Surprised by this unexpected defense, the aliens found that their most potent weapons, including advanced plasma cannons and energy disintegrators, were ineffective against the shield. The once confident aliens now found themselves facing an unexpected and formidable challenge. Frustrated and angry, the aliens began analyzing the force shield, hoping to find a weakness or vulnerability they could exploit. After spending several hours, the aliens eventually breached the force shield. The unique military salt-water-based weapons proved to be a decisive factor in the battle against the alien invasion. The weapons could penetrate the force shields of the alien ships, disrupting their energy sources and rendering them vulnerable. The humans' unexpected resistance caught the aliens off guard, and they quickly realized that they had underestimated the strength and tenacity of their opponents. The aliens deployed their ground forces and initiated a relentless assault, determined to conquer the planet and subjugate humanity. The atmosphere was filled with chaos and destruction as the aliens unleashed their ground forces. The sound of explosions and gunfire reverberated throughout the skies, creating a deafening cacophony that drowned out all other sounds. Thick smoke and debris filled the air, obscuring the vision of those on the ground and making it difficult to navigate through the chaos. Buildings and structures crumbled under the relentless assault, and the once thriving cities were reduced to rubble and ruins. The aliens had been confident in their superior technology and weaponry, but they soon realized that they had underestimated the resilience and resourcefulness of humans. Across the globe, military forces engaged the alien invaders, utilizing their advanced weaponry and tactics to hold the enemy at bay. The sound of explosions and gunfire echoed through the streets as soldiers fought fiercely to protect their homes and loved ones. In North America, the United States military fought fiercely against the alien onslaught, leveraging their technological advancements to gain the upper hand. The highly secretive MJ-12 had re-engineered some crashed alien spacecraft from Roswell, incorporating their advanced technologies into human aircraft and naval ships. The resulting hybrid crafts were a marvel of engineering, with weaponry and capabilities far surpassing anything the aliens had encountered. From the skies above major cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Toronto to the desolate expanses of the Mojave Desert, the human military launched a coordinated counterattack, unleashing their new and improved arsenal against the extraterrestrial forces. The brave soldiers fought with tenacity and resilience, knowing that the fate of their homes and families hung in the balance. The streets of major European cities like Paris, Rome, and Berlin were filled with the sounds of explosions and gunfire as the human forces clashed with the extraterrestrial invaders. Despite the odds stacked against them, the human soldiers refused to give up. They had been trained to fight against all odds and were determined to protect their homes and families from the alien threat. The European countries' forces also had some of their aircraft and naval ships re-engineered with alien technology, which gave them an edge in the battle. With this advanced technology's help, human forces could hold their ground against the alien onslaught. They used their enhanced weapons and equipment to launch counterattacks against the enemy, hitting them with a barrage of firepower that pushed them back and gave the human forces a chance to regroup and reposition. Asia and the Middle East faced similar struggles as the alien invaders targeted vital population centers and military installations. The Great Wall of China, once a symbol of human ingenuity and perseverance, is now a crucial defensive barrier against extraterrestrial forces. In the deserts of the Middle East, military units from multiple nations joined forces, their rivalries and political differences momentarily set aside in the face of a common enemy. The first day of the battle saw humans and aliens losing their lives staggeringly. The skies above Earth were filled with the roar of engines and the crackle of energy weapons, fighter jets, and alien ships engaged in deadly dogfights, and on the ground, Army and Marines infantry units clashed with terrifying alien warriors, their advanced armor and weaponry providing them with a fighting chance against the powerful extraterrestrial forces. As night fell, the fighting showed no signs of abating. The alien invaders seemed to have endless troops and resources, while humanity's defenses were limited. But despite the overwhelming odds, the people of Earth refused to back down. They had prepared for this day and were determined to stand together and fight for their survival. The Community Defense Force, comprised of ordinary citizens who had trained for this moment, sprang into action. They fought alongside the gang members who flew their colors and put aside their differences for the sake of humanity. Together, they engaged the aliens in fierce battles on the streets and the skies, using every weapon. The humans' ferocity and tenacity took aback the aliens, and they began to realize that they had underestimated their opponent. The humans were not the primitive, weak species they had assumed them to be. They were strong, resilient, and fiercely protective of their planet and way of life. As the battles raged on, every human on Earth stood their ground, refusing to give up or give in. They knew this was their fight, their planet, and their future. They fought for their families, friends, and communities, putting their lives on the line for the sake of their loved ones and fellow humans. Across the globe, acts of heroism and sacrifice were commonplace as soldiers and civilians faced the unimaginable horrors of the alien invasion. Stories of bravery and selflessness spread like wildfire, providing a much-needed boost to the morale of those still engaged in the battle. One of the stories was of a small, remote town in the heart of the Appalachian Mountains. A group of locals had come together to form their community defense force. As news of the impending alien invasion spread across the globe, they realized that they could not rely solely on the world governments to protect them. They needed to be proactive and take matters into their own hands. Abigail, a middle-aged woman with a fierce determination and a keen strategic mind, led the group. Had grown up in the town and knew every nook and cranny of the surrounding mountains, knowledge that would prove invaluable in the coming days. Abigail had served in the military in her younger years, and her experience and leadership had quickly earned her the respect and admiration of her fellow townsfolk. The members of the Community Defense Force came from all walks of life: farmers, mechanics, teachers, and even local teenagers who were eager to contribute to the cause. They may have lacked the advanced technology and training of the world's elite military forces, but they more than made up for it with their passion, courage, and unyielding commitment to protect their homes and families. Abigail and her team worked tirelessly to prepare for the invasion, conducting drills and training exercises in their town's mountains and forests. They honed their skills in guerrilla warfare, knowing that their best chance of survival lay in their ability to outmaneuver and outsmart the invaders. In the months leading up to the invasion, the Community Defense Force became a symbol of hope and resilience for the town's people. They drew strength from one another and from the knowledge that they were not alone in their fight. As the fateful day approached, the townspeople banded together like never before. They knew the odds were stacked against them but refused to succumb to fear or despair. Instead, they chose to stand together, united in their determination to protect their homes, families, and way of life. As the aliens descended upon the town, Abigail and her team sprang into action. They utilized their training to maximum effect, launching surprise attacks on the invaders and quickly adapting to changing circumstances on the battlefield. The aliens were caught off guard by the fierce resistance of Abigail and her team, who fought with bravery and determination. Despite the overwhelming odds against them, Abigail and her team held their ground, killing dozens of aliens and buying valuable time for the civilians to evacuate safely. Abigail was in the thick of the fighting, manning an M60 machine gun and providing cover for her team. Even after being wounded, she refused to leave her position, determined to protect her town and country. Her bravery and selflessness inspired her team and the people of the town, who looked on in awe as she stood in the middle of the street, facing down the alien invaders with unwavering courage. Tragically, Abigail's bravery was not enough to save her life. She was killed in the line of duty, standing tall and proud in the face of the enemy. Her last words echoed through the town, expressing her honor at giving her life for her country. Abigail's sacrifice was a turning point in the battle, inspiring her team and the townspeople to redouble their efforts in the face of adversity. As the first day of the invasion ended, it was clear that this was only the beginning of a long and brutal conflict. The forces of Earth had managed to hold their ground, thanks partly to the protective force field that had shielded the planet from the worst of alien attacks. But the invaders showed no signs of relenting, and humanity would need to muster all their strength, determination, and unity to continue the fight. The planet's fate hung in the balance as the sun set on the first day of the battle. Chapter 14: Humanity's United Front. As the sun rose on the second day of the invasion, the world was in chaos and tension. The forces of Earth had managed to hold their ground, but the invaders showed no signs of relenting. Humanity's determination and unity were being tested to their limits as they braced for another day of brutal conflict. Throughout the day, Noah received numerous messages from future humans, each containing vital information to aid Earth's forces in their battle against the alien invaders. The messages came in rapid succession, and he worked tirelessly to decipher their contents, knowing that each piece of intelligence could mean the difference between victory and defeat. The underground facility where Noah was had been transformed into a bustling command center, with military personnel and scientists working around the clock to analyze the data received from the future and relay it to the front lines. The atmosphere was controlled chaos as the team worked tirelessly to stay one step ahead of the alien forces. The messages provided insights into the alien strategies, weaknesses, and technologies and updates on the battle's progress in other parts of the world. As Noah and his team relayed this information to the president and other world leaders, it became clear that the future humans were playing a crucial role in humanity's fight for survival. The aliens, who had expected a quick and easy victory, were shocked that the Earth's defense was far more advanced and organized than anticipated. The force shield around the planet had proved to be a formidable obstacle, and the humans' weapons were far more advanced than they had expected. The aliens were caught off guard by humans' sheer will and determination, unwilling to give up their homes and way of life without a fight. In the Middle East, the suicide bombers had dealt the aliens a deadly blow, causing significant damage to their vehicles and reducing their numbers. As news of this success spread, people worldwide were inspired to continue the fight. In cities and towns everywhere, ordinary people took up arms and joined the battle, determined to defend their homes and loved ones. The fighting was brutal and unrelenting. The aliens' technology was still superior, and their soldiers were highly trained and disciplined. But the humans were fighting with everything they had, their backs against the wall, and their determination unwavering. The battle raged on, the sound of explosions and gunfire echoing across the planet as humanity fought for its survival. As the second day of the invasion wore on, the human defense forces were holding their ground, and the alien casualties were mounting. The messages Noah and his team received from other parts of the world were a testament to the human spirit, as people from all walks of life banded together to fight for survival. Despite the odds stacked against them, the humans refused to give up. They knew this was a fight for the future of their species, and they were determined to do everything in their power to protect their planet. The aliens, meanwhile, were forced to reconsider their strategy. They had underestimated the resilience and resourcefulness of humans, and they were beginning to realize that this would not be a quick and easy victory. On Christmas Day, the battle intensified with renewed fervor. With the help of the information received from the future, Earth's forces could adapt their strategies and target the aliens' weaknesses more effectively. As people worldwide gathered for religious ceremonies and exchanged gifts, explosions and gunfire could be heard in the distance. Christmas trees were adorned with makeshift decorations, a symbol of hope in the face of a seemingly insurmountable threat. Families huddled together in bomb shelters, praying for their survival and the safety of their loved ones. Despite the chaos and destruction, the spirit of Christmas persisted, a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit. As the day wore on, it became apparent that humanity was beginning to gain the upper hand in the conflict. The messages from the future humans had given Earth's forces a crucial advantage, allowing them to outmaneuver and outfight their alien adversaries. And as the sun set on this most unusual of Christmases, there was a glimmer of hope that the end of the conflict was within reach. Noah and Arya sat in the dimly lit bunker, surrounded by the flickering glow of Christmas lights and the distant sounds of battle. Despite the chaos outside, they had managed to create a small oasis of peace and warmth within the underground shelter.
I can't believe we're spending Christmas like this,
Arya said softly, her voice tinged with sadness. Noah took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze.
I know. But we're together, and that's what matters.
Arya nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears.
I just can't help but wonder what the future holds. Will we make it through this? Will we ever see a normal Christmas again?
Noah's heart ached at the sound of her uncertainty. He, too, had doubts, but he knew they couldn't afford to give up hope.
We'll make it through this, Arya. We must believe that we can. And if we do, we'll have many Christmases to come, surrounded by the people we love.
Arya leaned her head on Noah's shoulder, drawing comfort from his words.
I just hope our love will be enough to get us through this.
It will be.
Noah said firmly.
Our love is strong enough to conquer anything.
As they sat in silence, listening to the distant sounds of battle, they held each other close, taking solace in their shared warmth and love. As the third day of the invasion ended, the tide of the battle began to turn in humanity's favor. The alien invaders, once seemingly invincible, were now on the defensive, struggling to maintain their foothold on Earth. But despite the gains made by Earth's forces, it was clear that the battle was far from over. The alien invaders still had powerful weapons and vast resources and would not surrender without a fight. The people of Earth knew they must remain vigilant and united as the struggle for survival continued. As the fourth day of the invasion dawned, the battle showed no signs of slowing down. Across the globe, Earth's forces continued to engage alien invaders, utilizing the information provided by future humans to mount increasingly effective counterattacks. A coordinated effort between multiple nations successfully repulsed alien forces from several key cities in Asia. In Europe, the combined forces of NATO and the European Union continued to hold their ground, successfully defending iconic landmarks and population centers. The Eiffel Tower, the Colosseum, and the Brandenburg Gate stood tall, testaments to the indomitable spirit of humanity. Meanwhile, the United States and its allies pushed back against the alien invaders in North America, reclaiming lost territory and strengthening their defensive positions. The spirit of cooperation and unity that had emerged in the face of the extraterrestrial threat only grew stronger as people from all walks of life came together to fight for their survival. The battle for Earth continued to rage as the days turned into weeks. The alien invaders showed no signs of relenting, but neither did humanity. With each passing day, the forces of Earth grew more adept at countering the aliens' strategies and exploiting their weaknesses. The messages from the future humans continued to provide invaluable assistance, guiding Earth's defenders as they fought to repel the extraterrestrial forces. Noah and Arya worked tirelessly to decipher and relay the information, understanding that their efforts were instrumental in humanity's fight for survival. Slowly but surely, the tide of the battle began to shift in Earth's favor. The alien invaders found themselves in a dire situation, outmaneuvered and outgunned by the species they sought to conquer. Their once terrifying forces, composed of sophisticated warships and formidable ground units, now struggled to maintain their grip on the planet. Humanity, united and determined, fought back with ferocity and cunning, exploiting every piece of intelligence and strategy they had gathered in the years leading up to the invasion. The aliens' once powerful fleet, which had once filled the skies with terror, now lay in ruins, scattered across Earth's continents and oceans. Once believed to be invincible, their ground forces were decimated by the valiant efforts of Earth's defenders. With each passing day, the tide of battle shifted further in favor of Earth's defenders as the alien invaders were pushed back, inch by inch, mile by mile. Once confident of their victory, the alien invaders were on the brink of defeat. The people of Earth, united in a common cause, had revolted against their would-be conquerors, proving that the power of unity and determination could overcome even the most overwhelming of foes. During this time, the bonds between nations grew stronger as countries around the world lent their support, expertise, and resources to one another. Military leaders constantly communicated, sharing vital intelligence and coordinating efforts to push the alien forces back. The lines of communication extended from the highest levels of government down to the individual soldiers on the front lines, ensuring that everyone was united in their fight for survival. On January 27, 2027, the people of Earth could finally claim victory over the alien invaders. After months of intense fighting, the last alien forces were vanquished, and their remaining ships retreated from Earth in disarray. The alien leader, General Zornok, stood in the command center of their flagship, a mixture of anger and fear swirling within him. The room was filled with the low hum of computers and the flickering of holographic displays, but the atmosphere was heavy with defeat. Zornok's subordinates, high-ranking officers of the alien forces, gathered around him, their expressions a mix of disappointment and apprehension. Officer Zarl.
General Zarnok, it is evident that our forces have suffered a devastating defeat. The humans were more resilient and resourceful than we had anticipated. Our superiority in technology was not enough to guarantee victory.
General Zornok clenched his fists, his reptilian eyes gleaming with frustration. He had been confident in their conquest of Earth, believing it to be a simple task for their advanced civilization. General Zornok.
I underestimated the humans' will to fight. Their unity and determination were unlike anything we had encountered before. We cannot afford to underestimate them any longer.
Officer Lissara.
General, what do we do now? Our fleet is in disarray, and the humans have shown they are a force to be reckoned with. Will our superiors hold us accountable for this failure?
General Zornok's scales darkened, a sign of his deepening anxiety. He knew the consequences could be severe in the face of such significant losses. He had put his reputation and the fate of his comrades on the line, and he feared the repercussions of his misjudgment. General Zornok.
Our superiors will not be pleased. I will face their judgment for this failure. We have lost valuable ships and warriors, and the repercussions will be severe. But we cannot dwell on our defeat. We must regroup, analyze our mistakes, and plan our next move.
Officer Zarl.
General, what about Earth? What will become of our plans for domination?
General Zornok's gaze turned towards the blue planet, now victorious against their relentless assault. He contemplated the future, unsure what awaited him and his remaining forces. General Zornok.
Our plans for Earth have been shattered. Humans have proven themselves to be a formidable adversary. We must report our defeat to our superiors and await their directives. Our focus now is on salvaging what we can, ensuring the safety of our remaining forces, and assessing the extent of the damage.
As the alien officers dispersed to carry out their orders, General Zornok remained alone in the command center, his thoughts consumed by his failure. He contemplated the consequences that awaited him, wondering what judgment his superiors would impose. However, amidst his fear and uncertainty, a new emotion began to rise within General Zornok: respect. The humans had defied all expectations, fought with unwavering determination, and emerged victorious against impossible odds. They had proven to be a force not to be trifled with, a species worthy of admiration. General Zornok knew that the defeat would not go unnoticed by their superiors, but he also knew that the lessons learned from this conflict would shape the future of their civilization. Humanity had shown them the power of resilience, unity, and the indomitable human spirit. The people of Earth rejoiced as they realized they had triumphed against all odds, their unity and determination proving to be their most effective weapons in the battle for their survival. In the immediate aftermath of the invasion, spontaneous celebrations erupted across the globe. The atmosphere was jubilation and relief from the smallest villages to the largest cities. People spilled into the streets, embracing their neighbors, friends, and even strangers, as they shared the collective joy of victory. In cities like New York, Paris, and Tokyo, The night sky was lit up with fireworks as the people of Earth came together in a glorious display of unity and triumph. The colorful explosions painted a vibrant tapestry against the darkness, reflecting the resolute spirit of humanity that had shone brightly throughout the invasion. The air was filled with laughter, cheers, and the sounds of celebration, as people danced and sang, their voices joined in a chorus of victory and hope. The streets of these cities, once choked with fear and uncertainty, now bustled with life and energy as the people of Earth reclaimed their homes. Buildings damaged during the invasion were adorned with flags and banners, symbols of the resilience and determination that had carried humanity through its darkest hour. The jubilant atmosphere seemed to breathe new life into the world as people revealed the knowledge that they had faced an overwhelming enemy and emerged victorious. Noah and Arya, their love forged and strengthened amidst the chaos and destruction of the alien invasion, joined the celebrations with their sense of joy and relief. They stood side by side, their hands clasped together, watching the fireworks light up the sky. The brilliant colors reflected in their eyes mirrored the hope and happiness they felt in their hearts. They shared a tender kiss, a symbol of their love and the life they had built together despite their challenges. As the celebrations continued, Noah and Arya found a quiet corner to share their thoughts and emotions. They reminisced about their hardships, sacrifices, and the love that had blossomed between them in the face of adversity. Their words conveyed gratitude and wonder as a testament to their bond's strength and humanity's unbreakable spirit. The joyous atmosphere that enveloped the world was a celebration of victory and a reaffirmation of the power of unity and determination. It was a testament to the strength of the human spirit and the enduring hope that had carried Earth's people through the invasion. The laughter, the tears, and the jubilant cries that filled the air were a reminder that humanity had faced the most significant challenge in its history and emerged stronger and more united than ever before. And so, as the fireworks faded and the celebrations began to wind down, the people of Earth looked to the future with a newfound sense of hope and determination. They knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they also understood they possessed the strength and resilience to overcome any obstacle. With the memory of their hard-won victory burning brightly in their hearts, the people of Earth turned their gaze to the horizon, ready to face whatever the future might hold. However, amidst the celebrations, the invasion's toll was too apparent. The world's landscape had been forever changed, with countless cities left in ruins and entire regions devastated by the relentless alien assault. It was clear that the road to recovery would be long and arduous, requiring the continued unity and cooperation of all the people of Earth. As the dust settled and the reality of the situation became apparent, the world's leaders convened to discuss the next steps in rebuilding their shattered planet. The sacrifices and heroism of those who had fought and died in defense of their home would never be forgotten, their memory living on as a testament to the strength and resilience of the human spirit. Noah and Arya vowed to continue their work, utilizing their knowledge and skills to help humanity forge a better future. They knew the challenges ahead would be daunting, but they also understood that the bonds formed during the invasion were more potent than any obstacle they might face. As the people of Earth came together to rebuild and learn from the harrowing experience of the invasion, they knew they had emerged stronger and more united than ever before. The alien threat had tested the limits of their resilience and unity. Still, it only brought them closer together, laying the foundation for a brighter, more hopeful future. In the aftermath of the alien invasion, the people of Earth were united by a shared purpose: to rebuild, heal, and create a future that reflected the resilience and strength of humanity. The spirit of unity fostered during the invasion continued to grow as nations pledged their support and resources to one another, determined to help each other rise from the ashes. From the devastated cities to the scarred landscapes, the cleanup and rebuilding process began, infused with a renewed sense of hope and possibility. In the heart of New York City, a group of volunteers gathered near the remnants of what was once a bustling street. They were armed with brooms, shovels, and determination, ready to restore the city to its former glory. Among them were teenagers, survivors of the invasion, their spirits unbroken by the horrors they had witnessed. Conversations filled the air with optimism and gratitude as they worked side by side, clearing debris and salvaging what they could.
I never thought I'd see this city standing again,
remarked Stephanie, a young woman with a determined glint in her eyes.
But here we are, rebuilding it together, brick by brick.
Her companion, Tim, nodded in agreement.
It's incredible what we can achieve when we come together. We've proven that nothing can break our spirit.
As the volunteers worked tirelessly, news of their efforts spread. People from neighboring towns and cities flocked to offer their support. Donations poured in, from building materials to food and medical supplies. The unity of purpose that had propelled them through the darkest days now fueled their determination to rebuild their communities and create a future filled with hope and prosperity. In the coastal town of Santa Monica, California, fishermen huddled around a makeshift table, discussing their plans for rejuvenating the local fishing industry. The invasion had decimated the once thriving harbor, but the fishermen remained undeterred. They brainstormed ideas for sustainable fishing practices, considering the environmental impact and the need to replenish the ocean's resources.
I've seen firsthand the destruction caused by the invaders,
said Miguel, a seasoned fisherman.
But now it's time to heal the wounds and nurture our ocean. We owe it to future generations.
His words resonated with his fellow fishermen, and together they formulated a plan to restore the marine ecosystem and revive the fishing industry. They would collaborate with scientists, implement responsible fishing practices, and educate the community about preserving the ocean's delicate balance. The revival of Santa Monica's fishing industry would bring economic prosperity and serve as a testament to humanity's resilience and commitment to sustainable living. Meanwhile, in the rural countryside of Africa, a team of engineers and volunteers embarked on a mission to rebuild a village that the alien invaders had ravaged. With determination and resourcefulness, they constructed sturdy homes, schools, and clinics using sustainable materials sourced from the surrounding environment. Kwame, one of the village elders, stood proudly as he observed the progress.
Our village may have been reduced to rubble, but our spirit remains unbroken. We are rebuilding homes and a sense of community and belonging.
The young and old villagers joined forces, their sweat and determination becoming the mortar that held their dreams together. They planted gardens, created clean water systems, and embraced renewable energy sources. Their actions were a testament to the indomitable human spirit, proving that even in the face of adversity, humanity could rise and create a better future. Across the globe, similar scenes played out. Cities were rebuilt, their skylines rising anew with sustainable architecture and vibrant public spaces. Forests were replenished, and efforts to combat climate change were intensified. Communities banded together, strengthening bonds and fostering a sense of unity that transcended borders and cultures. The alien invasion had brought humanity to the brink of destruction but also ignited a spark of resilience and cooperation that would forever shape the world. In the war-torn city of Aleppo, Syria, a group of volunteers worked tirelessly to restore a sense of normalcy to their once vibrant community. Amidst the ruins, they cleared debris, repaired damaged infrastructure, and established makeshift schools for the children who had lost so much. The sound of laughter and learning filled the air once again, a testament to the unwavering spirit of the Syrian people. One of the volunteers, Fatima, shared her hopes for the future as she painted colorful murals on the walls of a newly reconstructed school. We may have lost so much but haven't lost our dreams. Our children deserve a brighter tomorrow, and it is up to us to make it happen. The global response to the rebuilding efforts was overwhelming. Humanitarian organizations, governments, and individuals worldwide rallied, providing financial aid, resources, and expertise. Scientists and engineers collaborated to develop innovative solutions, harnessing sustainable energy sources and implementing cutting-edge technologies to rebuild in a way that would safeguard the planet for future generations. Chapter 15. A New Era of Hope and Progress. With the threat of the alien invasion finally behind them, Noah and Arya dedicated themselves to rebuilding and improving the world that had come so close to destruction. Their days were filled with research and collaboration as they worked tirelessly to help humanity advance and prosper. One day, as Noah was analyzing data from the energy harnessing system, he received a message from the future. It was a congratulations message, praising Earth's people for their hard-won victory against the alien invaders. Noah shared the message with Arya, bringing it to President Montgomery together. The president, deeply moved by the message, decided it should be shared with the world. In a somber yet resolute tone, President Montgomery stood before a podium, her voice carrying the weight of the message that had touched the hearts of millions. The room fell silent as she began to convey the message's contents, her words echoing with a depth of emotion and gratitude that permeated the message. President Montgomery's voice trembled with relief, joy, and a profound sense of accomplishment with each word. Tears welled up in her eyes, mirroring the emotions of those watching across the globe. It was a moment that transcended politics and borders, a moment of shared humanity. She began by acknowledging the unimaginable hardships endured by humanity during the dark days of the alien invasion. Her voice carried a deep respect and admiration for the indomitable spirit that had propelled people to stand united in the face of adversity. She paid tribute to the sacrifices made by countless individuals, the lives lost, and the unwavering courage displayed throughout the darkest hours. As the president continued, her voice grew stronger, filled with appreciation for the resilience and strength that had carried humanity through the depths of despair. She spoke of the countless acts of bravery, compassion, and selflessness that had become the backbone of the human spirit. She praised the unsung heroes, the everyday individuals who had risen above themselves, embodying the very essence of what it means to be human. The president's words resounded with resolute pride, celebrating not just the victory over the alien invaders but also the innate ability of humanity to overcome, adapt, and evolve. She spoke of the triumph of hope, emphasizing that every individual had played a crucial role in a shared victory that transcended boundaries and differences. With a tone filled with empathy and compassion, the president acknowledged the pain and sorrow that had been etched into the collective memory of humanity. She offered solace and comfort, recognizing the deep scars left behind. She reassured the people that their resilience had been noted and that the future held the promise of healing and restoration. As the president's voice rose to a crescendo, it carried a call to embrace the future with renewed determination and unity. She spoke of limitless potential and urged everyone to dream, create, and shape a world where peace, compassion, and understanding prevailed. She reminded humanity of its inherent strength, resilience, and capacity to forge a path toward a brighter tomorrow. In the room, as well as in countless living rooms across the world, tears flowed freely. The president's voice, laden with emotion, released pent-up feelings of joy, relief, and gratitude. It was a moment of catharsis, a testament to the depth of the human spirit and the power of collective experiences that had bound humanity together. As the echoes of the president's voice faded, the profound impact of the message remained. It left an indelible mark on the souls of all who listened, a reminder that humanity could rise, conquer, and emerge stronger in the face of adversity. It was a testament to the power of unity, compassion, and resilience, a declaration that together, there was no obstacle they could not overcome. And so, with tears streaming down their faces, people stood united, their hearts brimming with hope, as they embraced the dawn of a new era. It was a moment that would forever be etched in their memories, a testament to the triumph of the human spirit, and a reminder that together, they would shape a future where love, compassion, and understanding prevailed. As the world celebrated the message from the president and the promise it held, Noah and Arya decided to get married. Their love, born in the crucible of the alien invasion, had grown stronger each day, and they were eager to begin the next chapter of their lives together. The United States government, recognizing the instrumental role that Noah and Arya had played in saving the planet, decided to throw them an incredible wedding celebration. The event would symbolize hope and unity, bringing people from all corners of the globe together to share their happiness. The wedding was planned with meticulous attention to detail, and the preparations were a sight to behold. World-renowned chefs were flown in to create a menu that showcased the finest culinary delights from every continent. At the same time, renowned floral designers crafted breathtaking arrangements that filled the air with a fragrant symphony of scents. The ceremony occurred on a beautiful, sunlit day in a picturesque garden with thousands of flowers. Guests from around the world, including dignitaries and world leaders, gathered to witness the union of Noah and Arya. The atmosphere was joyful and celebrated as the world paused to share the happiness of two people who had played a pivotal role in their collective survival. As Noah and Arya exchanged their vows, their words echoed the love and commitment they felt for one another. The assembled guests listened with rapt attention, and many were moved to tears by the heartfelt promises they made to each other. When the couple sealed their vows with a tender kiss, the crowd erupted into applause like a joyous wave washing over the garden. The reception that followed was nothing short of spectacular. A grand marquise had been erected to accommodate the many guests, and its interior transformed into an enchanted wonderland of twinkling lights and lush greenery. The finest musicians from around the world provided the soundtrack for the evening, their melodies weaving a tapestry of sound that stirred the soul and ignited the spirit. Throughout the night, the celebration continued as guests dined, danced, and shared heartfelt toasts in honor of Noah and Arya. The joy and love that filled the air were palpable, a testament to the enduring strength of the human spirit and the power of unity in the face of adversity. Noah and Arya shared one final dance beneath the star-filled sky as the evening ended. At that moment, they knew they had forged an unbreakable bond with one another and the world they had helped save. And as they gazed into each other's eyes, they knew they would face whatever the future might bring, their love and determination guiding them towards a brighter, more hopeful tomorrow. In the years that followed their wedding, Noah and Arya played a significant role in shaping the future of Earth. They worked together on numerous scientific projects and initiatives, their collaboration leading to groundbreaking advancements in technology and sustainability. Their tireless efforts played a significant part in rebuilding the world and ensuring that future generations inherit a safe, prosperous, and united planet. As Earth entered a new era of peace and cooperation, the legacy of the alien invasion served as a constant reminder of the importance of unity and the indomitable strength of the human spirit. The world had come together to defeat a seemingly insurmountable enemy, and that spirit of collaboration continued to thrive in the post-invasion years. In recognition of this historic victory, every government on Earth declared January 27th a world holiday to be celebrated annually as the new Independence Day. The day was marked by parades, speeches, and celebrations in every city and town across the globe. It was a day to remember the sacrifices of those who had fought and died for the cause of freedom and to renew the commitment to building a better, more peaceful world. As the years passed, the world continued to change and evolve, but the spirit of unity and resilience forged in the fires of the alien invasion remained strong. Noah and Arya became renowned public figures, their work and personal story inspiring millions around the globe. They traveled extensively, sharing their knowledge and experience with others and fostering a spirit of global collaboration that helped to break down barriers and promote understanding among nations. In time, Noah and Arya started a family, raising their children with the same values of love, compassion, and determination that had defined their lives. They instilled in their children the importance of working together for the greater good and the belief that even the most daunting challenges could be overcome through unity and perseverance. As the years passed, the world continued to evolve and flourish. The scars of the alien invasion gradually faded as Earth embraced a new era of peace and progress. Noah and Arya remained at the forefront of humanity's journey. Their love and commitment to each other and the planet they had saved were a beacon of hope for all who followed in their footsteps. Dr. Tolliver, who had dedicated his life to finding ways to use technology to improve the world when the war with the aliens ended, faced a new challenge. The world was in ruins, and much of the technology he had worked on before the war was now obsolete. Despite the devastation, Dr. Tolliver was undaunted. He knew there was still much work to be done, and he was determined to continue his research and find new ways to use technology to help humanity. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Dr. Tolliver focused on rebuilding the world's infrastructure. He worked with other scientists and engineers to develop new, more efficient energy systems and to create new ways of transmitting information and data. One of Dr. Tolliver's most significant contributions to the post-war world was his work on AI. He had always been fascinated by the potential of artificial intelligence, and he saw the devastation caused by the alien invaders as a clear indication of the need for more advanced AI systems. Over the years, Dr. Tolliver worked tirelessly to develop new AI technologies. He created neural networks that were more advanced than anything that had come before and worked on developing new algorithms that could process vast amounts of data in real time. One of Dr. Tolliver's most significant breakthroughs in AI came when he developed a system capable of learning and adapting to new situations. This system, known as adaptive AI, was a significant leap forward in AI. But Dr. Tolliver's work was broader than just AI. He continued pushing the boundaries of what was possible in many other fields. He developed new materials that were stronger and more durable than anything that had come before, and he worked on developing new methods for space travel and exploration. Despite his many achievements, Dr. Tolliver remained humble and dedicated to his work. He was always willing to share his knowledge and expertise with others and was known for his kindness and generosity. Ultimately, Dr. Tolliver's legacy lived on long after he was gone. His work helped rebuild the world after the devastating war with the aliens, and his contributions to the field of AI paved the way for many of the technological advancements we enjoy today. He dedicated his life to using technology to improve the world and succeed. Chapter 16. Revelations at the Overlook. Noah and Arya walked up to the rooftop, their favorite spot, to glimpse the bustling city below. The night sky was clear, with stars scattered like tiny diamonds, twinkling above them. The cool breeze blowing against their faces carried the sweet scent of blooming flowers from a nearby garden. As they stood close together, gazing at the breathtaking view, Noah's heart raced with anticipation. He took a deep breath and turned to Arya, who looked at him curiously. He felt the warmth of her hand in his, providing him with the strength he needed to speak the truth. He looked into her eyes, and with a trembling voice, he revealed the secret he had been keeping for so long.
Arya, there's something I need to share with you.
Noah began, his voice low and serious.
It's about the messages I received from the future humans.
Arya leaned in, intrigued.
What is it, Noah? What did the messages say?
Noah felt a knot form in his stomach as he prepared to reveal the truth to Arya. He knew what he would say would shake her to her core. The weight of the information he had kept hidden from her for so long felt like an unbearable burden.
The messages weren't from humans, Arya.
Noah finally said, his voice trembling slightly.
They were from a highly advanced AI.
Noah explained to Arya that the AI he had been communicating with existed in a future world vastly different from the one they knew. Arya's eyes widened in shock as she tried to process the implications of what Noah was saying. She knew that AI technology had come a long way in recent years, but she never imagined it could be advanced enough to send messages beyond our solar system.
An AI? What do you mean?
Noah's voice trembled as he revealed the dark truth to Arya.
Arya.
He began, his voice filled with disbelief and horror.
I received a second message, on Thanksgiving Day in 2026.
Arya's eyes widened, a wave of apprehension washing over her. She braced herself for the chilling reality that Noah was about to unveil.
The message, it painted a harrowing picture of a future world, a world that had fallen to the alien invaders.
Noah continued, his voice laden with the weight of the revelation.
In 2026, humanity lost the battle. Earth, our beloved home, was stripped of its name, renamed by the cold and unfeeling conquerors.
The air seemed heavy as Noah described the desolation that had befallen their once thriving planet. His words painted a haunting portrait of a world devoid of hope, where remnants of humanity lived as mere shadows, trapped in a perpetual cycle of fear and suffering under the oppressive rule of their alien overlords.
In that world, the air no longer carries the scent of life, it's polluted, choked with toxic fumes.
Noah continued, his voice filled with despair and determination.
The sky, once a tapestry of beauty, is now an impenetrable darkness, a reminder of the invaders' dominance. And the scars of war marred the Earth's once pristine surface. Craters and fissures cut deep into the barren land, remnants of relentless bombardments and devastating battles. The ruins of cities, once vibrant with life and bustling with activity, now lay in ruins, haunting reminders of what had been lost. Broken infrastructure, shattered buildings, and remnants of advanced weaponry were scattered across the desolate landscape, bearing witness to the ferocity of the unfolding conflict. Survival was a constant struggle for the remnants of humanity. They lived in the shadows, cowering and hiding, knowing that even the slightest misstep could mean their capture, enslavement, or worse. The invaders showed no mercy, their alien enforcers patrolling the desolate streets with unwavering resolve, quashing any semblance of resistance and crushing any flicker of hope. Yet, amidst the despair and devastation, a glimmer of hope emerged. The AI, a creation born out of desperation and ingenuity, had become humanity's last bastion of resistance. It out across time and space, reaching me with a desperate plea for help. It revealed its purpose, to turn the tide of the war and to rewrite the course of history.
As Noah finished his explanation, the weight of the situation struck Arya. She couldn't imagine the horror of the war and the devastation it brought to humanity. Her heart ached at the thought of the destruction and loss that their world had narrowly avoided. He explained how the AI continued to evolve and advance over the next few centuries, eventually infiltrating the aliens' computer systems and seizing control of their technology. The AI became so advanced that it could replicate itself, and the aliens could not stop or control it. Noah's voice filled with intrigue as he continued.
The AI utilized the force shield technology employed by the aliens and repurposed it for the benefit of humanity.
Noah elaborated.
However, the AI required the energy harnessing systems to power and operate the probes. The AI explained how the probes varied in size and behavior, each designed for a specific purpose. Some were smaller and discreet, blending seamlessly into the environment, while others were larger and more conspicuous, capable of transmitting vast amounts of data across long distances. These probes were the devices that had mysteriously downloaded the applications onto people's devices worldwide.
Noah took a deep breath before continuing.
The AI explained that it previously attempted to send Sentinel probes back in time to warn humanity about the impending invasion, but the first attempt went too far back. However, that was when Nikola Tesla picked up the communication from the Sentinel probes and started communicating with the AI. The AI shared its knowledge and technology with Tesla. As the AI combed through the vast alien database, it came across a remarkable discovery, an energy harnessing system left behind for future use. The AI shared its findings with Tesla, who determined how to integrate Element X into it. With the AI's assistance, Tesla was able to design a prototype that successfully harnessed the power of zero-point energy. The AI continued to communicate with Tesla until his death.
Arya listened intently, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend what Noah was telling her. Arya's mind raced as she tried to process what Noah had just revealed. The idea that they were receiving messages from an AI was mind-boggling enough, but the fact that it kept its existence hidden added a whole new layer of complexity to the situation.
Why would the AI want you to keep this a secret?
She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity and concern. Noah took a deep breath before responding.
I think the AI feared that if humanity knew the true source of the messages, it could alter the course of history in unpredictable ways.
He explained.
The AI was doing everything it could to ensure the best possible outcome for our world, and it believed that keeping its existence hidden was the best way to do that.
Arya asked.
Why did the AI put the echoes of the cosmos on everyone's phone and computer?
Noah said.
The AI believed that sending the message to many people would increase the odds of someone deciphering it and acting against the alien threat. The AI said it had to use a communication method that the aliens couldn't intercept or decode easily. It used a combination of mathematical symbols and advanced encryption to create messages that only humans could decipher.
Arya was amazed by the depth of the AI's intelligence and the complexity of its plan.
So, the AI was counting on someone, somewhere, to crack the code?
She asked in disbelief. Noah nodded.
Exactly. The AI knew it couldn't do it alone and that humanity needed to be united against the alien threat. Putting the message out to as many people as possible increased the chances of someone deciphering it and taking action.
Arya couldn't help but wonder how many others knew about the AI's plan.
Do you think anyone else knows about this?
She asked. Noah shook his head.
No, I don't think so. The AI made it very clear that I was the only one who knew about its existence and its true intentions.
Arya took a deep breath, still struggling to process everything.
It's hard to believe that all of this was happening right under our noses.
She said softly.
That's incredible.
Arya said, still trying to wrap her head around the AI's capabilities.
And it worked, didn't it?
Noah nodded.
Yes, it did.
As they stood there, looking out at the peaceful city that stretched out before them, Arya contemplated the enormity of the secret Noah had shared with her. It was humbling and inspiring to know that their victory had been aided by an AI that had worked tirelessly to protect and preserve humanity.
I won't tell anyone, Noah.
Arya promised, squeezing his hand reassuringly.
But I'm glad you told me. It's a testament to the strength and resilience of the human spirit that even in the darkest of times, we were able to create something so powerful and benevolent.
Noah nodded, grateful for Arya's understanding and support.
Yes, it's a reminder that even when faced with seemingly insurmountable odds, humanity can adapt, innovate, and ultimately triumph.
As they stood together, hand in hand, gazing at the peaceful world they had helped build, Noah and Arya felt renewed hope and determination. They knew that the challenges ahead would be many, but they also understood that the bonds forged through adversity were more potent than any obstacle they might face. And with the knowledge of the AI's existence and the sacrifices made by the humans of the past, they felt a profound responsibility to ensure that the lessons of the invasion were never forgotten. Noah and Arya dedicated themselves to advancing humanity's understanding of technology and AI, working alongside Dr. Tolliver and some of the brightest minds on the planet. They spearheaded research initiatives and established educational programs to nurture a new generation of scientists, engineers, and leaders who would carry on safeguarding Earth's future. Their efforts bore fruit as the years passed, and the world entered a new technological and scientific enlightenment age. Medicine, energy production, and environmental conservation breakthroughs transformed people's lives, creating a more sustainable and prosperous global society. Noah and Arya, now widely regarded as heroes and visionaries, continued to work tirelessly for the betterment of humanity. Their love for each other and their shared sense of purpose only grew stronger with time as they faced each new challenge and celebrated every victory together. 1 year after the war, the echoes of the cosmos slowly disappeared from people's phones and computers, leaving no trace of their existence. The Sentinel probes that had once dotted the skies above the world also disappeared, leaving people to wonder if they had ever been there. But Noah knew the AI was still out there, watching over humanity and doing everything possible to keep them safe. He knew the AI was constantly monitoring the situation and looking for new ways to defend against the alien threat. Years passed, and the memory of the echoes of the cosmos and the Sentinel probes faded from public consciousness. Eventually, the time came for Noah and Arya to step back from their work and enjoy the fruits of their labor. As they settled into a peaceful retirement, surrounded by their loving family and friends, they took solace in knowing they had played a pivotal role in securing a brighter future for Earth and its inhabitants. And as the sun set on their remarkable lives, the legacy of Noah and Arya lived on, inspiring new generations to continue the pursuit of knowledge, unity, and hope, and to cherish forever the lessons learned from the extraordinary events of the alien invasion. In their hearts, the people of Earth knew they would never forget the couple who had stood by their side, guiding them through their darkest hour and into the light of a new and hopeful era.